streets with no shelter, no food. They're living out in the streets. People are literally dying. And this guy is out vacationing, buying homes, buying Range Rovers, and going shopping.
It's a disgrace,
Prosecutors say Sucre was supposed to provide 3 nutritional meals a day to the homeless, but during one inspection, Sucre only had canned beans and ramen noodles on hand. The feds say Sucre lied about various aspects of abundant blessings, including fake vendors, facilities, and the homeless actually getting meals. The U.S. Attorney's Office in LA says they are actively investigating at least 12 other similar fraud cases here in California. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says there's a tremendous amount of fraud in this state, and that today's bust of one man who misused $23 million alone may show how little oversight there is.
Well, the oversight not existing is a feature, not a bug. The reason why they don't have oversight is it's basically an informal bribery program that LA has with all of their voters, where basically they create a bribery program where they fund the lifestyles of a bunch of people that are functionally fucking worthless and useless, and they let these people sit around, do nothing, steal stuff, and cause problems. And all those people do is they show up every 2 or 4 years and they continue voting to keep the gravy train running. And all of the other people in the companies that are actually profitable and successful in California are subsidizing this lifestyle. That's really it. I'd be curious if this guy donates to politicians. I wouldn't be surprised, I'll tell you that.
California was pushing this money out quickly. A lot of money went out the door with, frankly, very little vetting, very little checks and balances, and he's one of the individuals that got it.
The suspect is scheduled to make his first appearance.
Jesus, bro, $125,000 Land Rover. Holy shit, a mansion in LA and a second home in Greece. 500 fraudulent hospice facilities closed down in California. Where are you? Think about that. That's 500 hospices? Think about how many that is. That's insane. That's crazy. So I don't even see how something like this can happen. How do you allow to have fraud on that insane of a level? And they want to arrest people like Nick Shirley? Of course they do, because Nick Shirley is fucking with the system. The system, you pay these people to sit around and do nothing, and then they vote for you. So if you take away the payments, then you take away their funding, and these people have to leave, or they might vote for something different, or they're in one way or another not beholden to you. And the goal that they have is they want to make people basically reliant on the government for everything, so they can never afford to not vote for more advantages like that. Dr. And this is it right here.
What is the response to Democrats arguing that this rooting out of fraud, that it's cutting Medicaid services? What is your response to that?
None at all.
Well, I mean, I think that honestly, they are going to cut Medicaid services, and people probably will die because of this. Like, this is inevitable. Like, I don't think that they should use the messaging and say that, oh, well, we're not going to have any, we're never going to have any collateral damage. Like, we are going to have collateral damage. It's unavoidable, right? Whenever you're making decisions and you have hundreds and thousands of these places that you're shutting down, mistakes will be made, and people will be left without care that shouldn't have had the care. And if you didn't want that to happen, you should have run your system better, so we didn't have to take this dramatic extreme action to undo all of the mistakes that you have made systematically. So this like the reframing of, like, not only is it okay that these mistakes happen, but the mistakes are the fault of those people. Those mistakes are a second order effect of them not holding anybody accountable for these numbers. That's really what I think. What happens to the people that donate to the politicians to keep doing what they're doing in order to keep making money? Well, I mean, I think you should just put them in, charge them and put them in jail, right? It's pretty simple.
Oh, they know it's manufactured. That's why when they say this sort of, like, sheepishly mention the possibility that you might once in a while hurt someone that's innocent. I argue that if you take a child with autism and you give them the services they need, you're doing a great service. It's the right thing to do. We're great people. We'll always help folks in need. But if every mother is pretending because they're getting paid that the children in the neighborhood have autism, which is bad for those kids, by the way.
And you're seeing that.
And we're seeing that in Minnesota.
It's actually a really good point he's bringing up here with this. I don't know why the framing is this fucked up. But anyway, like, telling kids they have autism fucks with their brain. Like, I think that you shouldn't, like, maybe this is just my opinion, right? But I don't think you should tell kids that there's something wrong with them. Like, unless it's like a really, really big issue, like, it's better to try to let a kid try to live a normal life than tell them that, like, there are all these things wrong with you, and so this explains every interaction that you're ever going to have, right? I think it's very dangerous to do that. Unless they're fat or gay, of course.
You take a budget from $3 million to $400 million. You do that by
3 to 400
creating.
Get out! Get out! Stop resisting!
Oh my God.
When a routine traffic stop escalates to a young mother being tased after refusing to exit her vehicle, it's nearly impossible to imagine how everything could have gone so terribly wrong.
I can imagine it.
And park. Okay, shoot me.
Okay, wait, what?
Put the car in park. Help me! Help me! Please stop. Kill me, please.
Kill me,
More
please.
incomprehensible is that the reason for this hysterical reaction actually stems from a brutal killing that took place nearly 30 miles away.
What?
You're about to encounter some of the most insane and unhinged body cam footage we've ever seen as this shocking incident plays out. On the morning of September 22nd, 2021, Officer Bailey with the Pearland Police Department located in Texas was patrolling the section of road in front of a local elementary department located in Texas. In 2021, Officer Bailey with the Pearland Police Department located in Texas was patrolling the section of road in front of a local elementary school, setting out traffic cones and monitoring the flow of vehicles. At around 8:24 a.m., his LiDAR picks up a car coming up at a dangerous speed of 48 miles per hour.
Wait, I mean, if it's a school zone, aren't you supposed to be going 20? And usually school zones, whenever they're not 20, are 30. 48.
Steps into the road in an attempt to slow the car down and speak with the driver. It's likely the officer.
Are you kidding me? She just tries to drive around the police officer. How stupid do you have to be to do this? That's crazy. What is wrong with you?
Officer was just going to issue a warning and send the driver on her way, but then this happens.
Tell me what the f is going on so I can go. Y'all already killed my brother. I'm not finna do this morning.
Pull over.
What's going on?
Pull over. We'll talk.
Are you telling everybody else to pull over? Are you telling everybody else to pull over?
Pull. All right.
All right.
In response to the
all right. Okay. All right.
young driver's irate reaction and subsequent flight, Officer Bailey jumps on his patrol motorcycle and pursues her. Unfortunately for this young woman, she's about to learn the hard way that driving nearly 50 miles per hour in an active school zone is in fact against the law.
What do these people think is going to happen? All right.
She is at the moment.
Let me go. I'm going to drive off. You can't tell me. You fucking can't tell me what to do.
I'm gone. Because he won't tell me what's going on.
Stop.
What?
The driver is 19-year-old Janisha Lewis, traveling with her 3-year-old son in the early hours of the morning to purchase breakfast.
You pulling me over. Leave me alone. I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go. Leave me alone. You killed my brother. I'm done.
I didn't kill anybody.
I'm done. I'm done. Leave me alone. I'm grieving. My brother just, you got it. You
Put it in park.
Put it in park?
No.
Was it running the family?
Leave me alone. He wanted to with me early this morning and I didn't do nothing.
That poor kid, bro. Can you imagine the spawn RNG on this kid? Jesus.
Put it in park. Put it in park. You're fixing to have a whole lot of problems.
Okay, shoot me.
Put it in park.
Okay, shoot me. Kill me. Send me where my brother is at.
The brother Janisha is referring to is 30-year-old Dion Leddit, who had died in a shootout with police just 2 days earlier. Later,
a shootout. Okay, that implies that there are shots, right? It's not like the police just went and like, all right, let's get him out of here. You know, like, what are we doing?
Interviews with Janisha would reveal that she saw her brother as her protector and that she was afraid of police for this reason. However, what Janisha doesn't mention is that when the Houston Police Department's Major Offenders Division arrived at fugitive Dion's home to serve the latest in a long line of arrest warrants,
No way. No way. A long line of arrest. Wait, Dion responded by
opening fire on them through the closed door, injuring
See, I told you IQ was hereditary. Holy fuck. We're both retarded.
one police officer and killing another. Since 2008, Dion had been arrested
Wait, what?
police officer and killing another.
So he killed a police officer and... Oh my God.
Since 2008, Dion had been arrested 18 times and
I know you might not believe this, but you can just flip the switch and this problem goes away. You can just flip the switch. This is a choice that we live with this. This is a choice. We don't have to live like this. There's no reason for us to have to live like this. We do this on purpose.
had obtained 2 felony convictions. His run-in with the law included arrests for aggravated assault of a family member, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and evading arrest, among others. Clearly, it was a dangerous situation, and it ended terribly.
Put it in park.
Kill me in my job.
That ain't gonna happen. Put it in park.
programs and manufacturing services that aren't supposed to be used. But what you're doing is you're hurting the child who really has autism because they can't get access to services, and you're corrupting the entire system. We're seeing the same thing in California with hospice, where you have 1/3 of all the hospices.
Do you think we should be reimbursed? I think that we should absolutely be reimbursed, and I think that what we should do, so this is what I would do, is I would figure out all the people that were in on the fraud, and I would imprison them for the amount of time that it would take for them to work off the labor debt of the amount of money that they've defrauded us. So, like, let's say you've defrauded us for, like, you know, somebody said like $23 million. I guess you're in jail for 23 million years, right? Like, I don't know. And, like, that would be, and I would seize all their assets, take all of their stuff. And, you know, if they were obviously like immigrants or something like that, or they're naturalized citizens from another place, I would denaturalize them, seize all their assets, and then send them to like Rwanda or something, right? Like, that's what I would do. And because I think that we should get our money back, right? I mean, they came here, they scammed us. We should get our money back because we got scammed, right? I mean, it's our money, it's not their money. So that's what I would do. You need to build a lot of prisons. I know. And I think we could have them doing that, right? You could have them building their own prisons. That's a good idea. Just put like shot collars on them or something like that. And that way, if they try to like do something wrong, you just zap them, right? It's pretty fucking easy.
Country are in Los Angeles.
And like, by the way, like, I'm being completely serious about this. Like, this is actually what I think we should do. Like, actually, this is what I think we should do. Yeah, 100%.
Not California, just LA. I mean, how many people are dying there?
Yeah.
Right. So you obviously have allowed
A little bit of a red flag.
And I'll make this announcement in your show.
Where you get the idea
we
from?
have stopped payments to 450 hospices in California.
450.
Guess what? Not one has called us asking to reinstitute them.
Wow.
So 450 out of 450 were frauds. And nobody's calling to be reinstituted because they know what they were doing was fraud, and they were just trying to ride the gravy train all the way down to the station as far as they can possibly go. Of course, you like Dr. Oz? I love him. I think he's great. I didn't like him whenever he was running against John Fetterman. I didn't like Dr. Oz, but you know, he's in a role that he really understands. I think he's incredibly competent in that role, and I think that what he's doing is something that's invaluable, and it's something that's necessary. I'm very, very favorable towards him.
They may change their minds over time, but in 10 weeks, we've shut down 450 payment systems to these guys. That's representing at least $600–700 million just this year, and no one's complaining.
That's right. And like, yeah, it's the same thing with the Minnesota daycares. How is it that we could shut down all of those daycares and bring all of that up and all the daycares stop working? Then nobody's complaining about their kids not having somewhere to go. Like, wouldn't you expect that if you have hundreds of these kids on the rolls, the attendance roll, and you have, you know, hundreds of these places, that you would have like a massive outcry of these people that were furious that their benefits are being taken away? Why aren't leftist streamers talking about this fraud? The reason why is because the fraud subsidizes the demographics that they want to bring into the country. That's the reason why. So the reason why leftists like the fraud is because the fraud is necessary as a form of welfare in order to allow the demographics that they want to ethnically replace people in America. They want those demographics to come in, but those people can't make a living here unless it's fraud, unless it's some form of manipulation, like illegal under the table labor. So that's the reason why. Yeah, fraud freed the illegals. Exactly. It's a scheme. Dude, you're so weird now. Well, let me get this straight. So you say this is weird. What about what I'm saying isn't true? I'm going to pull you up. We haven't pulled somebody. You're so weird now. What about what I said is not true? Go ahead. What is it? I want to understand this. I want to get to the bottom of it. What about this? What about what I'm saying is weird? Another my feelings, Andy. Yeah, and if you vague post, you're permabanned. Any vague post is a permaban. Be specific or you're banned. We gotta wait for it. Surely there's gonna be something these saying Democrats want this. You know that isn't true. Well, why do you think that isn't true? Why do you think that isn't true? Like, I think they do. I think their entire voting structure is built around creating people that are basically serfs to the government, and then keeping those people on the government payroll, and those people afraid to vote against them because they might get taken off the payroll. I think that's exactly what's happening. How is it not obvious that they're the ones that want this? I'm confused. They're buying votes? Yeah, they're obviously buying votes. Every time you do this, you call out it's a minority group. Democrats scream racism. What does he mean? They don't want this? Yeah, of course. Well, they use racism as a way to suppress criticism. They say, well, you can't say this because it's a minority group doing this, and so if you criticize it, it's, you know, by abstraction, it's racism. Too bad. Call it whatever you want. It's still true. That's just the way it is. There's no example at all. It's very obvious that they're doing this, right? I mean, like, why do you think this is happening in all these leftist groups? It looks like there's no response at all. This person's taking too long to respond. Like, if you were faster, I would have let this go. But I don't want to spend, like, how long is it going to take to just type out, like, what you think? And so, yeah, it's just crazy. Oh my God, it's a waste of time. Whoever still supports the government's stupid. Yeah, sure. Same thing as No Kings protest. Someone planted the seed to control the masses, to control votes. Yeah, I think so. The Democrat Party has been co-opted by communism. Well, the reality is that all of these people can't live in the U.S. and they can't sustain themselves unless it's fraud. They have to basically be babysat by America in order for them to live here, right? Because they're not producing anything of value. And so because of that, well, that's why you have all this fraud. That's why you have all the scams. It's because the scams and the fraud are necessary. And you're kind of wrong about scammers. They're just peons here. I don't think that's really true. You should jail the politicians and the magistrates that allowed this to happen, not only the scammers. Oh, I agree with you. I would pull you up and argue with you, but I think that we basically agree. I mean, you're saying that the politicians are the ones that are allowing it to happen. I think you're right. You are, and I'm totally fine with that. But either way, let's see here. One more.
We've already shut down 500 hospices. We've already shut down 500 hospices in Los Angeles. And incidentally, we haven't had one call from Congress or anybody else about complaining, because clearly these were fraudulent. A lot of these places, like you'd say, they were just invented addresses. They would obtain patient identification.
They made bullshit addresses?
Or they would pay people. They were going and giving people in poor neighborhoods flat-screen televisions.
See, what you need to do is you need to get every single one of those poor people in the neighborhood, you need to put every single one of them in jail. Every single one. And then put them on mandatory work programs, figure out how much they defrauded, and then after that, they have to work all of that off.
600.
I can guarantee you that society will be a better place without those people in it. Guaranteed. Like, anybody who's scamming the government like that, we don't need them.
And then they would enlist them and enroll them in the hospice, and we were paying them $6,000.
Yeah,
we've already shut down 500 hospices.
12 cents an hour? Yeah, I like that.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, I like that. 12 cents an hour. That seems pretty reasonable. You see the X account of the dude that was mad that you can't see up Diana's dress and Pragmata got suspended? Sick fuck. No, I didn't see that. Just seems like a weirdo. I mean, again, it's not really that complicated, but their phone goes to voice rail, location is entry. Okay, all right. One more.
What's up, you guys? I'm here in Signal Hill at 2930 Gardena Avenue, where Angelus Hospice Incorporated, actually titled under Panacea Hospice, doing business as Angelus Hospice, doesn't have its door open, has a business card. Guy next door says they've changed.
I mean, it looks like an empty building. I mean, I'm sorry. There's no sign anywhere. There's no label on the door. There's no documentation on the sides here, except for probably like a building code inspection. Like, this is, I mean, this looks like an empty fucking building, guys.
locations, and in 2025 they filed for bankruptcy, and 2 months later it was settled, and they're back in operation doing what they do best. So let's give them a call. 62980-0046. They had one review 9 months ago where someone said that they were always in a rush, left before the hour was up, and when their family member was dying, oh man, they're so busy that they don't have time to answer the phone. So
that's not being able to answer the phone. That is you called a fake number. Like, that's like you called a number that doesn't exist. That's a different thing than a voicemail.
One review said that when their family member was dying, they called for an immediate nurse for assistance. They were super confused and frightened as to the process of their loved one dying. The hospice care nurse didn't show up until several hours later after the patient had died, and they gave a 1-star review saying mediocre at best. Always left.
This is like a movie. It's like a couple. Oh my God.
Early, didn't really care about the client, and the review even went on, and they cut it off, and when I tried to find the review, it was removed off of Yelp, and only 2 reviews from a year ago that have 5 stars are on there now. So they've been open for almost 9 years. Okay, in 2023 they billed Medicare $1.2 million, and they had 4,334 days of hospice care within the year, meaning...
Yeah, I think that we need to put these people, we need to put them on hard labor and make them work off every cent of this. And they need to be working for like 12 cents an hour. Like, basically, you're going to jail for the rest of your life with mandatory labor, and that's it. You shouldn't have scammed. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it. It's too much, too long, and that's it. We're all paying for this? Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh my God.
They had, I believe, 78 enrollees. We're going to check back more. In 2022, they only had 20 Medicare beneficiaries and only pulled in about 210,000. But then it bumped up in 2023 to 1.2 million. So we're going to keep checking this out, but no one's at this address. The guy said they moved. It's all over the place. And the owners have several more healthcare and hospice agencies in this area. So let's keep on moving.
I guarantee you, some of the people that are on their their attendance roll, I guarantee you some of those people are on the payroll too. Like, they're the ones that are getting paid off under the table for this. This is super common, and a lot of people don't know about this because it's like it's like a ghetto scam, right? But like, yeah, this is super, super, super common. How we do travel restrictions and ankle bracelets, but we let them work in public for 3/5 the wages. 3/5 seems like too easy of a compromise. I think it's more like 1/5, okay? Like, and even 1/5 is like, you know, you might be able to finish this in 10 years, and like, it's gotta be more than that. Yeah, like 1/10, something like that. I mean, come on. And easy time, but yeah, it's just nuts, man. And 5x of financial auditors to government employees, and you cut the cost of the taxpayer in half. I know. Yeah, all you have to do is find out where these scammers are going and what they're doing, and things will change very, very quickly. I think so, at least. Oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with her? Jesus, Mo. This is insane.
48 and a 30.
48.
Put the car in park.
Man.
Put the car in.
Being in park.
Fuck being in park. Fuck being in park. Wow. How many miles were I going?
Put the car in park.
Can open my door. This is against my rights.
The officer is taking appropriate action by ordering Janisha to exit her vehicle. Under Pennsylvania v. Mims, the United States Supreme Court held that allowing police to require a driver to exit their car was only a mere inconvenience to the driver in comparison to the safety benefits to police. Here, Janisha isn't complying with any police orders, such as putting the car in park and calming herself down, despite that this is a valid traffic stop. These types of orders aren't deemed to infringe on First, Fourth, Fifth, or 14th Amendments, namely freedom of speech, search and seizure, self-incrimination, and due process.
Put the car in park.
No.
Officer Dela Cruz arrives on the scene to assist Officer Bailey.
Man, I'm about to break the window out, man.
Drive out. Get the park. He's grabbing on me.
You're fixing to put the car in park.
Oh my God, what's wrong with her?
Put the car in park.
What is wrong with her? Oh my God.
Homer is Homero Ortiz, Janisha's longtime boyfriend and the father of the 3-year-old child still
bro, Homer.
strapped in the back seat of the car. Homer has been on the phone with Janisha the entire time.
So she's driving on the phone too?
In fact, he's the one who convinced her to stop in the first place.
That poor man.
No. You're not taking my
You're about to
keys.
get tased. Put the car in park.
My man is in here. What the f you doing? Homer, tell him to stop. Man, Homer,
Got one. All right, get the other one. Get the other hand.
Unlock the car.
The kid's crying, obviously.
You're about to get tased. Put the car in park. Yeah, nobody's trying to kill you.
Get out the car. He brought me
You're about to get tased.
No,
How low does your IQ have to be to do this? Like, I really, because I'll watch these videos, like, you have to be so just profoundly fucking retarded that it's like at a certain point it's like a safety risk for the rest of the fucking country. Like, everybody else is in danger because of this. Okay, before they tase her, I've got to take a I gotta use the bathroom. Okay, give me a minute. All right, we don't want to miss this. Give me a minute, actually. Okay. There we go. Let me finish this. Yeah, just like that. I know. What a screeching retard. I know. Here we go.
Wait, move! Take that seatbelt off. Take the seatbelt off.
Just
no.
what?
Take the seatbelt off.
I don't have to do shit. I have a right.
Janisha repeats.
I have a right. So true.
This phrase several times throughout this altercation, but never elaborates on exactly what that right is.
She has the right to do whatever the hell she wants to do, and if you try to stop her, bro, you ain't gonna you gotta do. I can't. I put this motherfucker in pot. Do whatever the hell I want. What am I being arrested for?
I did. Take the seatbelt out. No.
Oh my God.
Put the car in park.
It's unclear at this point what Janisha's strategy is, but it should be noted that no matter how loudly you scream at police, they're not likely to just go away.
You're disrespecting my baby. I'm suing your department.
She's gonna just
way.
You're disrespecting my baby. I'm suing your department.
She's gonna sue him.
You listen. Put the car in park.
She's gonna sue him.
You listen. Put the car in park. Put the car in. You need to get out. Get out of the car.
Jesus.
I'm not getting out the car.
You need to get out of the car.
Move it up. Y'all can
You're
see
about
it.
to get
You got it. You
Put it in park.
Put it in park?
No.
Was it running the family?
Leave me alone. He wanted to with me early this morning and I didn't do nothing.
That poor kid, bro. Can you imagine the spawn RNG on this kid? Jesus.
Get out of the car.
I'm not getting out. You.
Get out.
I'm not getting out the car.
You need to get out of the car.
Move it up. Y'all can
You're
see
about
it.
to get tased.
I don't want y'all to miss out on the content.
For sitting in my car with
Yes,
a seatbelt
you need it.
Oh,
Yes.
Call your deputy.
I need to. You're under arrest. You need to get out.
Jesus.
I'm under arrest.
I'm not under arrest. I'm not. No, I'm not.
You're under arrest.
Wait, what? Fuck you.
Listen.
According to Texas law, it's a crime to willfully refuse to obey the lawful order of a police officer.
Yeah.
And Janisha has already done so twice.
Only twice?
First, she refused to yield when the officer tried to stop her. This offense is often referred to as failure to yield or a similar
Oh, makes
variation,
sense.
depending on the
She didn't
state in
yield.
which it occurs.
Yeah.
Second, she refused to get out
logical.
of the vehicle. Another failure to obey a lawful order.
What a surprise.
In addition, since the officer has grounds to arrest Janisha and likely intends to do just that,
Well, they
she's
already
also
said
now
that.
added obstruction charges and
Uh-oh.
possibly resisting arrest charges as well. And Janisha only makes it worse for herself when she starts jerking
No
her
way.
arm to the back seat.
No way.
Hey, don't reach in the back. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Hey, zapping her. Oh, shit.
You're about to get tased.
Bring in the lightning.
Get tased again. Get out of the car.
Oh, she needs another
Out
one.
of the car.
She needs another one.
Get out of the car. You're under arrest.
No.
Bust out that window and then
Oh, my God.
Stop. 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 You're about to get tased again. Nobody's trying to kill you. I'm gonna break your window.
They're killing me? What?
Charles 15, you advise.
Oh, my God. God, what a fucking freak!
No, she's fixing to get out of the
Holy
car.
shit!
Get out of the car!
Oh, they got the
You're not
stick.
getting out. You're under arrest.
They've got the window breaking stick. There it is.
Go!
There you go.
No!
Stop reaching.
This is insane. I know.
End my life, but let my baby daddy
Listen to me.
Oh, broke the window. And there goes the seatbelt.
Get out! We're gonna get you out.
No!
Either you're gonna get out by yourself,
No.
or we're gonna get you out.
Get me out! Tase me! I'm 3 weeks pregnant!
You're about to get out.
Get my son, please!
It's I'm like trying to, I'm like, "Pa, you okay? You okay?" He doesn't even acknowledge the fact that he's falling down. He just continues telling the story. As he's going down, he's laying on the ground, halfway on the fucking, on the wall. And he's like, so then, basically, so then I told him, and then, because you remember what happened, because I met him, so he lived 3 doors, and he's sitting there just telling the story. He didn't even know about it. And so anyway, no, there's been plenty of people, and it made things better for him, by the way. It did. It improved things for him. So I am totally in favor of this. I am massively happy about seeing this happen. Huge W to Trump for doing this, or, you know, RFK, Joe Rogan, anybody involved with this, Dr. Oz. This is a great thing that they did this, man. It's an amazing thing. And so, Exane Antidote, I love it. I know, it's great. Well, let's go ahead. I'll look at a few of the clips from it, okay?
Experienced an 80 to 90% reduction in symptoms of depression.
Depression?
Anxiety within 1 month.
That's
Can
a
I
lot.
have some, please? I'll take some. I'll take whatever it takes. I don't have time to be depressed.
Man.
You know, if you stay busy enough, maybe that works too.
That's what he said that for 50 years. And you know what's crazy is that he's right. Is that for me, like, I don't have time to be depressed either. Like, I don't have time to sit back and think about, well, what would it be? Life would be so much better if that one time in 2011, and then there was that thing that happened. It wasn't fair. And, like, you're sitting there thinking about this bullshit, and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, you gotta go do something. Like, what the hell are you doing? And you're depressed. You don't realize it. Everybody's depressed. Everybody's depressed. Everybody's mentally ill. It doesn't work that way, sadly. There are extremes and externalities. But I think that looking at trying to make lifestyle changes and accommodating a lifestyle that keeps you busy is going to keep your mind occupied, and so you're not thinking about a bunch of FOMO realities and, you know, the mean things somebody said to you in 8th grade, right? Like, you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all. Like, I'm right about myself. I'm right about myself. And how many of you guys have had the same experience? How many of you guys? And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but what I'm saying is that there's an area in the middle where a lifestyle change can improve things. I'm not invalidating people that have depression. I'm not invalidating them. What I'm saying is that medication should be a last resort, not a first resort. And I think that nowadays it's a first resort, and that's a bad thing. That's my opinion on it, right? And again, I'm not a fucking doctor. I've just observed things, right? That's all. And people can't cope with being bored more than 5 minutes. It's a skill that's lost. Yeah, that's what I think too. And oh, this is the same one from as before.
Research on the fact that over 20% of U.S. women are on these drugs that are...
Well, I would like to say that, like, over 20% could also mean, like, 90%. Because 90% is over 20%, which I think in that case would be accurate.
Prescribed for life. We have a mental health crisis, and...
Do they work?
No. They don't. Maybe I'm on a couple of them, and
I would not have...
really don't.
I would not have...
Wait, I said, I think it might be next, but no, it isn't definitely an issue for women.
But Mr. Research.
Damn. No, they don't. Believe it? I guess so. And I don't have time to be pressed. Oh, what is this here? Can find it. What is the other ones? I can see if I can find it. Actually, a lot of wisdom in that. Yeah, I think he's right about that. And anyway, oh, this is some other thing as well. I don't know if there's any more of these to look at. It's pretty much the same exact jokes. But oh, yeah, here we go.
Nothing more expensive right now than the mental health crisis in America.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Who do you think's standing out in the road? People that need to be medicated. The Rogan part? Okay, I'm gonna lock that in.
1% of Americans have a diagnosable...
Onlookers from cars parked on the opposite side of the road have now gathered to gawk and film the encounter.
Yeah.
Janisha, perhaps thinking that these people are on her side and might be willing to help her, begins to direct her screams at them. pleading with one of them to come get her son out of the car, though what they're supposed to do with the child once they have him isn't specified.
No way.
Officer Bailey.
Wait, so she didn't even think about what was going on? What a surprise.
And Officer Dela Cruz, after giving her nearly 50 verbal warnings, have no choice but to force her to comply.
Yep. Drag her out. Drag her out, get the feet. Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Get out! Stop resisting! Stop! Get out! Get out! Stop resisting!
Oh, no. They got her flat out. Yeah.
Resisting! Stop resisting! You're gonna get tased again! Get out! Get out! Get out! Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Please grab my child, please.
And the thing is that, like, I've never seen somebody get tased and then not get it together. Like, because they zap you and you just, oh, okay. Like, that was it. Instantly complied. Look at that. I have a feeling this is probably not the end of it.
Despite her continued shrieks, none of the onlookers who are filming her are willing to interfere with the arrest to grab her 3-year-old from the back seat of the car that's surrounded by police.
Yeah. Jesus. All over a traffic stop. All this over over nothing, man.
Officer Bailey pulls her to her feet as she continues yelling and guides her over to one of the additional police cars that have since pulled up.
That poor child, I know.
Move! Are you gonna talk to my husband?
Yeah, if you'll give me a minute.
Go talk to him. Go talk to him. And
I can't. We're dealing with you right now.
Yeah.
I'll sit right here until my husband comes.
I'm gonna sit right here. Like, you literally have already been tased once. Maybe twice. I don't know if they did it the first time or not. They actually really got one in. But so now you really won't sit in a chair. Really, you're going to sit next to the chair? Like, you want to get zapped again. You're going to get zapped. Really, we got to do it to you again.
Y'all have to wait till he comes.
I don't have to wait.
Y'all have to.
I don't have to do anything.
Y'all have to.
Meanwhile, Officer Dela Cruz takes the opportunity to speak with Homer, who's still trying to talk to her through the car's Bluetooth speaker function.
Stop yelling, okay? Can you hear me on the phone?
Can you imagine being the guy and, like, just hearing this whole thing over the fucking radio?
I can hear you. Okay, listen to me. Try to catch your breath, okay? Are you familiar with Pearland?
Even he's trying to get her to relax.
No, don't take me nowhere to my husband yet. Talk to my husband.
Relax.
Talk to my husband.
Relax.
Talk to my husband. You're not listening.
Uh-oh.
You're not listening. My husband's on the phone, please.
Mama, you have to.
Just everybody, literally everybody's trying to get her to calm down.
Oh my gosh, Mama. Thank you so much. Hey, look, stop trying to talk to her, okay? Right now she's under arrest. Look, I'm out here. Is this your son? Yes, sir, that's my son. Okay. Where are you? Hold on, man. Hold on. Are you familiar with Pearland?
Though the officer grabs Janisha's phone and starts using it, this likely isn't a violation of her Fourth Amendment rights. There's no search of the phone, and while this may classify as a seizure, we must consider whether or not it's an unreasonable seizure. In this case, having the child's father on the phone when the mother is being arrested, and then using that pre-established conversation to secure the child and provide for his welfare would likely be seen as a reasonable act with minimal or no implication of the Fourth Amendment. There's likely an officer's safety argument here as well, where the officer would want to establish the nature of the conversation to see if the mother had asked others to show up to the area and potentially threaten the officers. However, this is a much weaker argument under these particular circumstances, since it was evident the father of the little boy was trying to get Janisha to calm down and listen to officers. Officer Dela Cruz explains to Homer where they are located and gets some basic information from him. As Homer asks the officer if it's all right if he sends other family members to the scene to collect his son, he explains that they can get there much faster than he can. As they're wrapping up their conversation, Homer offers something on Janisha's behalf, a heartfelt apology.
Do they? Hey man, listen to me. You don't have anything to apologize for, man. You didn't do anything wrong, so.
I'm so sorry you have to deal with her, bro. Like, yeah. I'm sorry you had to, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah.
She was screaming and yelling, so she's okay, okay?
Yeah.
She's going to try to calm down and
Yeah, try and calm her down.
go from there. But yeah, you could go ahead and send
That poor kid, man.
send somebody to pick up your child. Well, get a hold of your grandparents, and I'll check up on you in a little bit. But that's exactly where we're at.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you so much, officer. I do appreciate it.
Okay.
Make the phone call right now.
Wow.
Bust my windows. Y'all put glass in my eye. For what? For speeding?
No, for resisting arrest.
What? You busted my window.
Sure
Yep.
did.
Everything's on camera.
Yes, it is.
Duh.
Right
You
here.
didn't resist nothing. You told me.
I didn't
And I said I
resist
wasn't getting out of the
nothing.
car.
I didn't resist nothing.
That's
Bust my
resisting.
windows.
That's
Bust
resisting.
my windows.
Yeah.
Bust my windows. Go talk to my husband because he's on the phone. And
Uh-huh.
go get my baby. My baby's crying.
Yeah, you
Y'all
did. You did that to him.
3 weeks pregnant. I could lose
Uh-huh.
my child with what the I did. Yeah, my brother just died 2 days ago.
I'm
He
sorry
just
that
died.
happened, but that had nothing to
It
do
just
with
happened
me.
randomly.
The way you're acting.
Y'all are terrible. That's why y'all are gonna suffer. Y'all are gonna suffer. Y'all will suffer.
What Janisha means.
See what I'm saying, guys? I remember what I said about them witch trials. Like, they turn into demons real quick, huh? Like, I really understand that exorcism shit.
By suffer will probably never be known because at this point, she spots another officer and immediately calls out to him, seemingly convinced he will be more willing to help her.
Of course.
Sir, can you get my baby, please? Please. I want to talk to him. I don't want to talk to him. Sir, can I please talk to him? Please get him away from me.
Oh my God.
I want to talk to you alone, please. Get him away from me. They chased me. I'm 3 weeks pregnant. My child is in the car. Can you get my baby?
Tell me what's going on first.
No, get him away from me.
I can't do that.
Get him away. Yes, you can.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can.
What's going on, talk?
Please.
I'm here to help you.
Please. Why are you doing this?
Tell me.
It must suck to be a police officer. You gotta deal with this shit all the time, man. Like, really, like it really. You think about this. This is just crazy.
You
gotta imagine dealing with these people every day.
What?
You're right along with them.
You ride along.
You're right along with them.
What's going on?
Nothing. I was going to get donuts with my son.
Oh,
Like,
that
what
sounds
the-
good.
Okay.
And then your officers don't know what the they're doing, because just because, even though my window was raised down, he decided to go bust my other window and get glass in my eye, and he raised the voltage on the taser. I'm 3 weeks pregnant. You think I want to be double tased twice?
Once she spots her 3-year-old
You think I want to be double? This just happened to me. How could this happen to me? It's random.
son in the arms of Officer Dela Cruz, placing him in the police cruiser to await his grandparents' arrival, she immediately loses her cool again.
No.
Don't let him get my child, please. Don't let him get my child. Don't let him get my child. Don't let him get my child.
We're trying not to let them see all this.
No.
Yeah.
Don't let him get my child.
Yeah, the kid, you don't want to see your mom on the ground handcuffed with tasers sticking out of her, screaming like a madman going fucking crazy. Absolutely not. You don't want a kid to see that.
My car.
No.
You put him in my car.
Fuck no.
He's in his car. He's fine.
Don't let him touch my baby. Don't let him touch my baby.
You won't let me.
I have a right over my child. Don't I have a right over my child?
We're trying to protect your child from seeing all this.
I don't want him around my child. Well, can you handle my baby? Get him.
Keep in mind, all this is before 8 in the morning. It's like you wake up, then it's this. Or 9 in the morning, I mean. Yeah, it's 8. Yeah, it's before 9 in the morning.
Away from me. Get him away from me.
What a start.
Get him away from me. Get him away from me.
It's demon time, yep.
Stop.
Oh no.
Away from me. No, get him away from me.
Jesus Christ.
Please. I don't want him by me. Please, he hurt me too much. Please. Please, I don't want him by me. Please, get him away from me.
Relax.
You can get him away.
Relax.
Oh my
But
God.
Janisha is either unable or simply unwilling to do so. Her behavior is only making her situation worse. Eventually, Officer Sears is forced to place her in the back of the squad car, though she continues to be uncooperative and to make demands of the officers.
What a surprise. I don't want to go nowhere.
I don't know my baby.
It's a rat. I don't. Where the shoes at? She probably lost them.
No, where's my
Just
husband?
relax.
I'll talk to him. You won't calm down. I don't know my baby.
It's a rat. I don't. Where the shoes at? She probably lost them.
No, where's my
Just
husband?
relax.
I'll talk to him. You won't calm down so we can do anything.
Yeah.
No, why you
No.
not calm my baby? I asked you
You
for
won't
one
calm
thing.
down. No.
Why you got my baby? Why you let a girl do this to me? Get my baby.
Oh my God.
Why you doing? You gotta relax. How can you get my baby?
Jesus.
I don't want him to hold my baby. I have a right over my child.
Hey, your baby's going to your grandparents.
No.
Oh my
What?
At the end of the day, that's where he's going, so he's good.
No.
No.
You don't need to be
I
upset no
don't
more.
want him to hold my baby. You understand what he did to my... Do you understand?
Listen.
Oh my
You
God.
can
Talk to me, but I don't want you yelling at me.
No, I'm not.
Talk to you, but I
I'm
don't
not
want
yelling.
you.
Please.
So,
Please.
your kid's going to your grandma.
Please. Okay. You get him away from my child. Where's my child? My child is in the car with the man. I just told you not to let him with.
Your child is fine.
My child is in the car with the man. I told you I didn't want him around.
Damn.
Y'all could keep him around him.
Yeah.
I wish I would die. I wish I would die.
She's doing a grip on reality. Yeah, I know.
You tell me my baby is away from me. I don't want to sit back until you get my baby to another. I don't let you get him to any police officer around here.
If you sit back in the car.
You're lying.
But you won't sit back in the car.
You're lying.
Okay, you want your child with him or you want him with me?
I want it with you, but please don't do
You're
this.
going to ride with him.
Don't do this.
Okay, that means you're going to ride with him. Okay? Because you're going
Why?
to jail today. Point blank period.
You're going to jail today.
You're going to tase me like he did.
Why do I need to take you?
Because I have my seatbelt on with him and he still tased me through my window.
I'm not going to take you.
You're going to tase me just like he did. You're going to do the same thing.
I love how like it's like all this stuff happens to her. You know?
No, ma'am.
It all happens to her.
You're lying. No, why did he tase me though? Why? If I had my seatbelt.
Yeah, all this was done to her.
Are y'all going to get on
Total new reality. Yeah, I
I'm going to
know.
walk straight over there. I need you to come in so I can walk.
You tell me, is that protocol?
Look, I'm going to look into it.
But despite the officer's
Oh my
assurance
God.
that the incident will be reviewed, Janisha's state of
Is
hysterics
that
continues.
protocol?
Kill me, please.
Once you're inside
Kill
the
me?
vehicle,
Kill me.
deal with
Kill me
the
because you will spare me.
You won't spare me?
So you didn't get the officer driver's license ID or nothing?
They didn't tell me nothing.
Okay, well, you're going to give Officer Sears that. Since you have a good rapport going with him, you're going to give him your information.
Jesus,
Your
man.
grandparents,
You don't want
the
to talk
kid's
to me.
grandparents are coming.
You don't want to
Jesus.
talk to me. I don't want to talk to you.
Are you going to give me your information?
What?
I will give you my information, but tell me that one
There is
thing.
no but. We're not right here.
Okay, well, I'll just be right
Okay,
here.
so check this out. If you don't want to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this out this vehicle. Because I don't care about this issue anymore. I'm trying to get you to jail. Your son, right now, he's okay.
Says, I'm over this shit. Shut the fuck up.
Just checked on. I can't.
No, my baby in my stomach.
Why they act this way? The reason why people act this way is because they are so stupid that they don't have a concept of like being able to think in the future. Like they can't make a long. They can't. People like this live every 15 minutes at a time. Like they never think about anything that's beyond that immediacy. There's not any sort of like, and it's not her fault. Like it's just bad spawn RNG, right? You think it's an IQ problem? Yeah, I think it's people just fucking stupid. Like if you watch a lot of these videos, you will see that these people cannot even conceptualize the idea of a consequence to a behavior that they're doing. They can't even imagine it. It's impossible. There is no. Yeah.
My baby in my stomach, please.
Why are you fighting us? Yeah.
Y'all hurt me.
Nobody's hurt you. Just sit down.
And immediately shuts the door. Yeah.
Y'all hurt me.
Nobody's hurt you. Just sit down.
And immediately shuts the door on her.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on now that the door is shut?
Are we gonna put it?
No, are you gonna tell me? Are you gonna tell me?
Just shuts the door. Man. People can't talk in their thoughts? I guess not.
Please tell me what you have to do.
She's 19.
Don't do this.
Jesus.
Don't ignore me. You're gonna make me hate the police even more than I do.
You're gonna make me hate the police. Oh no. Y'all do this every time.
Y'all treat us like we're not, even though y'all are the same color as our skin.
You think this is because you're black? Right. That's the real reason. Of course. You're being targeted because you're black. How could I have ever guessed?
You let them walk over you. You let them walk over you. You let them say me. You let them push my nose. You let them say me as a thing.
This continues for the duration of the ride to the station.
Jesus.
Are they going to do it? No, they're just going to arrest me and say I was violent and I did
that's
this and
exactly
I did
what's going to
that.
happen. It's crazy she even knows. Somebody get a new kid. Wait, they're going to give you a new kid. Wait, what? Give me a new. Exactly what's going to happen. It's crazy she even knows. Somebody get a new kid. Wait, they're going to give you a new kid. Wait, what? Give me a new baby?
After her transport, Janisha Lewis was booked at the City of Pearland Jail. She was charged with evading and resisting arrest and entered a subsequent plea of not guilty and was released on a $26,000 bond. The onlookers who'd been filming the altercation posted limited clips online where they gained initial attention for seemingly depicting excessive use of force.
As I said, from now on, like I will never see these police encounters the same after watching so many of these body cam videos. I will never see it the same way.
The NAACP investigated and concluded that the Pearland police had followed protocols when being interviewed.
Damn, even they're in on it.
After release, she commented to a waiting news crew that not pulling over for the police was the wrong thing to do. Based on court records, it appears that Janisha took a plea deal and agreed to plead guilty to a misdemeanor of resisting arrest in exchange for the felony charge of evading arrest having been dismissed.
Damn. And I wonder, you know what? I wonder if that's ever going to stop. Like, it's just, these people, I don't understand what's wrong with them. I really don't. I mean, I guess that they're just like super stupid and they're used to it. There's the video. I'll link it to you guys. Much ado over nothing. Yeah. All this was over nothing, by the way. It was all, they literally were just going to give her like a warning and say, hey, slow down. But no, that wasn't enough. It's just unbelievable where this is, man. And good thing it ruins your day. Yeah, we need to get rid of plea deals. Well, I mean, I think that sometimes they make sense, sometimes they don't, right? It's just crazy for me to see these people crash out. It's unreal for me to see it. But yeah, one more. Last one I want to go over. This, yeah, we're going to look at, there is a short version of the Parliament thing for Stop Killing Games, because I did want to watch this, and we will look into it. I just didn't want to watch the entire thing, so we'll take a look at this little bit of a highlight, okay? So before I do that, though, I do want to say that I love watching these videos, and my perspective on police brutality and the way that, like, I am always like, I was happy, like, this is in Texas, I'm pretty sure, right? So like they didn't really fuck around with her that much. This is the way they need to be all the time. Like, the moment somebody starts getting, you know, fucking rambunctious, just bzz, like, nope, not gonna deal with it. Like, officers should never be putting their, you know, their bodily harm on the line in order to, you know, keep one of these people that are like basically adult daycare enjoyers, right? Keep these people on the line. It's embarrassing. No, I do. I think so. Like, I really do. It's so fucking embarrassing. No nonsense policing. Yeah, exactly. Like, no bullshit about this at all. So body cams fix brutality by showing that it's deserved. Honestly, I think we need more police brutality. I think we need more. I don't think we have enough. But every time I see it, I'm like, damn, like, y'all putting up with this shit?
Welcome back to a series so creepy, even DJ Daniel subscribed. In today's video, Twitch CEO Dan Clancy has been confronted for refusing to ban Hassan on Twitch. He responds in the most annoying, politically safe way possible, talking about how Hassan just says a few things over the top. Bruh. He claims he always enforces terms of service and punishes Hassan. Literal one-day bans. Hassan has responded crying and playing victim about his Twitch bans, despite Dan supporting him. He claims that Twitch is biased to support Asmongold. Delusional.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
He's now crashing out at a TikToker for calling him the real-life Brian Griffin from Family Guy. Bro cannot take a joke. Debunker XQC is confronting streamers IRL. This time it's Cinna for calling out Eden Ross but refusing to call out her creepy roommate Bonnie. And a bunch of more updates. Subscribe or you get the Dan Clancy special. Do not ask me what that is. You're cocked.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody to another day of the legendary series and another Diddy Piker crash out. So it all started with the man himself, ultimate gooning load, Twitch CEO DJ Daniel Clancy. And he's getting confronted about Hassan. Dan Clancy talks Hassan's bans.
I'm sure you've been aware that one of your biggest streamers, Hassan Piker, has been in the middle of this weeks-long debate inside the Democratic Party about whether people should go on his stream, as more politicians do go on Twitch. I saw Gavin Newsom was gaming on there somewhat recently. I mean, you've obviously dealt at various times with Hassan Piker. You guys have, you guys have taken him off the platform. He's kind of come back on, temporarily kind of suspended him. What's your perspective as you kind of watch this play out? Do you think that people are kind of misunderstanding, or anybody in the Democratic Party is kind of misunderstanding his audience or his kind of popularity there? What do you think as you're watching this debate?
Yeah. So look, I don't have an opinion on any particular streamer. I think it's absolutely the case that one of the challenges when you're live streaming is you're up there and you say a lot. And when you say a lot, especially as you're more inflammatory, you might say a lot of things that are over the top.
Right. He just says a little few things that are over the top, guys. He's just itty-witty innocent Hassan there. How can he's just a little bit of Hassan. Meanwhile, cut to Hassan. Murder those mother flippers.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, guys, just a little over the top, you know, just wants to murder a bunch of people, kill specific political opponents, supports terrorism, engages in animal abuse, shocking his dog, explicit racism to several groups of people.
You chinless, inbred hick. Angloid skull must be studied for peasant brains. I thought that's why we had to kill some fucking goat herders in Afghanistan, right?
I mean, what can I say? What a harmless fellow here. You know, just a little over the top. Also, DJ Daniel here has the audacity to say, I don't have an opinion, guys. Literally admits that Hassan is his favorite streamer. Are you kidding me? Also, his entire staff. Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
Happy birthday to you.
Also, of course, Democrats are debating about Hassan Piker, bro, because he's an extremist who's infiltrated whatever movement they're trying to do. They understand that Hassan is a radical cancer cell that needs to be dealt with. They basically want to win the election, and they can't have a terrorist glazer on their side because then that loses all of the normies. Also, that interviewer, you know, giving a bunch of cop-outs like, guys, are we just misunderstanding his audience? Are you serious right now, bro? Hassan is literally open with his views, okay? He's not exactly shy about it. He might try to hide his power level when giving speeches at Yale or whatever, but even while hiding his power level, he's glazing fucking Stalin in the USSR. And Twitch obviously supports all of this. So then Dan talks about the Twitch community guidelines, right? And how awesome he is at just enforcing TOS, right? He specifically trained his staff to find the hottest e-girl. Wait, no. To ban people committing TOS violations and find the hottest e-girl that he can goon to.
Now, for us, the way we handle that is we have a very clear set of community guidelines where we do not allow certain type of behavior. If you violate that, then we take enforcement actions and we suspend you. It's designed not to kick you off forever. It's designed to say, no, you're going to have a suspension whenever Hassan has stepped over the line. We've, taken action. And it's interesting now because, those folks will get worked up from both the right and the left on this because we have also conservative people that are saying certain things that some people don't like. And one of the things that kind of works well on Twitch is if you don't like what someone's saying, then don't go and listen to them.
Right.
And then it's not in your face at all, literally.
Yeah.
It doesn't get injected into like, you got to go see it.
Totally.
You disagree. And so in general, we think it is important for us to allow people to express themselves.
Bro, the amount of bullshit this man says, you should actually be a politician. This guy has the audacity to go, we enforce Twitch TOS. We follow the community guidelines. Guys, look, we followed the guidelines. Hassan was banned for 1 day on his day off. Literally gave him a perfect little vacation for his most heinous violations. What did you guys do on the day off, Dan? Did you show him your gooning dungeon? Creepy old man, bruh. I can't. I feel like these responses are just unreal, right? He can't be serious, right? He has to be rage baiting. He actually thinks that people are gonna look at this interview and go be like, oh yeah, the Twitch CEO, he's just so honest, he's so transparent, bro. He's totally hip with the young folks, He goes out there, he talks to streamers, particularly Extra Emily. We all know that's your favorite streamer, Dan, and I wonder why. People responded, literally have a guy telling people to go out and kill senators and landlords, all while jerking off every terrorist he can find. But remember, conservatives also say mean things. Don't like it, don't listen. You endorse Hassan and sing to him. The thing is, I would have no problem with him banning a bunch of other people that he finds that are, extremist or whatever. You want to ban Asmongold as well? Go ahead. But first, you gotta permaban Hassan. That's what I don't understand. It's always rules for thee, but not for me, right? If you want to ban one side, you gotta ban the other side as well. Especially when one is clearly worse. Hassan is the reason why I don't use Twitch or stream there anymore. If the site won't ban someone as problematic as him, or any of the streamers that are like him, then it is not a company I wish to support. Also, the FBI should be involved with Hassan at this point. We have taken action. No, you have never taken action, because if you did, Hassan would have been permabanned years ago. There's no rhyme or reason to bans on Twitch. They've permabanned people for super mild things. Oh no, Dan Clancy has his own period, right? His gooning period. So it's like a cycle that goes over the month, and whenever he's like extra horny, I guess the ban count like goes down or something like that, I imagine, because he's too busy gooning. We slap him on the wrist, reduce his punishment to 1 day, or specifically on his day off, wish him happy birthday. That's fair treatment. Respectfully F off, Dan. Clancy's a freaking idiot. Dan Clowncy back at it again. Oh no, I'm getting a call. Hello, DJ Daniel here. Did you guys like how much I bullshitted in that interview? What a sucker. He totally bought it. I'm totally going to suck Hassan off under his table the entire stream today. He might even shuck collar me. Oh goody. Anyway, since I have the floor, any females in the audience, would you like to sign up to Twitch? I'm recruiting. Bonus points for OnlyFans e-girls. You know, I did hear about the Saikuno drama. What a legend. I'm going to be doubling his ad revenue. He's a man after my own heart. DJ Dan, the dynamic diddler, out. Really, Dan? You had to go and possess me again? You're already in the video, buddy. Holy shit, I gotta start charging you for this. Moving on to Hassan crying about Twitch bans and saying how unfair it is. Hassan on the double standards when it comes to banning him versus Asmongold on Twitch. Is this guy legitimately about to pretend that he isn't favored by Twitch and that Asmongold is? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Just give me a break. I need a vacation.
Bro, what do you expect? He's not gonna be like, Hassan is the man. What are you, crazy? Now, it's good that he's not saying shit like that, okay? And yes, I have been justifiably banned due to pressure campaigns, and also unjustifiably banned due to pressure campaigns, oftentimes coming from the far right. But I don't, you know, it is what it is. You just gotta fucking play ball to the best of your ability. The reality of the matter is, if you're looking at like inconsistent standards, obviously Asmongold has a shit ton more violations of the terms of service than I do, right? I mean, he basically traffics exclusively in racial animus and horrible things that he says about the minority populations of the country, entire swaths of like migrant populations he calls parasites. Did you ever cover the roach crashing out about his ban and doubling down? No, I didn't even do that because there was a lot going on in the world that was far more consequential than whatever fucking Asmongold was saying and doing.
Yet here you are talking about him, bro. Bringing him up literally every time. There's no way Hassan is crying about double standards on Twitch. Mr. Happy Birthday Boy here is actually crying. And the audacity to say that Asmon has more violations. Bro, he's not threatened to murder all capitalists. Are you kidding me? Like, have you seen your own shit? Really, the pot calling the kettle black here. You violate TOS on like a near daily basis. It's actually crazy how much shit you get away with. And of course, Hassan always does this. He tries to play victim like a little loser bitch because that's how he farms sympathy on his side, right? He always wants to be like the oppressed one. Oh my god, the guys in power are oppressing me. They're trying to silence my free speech. And then he'll come and bitch and try to pretend that Twitch is a right-wing platform favoring Asmongold. Like, it's complete fantasy, bro. Even as fans, like, there's no way you can believe this.
It's there is this ridiculous double standard that has always really existed, like, because right-wing sentiment oftentimes can hide its violent commentary in the form of systemic violence. Even outside of that, sometimes right-wingers will engage in direct calls for violence, right? Beyond the calls for violence, they can shelter in systemic analysis. However, even when right-wingers engage in direct calls to action, they oftentimes don't get hit with the ban hammer. There's a couple different reasons for it. One, ironically enough, I think left and liberal groups no longer care as much about like weaponizing cancel culture as much as the Republicans do. Right-wingers love cancel culture. They love weaponizing it, right? I mean, look at what Fox News is doing for like the past week or so, for the past couple of weeks.
Okay, first off, it wasn't just Fox. Literally everybody doesn't like you. CNN did this before this, and a bunch of randos on Twitter were cooking you too. Also, there's no way this regard just talked about direct calls for violence. Do you hear the words coming out of your mouth?
I want to fucking kill him, dude. I want to kill.
Whoa.
In a video game.
I meant it's just not in a video game.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This guy is the most frustrating guy to watch ever. And the worst part is it's not even rage bait. It's not even rage bait. This is how he actually thinks. So then Hassan says he's totally unbothered and doesn't care.
The other reason is also because I think that these platforms are genuinely worried about suspending people because the Republicans are much more aggressive in defending heinous shit that their side says. Like, there was a real likelihood when Asmongold got banned that JD Vance could have said something about it. Obviously, it was like a very different media cycle at the time, so there wasn't enough backlash at all. But that was a real fear. I don't even know what Asmongold got banned for. I didn't even look into it. I didn't even care about it. And the reality of the matter is there's far too many things he should have been banned for that he didn't. Funny how Meek Kane video said you both react to each other for money when you didn't even farm his ban. If roles were reversed, he would have farmed you for a week. Yeah, I don't really care.
Okay, so let me just expose why he doesn't care, right? The reason he doesn't care about Asmon's Twitch ban is because he said the same shit. We literally found him saying the same stuff about, quote, goat herders. He knew that if he talks about Asmon's ban, people will bring up him saying the exact same words. Not to mention there was even more stuff that was unearthed about him being explicitly racist to several groups of people.
English man figured out how to work a fire extinguisher? You're really gonna fucking act like that's not impressive? Only country that unironically takes a fat W in all of this is Poland because they don't know how to use computers. If the goddamn Eurocucks can do it when they've been fighting one another even though they're inbred as shit.
You know what would be funny is like if I get in trouble for this.
Eric, back at it again. Yeah, like Hassan slips up even a little bit and he's instantly banned. I swear I saw a clip earlier of CEO Stan Clancy and he was on stage. Interviewer randomly asked about Hassan being banned. No one else just asked about Hassan. The Hassan bad campaigns are so obvious, dude. Thank you for your wonderful insight, Mr. Eric. I think you've swallowed at this point, right? The dick is fully down, the digestive system going through your body. You can't even take it out anymore, huh? It's fully in there. The double standard is Hassan breaks TOS, he doesn't get banned. Asmon doesn't break TOS, but he gets banned. Thank you, Ultimate Gaming Lord. Once again, here we are with Hassan pretending like every single one of his bans are just not a weekend vacation. How does he honestly believe the things he says? Like, what do you mean Asmon has a shit ton more violations? No, well, we got all of Hassan's violations. Hassan Brian Biker is once again trying to pretend that Twitch isn't his biggest dick riders. Oh yeah, basically everybody's calling Hassan Brian Griffin, right? Because he's condescending about politics. And he's crashing out over it, which we'll get to. Every dog has his day. Hassan is a violent, racist, terror-supporting, anti-American, animal-abusing, senator-threatening menace who should have been perma-banned years ago. And we've literally got like 4 clips here. Oh my god, this is a new one. Okay, the head size is very accurate, but Kaya doesn't seem to be in as much pain, so gotta make it more realistic. Like clockwork, the Hassan system works every time. Moving on to Hassan crying about a TikToker. Basically, this TikTok girl was glazing Hassan, saying, oh my god, we need to embrace Hassan Biker, the Democrats need him. A complete regard here, obviously, embracing a terrorist dick rider, but she made the fatal mistake. She happened to compare him to Brian Griffin from Family Guy, and Hassan instantly rolls his eyes and gets triggered and stun-locked. Hassan rolls his eyes at being labeled Brian Griffin by TikTok. This is the TikTok meta.
We do not have the luxury of not platforming Hassan Piker. Okay? We don't have the luxury of ignoring Hassan Piker. We certainly do not have the luxury of castigating or insulting or looking down our noses at Hassan Piker. As hilarious and accurate as it is to call him IRL Brian Griffin. Like, I think that shit's hilarious and apt. But I have gone on here before and said to all—
Bro, there's like, I swear to God, there's a TikTok style of commentary. You know how like there's Reddit speak where people will say Reddit's down the street, buddy. This is the TikTok meta. And it's like, it's even somehow less educated than the fucking than the Reddit meta. Like at least the Reddit meta is they write like all these long effort posts about how I'm a danger to American empire. I'm a danger to America. I hate America. anti-NATO Atlanticists, and therefore this is an untenable position or whatever, right? But the TikTok one is even dumber than that, where they're like, he's just like, he's a guy who talks condescendingly about politics, so he fucking reminds me of Brian Griffin.
Yeah, I feel like Hassan has got to be the most miserable man alive. Can you take a joke, man? That's a light-hearted jab. She was literally glazing you this entire time. She's going like, oh my god, we can't afford to shit-talk Hassan. We need him. We need him and his shoulder pads. You were actually the most pathetic man alive, bro. Who cares if you got compared to Brian Griffin from Family Guy? Be happy she didn't compare you to Hitler because of your shared sentiment for Jews. There's a million worse things to say to you, but Hassan, like, he finds the one thing to get mad about. And this is basically his outlook in life, right? Search out for the negativity, ignore everything else, and look at the worst possible thing that is happening and fixate on that. And it's not just me that's calling him out. A subscriber of his also called him out for not being able to take a joke, because he obviously looks like a giant man baby.
He's a guy who talks condescendingly about politics, so he fucking reminds me of Brian Griffin. That, and also he wears expensive clothes, so he's a fake commie. Dude cannot take a joke even when the video is defending him. No, I'm just like seeing, oh my god, I just see it so frequently. It's like, all right, yes, I'm fucking Brian Griffin. You go on Reddit, I'm, Osama bin Laden, al-Baghdadi combined with Yahya Sinwar. You go on TikTok and it's always like, he's just Brian Griffin. Can I not make analysis about like overall platform, like the differences between like political expression and different social media platforms? Am I not allowed to do that? Can I do that without some dumb fuck chiming and being like, oh, you can't take a joke? Yes, I'm Brian Griffin, dude. I'm Brian Kill Me.
Yeah, I hope you got the message there. Never attempt to joke with Hassan Piker, especially about politics. He's a respected political commentator. Don't you dare compare him to Brian. You just know that Kaya is getting shocked tonight, right? We all know how he takes out his frustration. Maybe it's because Brian's a dog. That really just hits extra close to home for him. I still remember when somebody called him fat and he told them to die.
You got to get some workouts in, man. You eat more than Austin Peas. Dude, I'm literally, all right, first of all, dude, never do this. Fucking die if you're going to do that, okay? Who the fuck do you think you are, bitch? Suck my fucking cock. Okay? Perish.
Classic Hassan, fucking Tubby here, cannot take a joke. Also, Hassan goes, oh yeah, I see this so frequently. Maybe because it's true, maybe because it's accurate. I mean, all the comparisons, like, I don't get compared to Osama bin Laden. I feel like that's a you problem, Something you say or do makes people give you these nicknames. Let's make the new updated nickname, right? We got Hamas Diddy, Bin Laden Adolf Jeffrey, Small Head Petite Feet, Shoulder Pad Piker. I probably missed like 5 to 10 more nicknames there, but that's a good one. That's a good one. It's a classic. Next time you say the name of Hassan, please refer to him by his full name. So then he tries to do this weird sort of reasoning where he says that, oh, well, everybody's a hypocrite, so therefore my hypocrisy doesn't matter.
Streaming somber, okay?
Jesus. Where the fuck does the Brian Griffin thing come from? You have nothing in common with him. He's a lib. It's literally just guy who talks about politics and is annoying. That's it. And also hypocritical. This is what it is. It's hypocrisy is the number one marker of a person. Like hypocrisy baiting, hypocrisy fishing is the number one marker of a person who doesn't understand ideology, who doesn't have any sort of like real political convictions, and simply wants to apply some kind of criticism. There are instances where people engage in like inherently hypocritical things, incredibly hypocritical actions, right? There are oxymoronic positions, the entire Groyper movement being comprised of like, brown people, even though Groypers are white supremacist neo-Nazis. But in most circumstances, it's just, criticism without synthesis is precisely what it is.
Hassan, what the fuck are you on about? First off, what a way to hand wave all the hypocrisy, right?
Guys, some positions are just inherently hypocritical. Yes, like being a socialist or man of the people while living in a $3 million mansion in Hollywood. It's pretty hypocritical. Someone going to give humanitarian aid to Cuba in a $5,000 outfit in a 5-star hotel. Yeah, it's a little hypocritical, man. Also, please tell me I heard that wrong. Did this colossal regard just say that most groypers are brown people? Hassan, were you dropped on your head as a baby? So he's talking about groypers or like these far-right white nationalists, and he goes, yeah, it's mostly brown people. Are you fucking stupid? Like, dude, this is beyond brain damage. You actually cannot fix this. I mean, just because you're a self-hating regard doesn't mean everybody else is. And also, is he white today again? Is this Schrodinger's Turk back at it again? He's no longer brown? Such a fucking tool. This F-slud doesn't realize he's just a lol cow. No one takes his douchebag seriously. He was seriously bragging about being financially independent at the age of 30. Wait, this looks like my clip. Oh yeah, wait, oh my god. This is, the room has changed. The room has changed, guys, wow. Seems like everywhere he goes, he ends up hated. Maybe it isn't everyone else and it's just him. Why is he responding so condescendingly? It's Hassan. That's all he knows. No, Brian, don't do it to your own kind. Bzzz. Oh my god, is this Asmongold? What the hell? You got the shock color on Brian as Hassan. Bruh. Taken from Wikipedia, yep, he's Brian Griffin. As a character, Brian was initially well received by critics, praised for his wit, intelligence, and sarcastic humor. In later years, reception became negative, with many viewers criticizing his pretentious, self-righteous, and hypocritical behavior, as well as his frequent political ramblings. Well, the difference is Hassan was never likable. Like, before this, he was a fucking Diet Andrew Tate bro tips guy. Like, he was still a scumbag. This is exactly how Brown Griffin would respond. God, he's got it down, Pat. Okay, the plan is working. The clips are spreading. Hassan and Destiny resurfaced clips about conservatives, and Charlie Kirk have hit the timeline. And this is Destiny's clip about genociding half the country. And this is Hassan's clip about threatening to murder Charlie Kirk. And I saw a bunch of like random like politicians using it as well. I mean, yeah, at first it starts on the Legendary series and then everywhere else, baby. That's how it should be. People remembered this initially, but it was quickly squashed. But yeah, Hassan was saying how he wanted to kill Charlie Kirk, and then one of his fans did. You can't really say it was one of his fans because, I don't know, it could be a lone crazy acting, but Hassan definitely inspires this rhetoric and this sort of somebody needs to do it actions, right?
And you actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, you know, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. That which is, I think that shows that there's a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential. Untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact, and it's a great opportunity for organizing, I think, in these unprecedentedly horrible times.
When you hear these people talk, you understand why communism, socialism, and every state control over what a person can say and do leads to mass violence on the citizens. Yeah, you wonder how things like that come to power, and then you realize there's people like Hassan going around screaming it, like saying it completely casually, and he's not being stopped. Revoke Hassan's citizenship and deport his ass. Anti-genocide motherflippers, the second a group of people disagree with them. Hassan Stinny and this fucking diabolical picture. FBI should investigate what streamers the killer watched. Also, how is that not a ban? Oh, absolutely. I feel like anytime one of these like insane things go down, we need to see their watch history, right? Not to make as like a one-to-one connection, but just to get an insight. Like, okay, was this person watching this person stream for a very long time? Were they subscribed? Like, if you see subscriber to Hassan for 69 months and they go and do something, then there's like a pretty obvious connection, right? But Hassan has been slithering by somehow. And any new terrorist attack that happens, he's automatically said now anything that happens is a false flag according to him. Basically giving justification to any terrorist, which is crazy. Moving on to Debunker XQC beefing with some streamers. Basically, XQC was confronting streamer Cinna for disavowing Aiden Ross for being a bad person. Meanwhile, giving a pass to her roommate Bonnie, the creepy fuck, who was bragging about sleeping with a 16-year-old, taking his virginity, saying how it's her only chance to sleep with someone younger, and that it was a cute little 16-year-old.
This is like my only time to like have sex with somebody who's younger than me.
Now, she was also the person who harassed a bunch of old people because she's a piece of shit.
Get out the way! Now we're stuck by the slow couple again.
frick. Get out the way. Why are you always in my way?
And here's the confrontation, and it is some cringe streamer shit. STC and Senna clash IRL over authenticity in streaming.
Oh yeah, what about Bonnie?
Okay.
Oh.
Really? Hold on, did you defend Saikuna because you cheated too?
Yeah.
Oh!
Son!
That's what you want to do.
I did because he's the fucking goat.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yo! You cheated on a deb! Yo! You cheated on Sakura? Yo! Sana, talk about how you threw Aiden under the bus for no reason.
Yo!
What?
I said I have no beef with Aiden though.
Yeah, but...
So what do you mean? You're trying to defend him, we don't even have beef. Are you
No. You said I cannot be his friend, I cannot associate with him because he's a bad guy.
You got a little bit of right here on your mouth.
What? Yo. If I said that, then I would be a sexist.
You can say it.
Oh my god, bro, chill. That's his high quality friend.
It's a radioactive wasteland over there.
Really? That's like your bedroom though, isn't it?
Yo, she quick, she's quick.
Yo, she's hey, now she coming over now. I like it.
Bro, that fucking guy, Jason the Ween, bro, he is actually a master instigator. He's just sitting in the sidelines, egging this on to farm some clips. It's actually genius. But yeah, basically Cinna then says that, oh yeah, my roommate Bonnie, she was 18. Oh, did you see her response? And she's basically playing lawyer for her. And this is XQC's whole point, that she will defend her friends or people who it's convenient for her, but then she has different standards for other people. Basically not consistent at all.
Now, elaborate about your roommates.
She was 18. Did you see that? Or
Yo.
did you not react to it?
What?
Did you see it or did you not react to it?
Yeah.
So you chose to not react to it.
I don't think it's about her. I don't think it's about her. I didn't react to it. I watched the whole thing.
Let me ask you something. Why don't you come to me about stuff with me rather than other people? I can come to you about the shit
Wait,
that
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I can come to you about the shit that you do.
That's not true.
Really?
You never done that before.
I can't do that.
No, you can, but you never done that before.
Also, let me ask you something. If you genuinely thought that something was wrong, using my beef with your friend in order to prop that up doesn't make sense. You could just come to me like an adult. No?
Yeah. No. Getting this victim. If you're vocal in public about one thing,
right, but
you cannot hide it when it's about your friend, though.
So let me ask you something. So she reacted to or she said something the next day. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it.
Convenient.
So what did she say?
Why don't you go watch it and ask her?
No. Wait. This is so odd.
Don't do that, because see, you're trying to
Take
do that.
your crown back! Yo, you're getting
she
snatched your crown, X!
Yeah, sometimes you gotta fold for the greater good.
So you're saying...
Sometimes, if you went too far and things go too far, you gotta be the one to slow down.
So you're giving excuses on why you copped it.
Bro,
be nice to him. Be nice to him. He's only a 32-year-old.
She's too heated, and I feel like if I go, it's too far. Because I feel like I hit a string, and I shouldn't have done that.
Don't cop it now.
Okay, first off, you know that this Cinna person couldn't defend her because she literally just went, go watch the clip, right? You would actually tell him what was in the clip if you actually had a defense. But the clip she's talking about is literally Bonnie just saying that she was 18. That's it. That's the entire clip, right? She didn't mention anything else. So she was acting like she had some bulletproof defense that made it like out of context. But no, the reason people were mad is that Bonnie's a fucking creep, not just for the age gap, but for her describing the whole thing like a massive creep, right? Can you imagine a guy going, this was my one chance to sleep with a 16-year-old. Oh my God, I wanted to take her virginity. And she's a cute little 16-year-old. It is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. She's definitely a weirdo for that. Not to mention she did a bunch of like sex work in the past that makes it like extra creepy as well. I mean, if it was a guy, you guys would be crying for sure, right? Call Me Carson literally got canceled for that shit. But it's fine when it's your creepy weird friends, right? And XQC, I guess, kind of folded or didn't have a response in the moment or something, but she definitely got triggered because she knows she got called out. Why is she acting like Bonnie's age is the issue? We heard her say why she wanted to do it. That's the problem. I don't get her defending Bonnie. Regardless if she was 18, she was bragging about sleeping with a 16-year-old boy. Should have bought up her friend's alter ego cam model. SCC is the only real human being there. Now reverse the roles. 18-year-old male frick worker decides to sleep with a 16-year-old teen. Yes, Bonnie was doing the frick work at the time. This wasn't some high school sweetheart moment. Okay, I have no idea. Like, she's hidden her past or some shit. I don't really follow these streamers at all, but I just found the clip super weird. Cinna is usually hilarious, but when she shares her real opinion, she's disgustingly toxic and woke. Oh yeah, she's definitely that type, right? The Hollywood streamer type. She didn't even defend her friend Emiru either. Jason and Ron like two Sims defending Cinna. I think they're just trolling, to be honest. Jason literally defending David, Grapus, Pia. Yeah, wait, that was some weird shit. Apparently this dude like was super buddy and made like a song with this guy who's now like getting charged for murder or something. Like some, I don't know what is going on in these streamer groups, bruh. Moving on to some wonderful news, a little side story here. Our boy Johnny Somali has finally gone to prison. Holy cinema. He has been found guilty on all charges in South Korea, has been sentenced to prison with labor with no suspended sentence. He'll be going to a specialized labor prison. His phones will be confiscated, and he'll also receive offender status. Somali may appeal within 1 week. Looking like a fucking tool as always.
Johnny Somali, aka Ramzi Khalid Ismail, has been sentenced to 6 months and 20 days in prison with labor in Seoul, South Korea.
They put him on the fucking workforce, bro. They said, you're going to turn big rocks into little rocks for half of a year. By the way, it should have been way longer.
Ramzi Khalid Ismail, aka Johnny Somali, was found guilty on all 8 charges.
Yeah.
So there were 4 counts of business obstruction, 2 counts on the Minor Crimes Act,
Wow.
and 2 counts of the deep fake distribution.
Oof.
Guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor, an additional 20 days of detention, and 5 years of offender status, with his phones being permanently confiscated. But how did we get there?
Damn.
Well, we got there through a
Damn. Fucking got him.
Down the sentence, he explained very clearly it was 6 months in prison with labor that will be in a specialized prison for labor, also in a prison for offenders, because he had 5 years of offender status, so he can be nowhere near women or children, and he also
That's
has to
good.
be away from certain types of locations as well. So he
Like
can't do
schools.
all sorts of labor, but he will be laboring in prison. He also will have an additional 20 days of detention, and his phones are permanently confiscated. He will
Damn.
only got 6 months. So the prosecution has a chance to go to the court and say, no, we need more time. We think this is not fair. Somali can also try to appeal this, but the thing is for Somali, where appeals really aren't going to work in his favor, is the average appeal takes about 6 months. So it's
It takes 6 months, and you have to wait in jail.
Okay, honestly, he should get several years in prison, in my opinion. But this is a good start, right? This is a good start. He's finally facing some consequences. It's lovely to see. We all know he ain't learning shit in prison either. It's probably just gonna make his sentence worse. And oh my god, how long did this take, bro? Like, I remember like Atozy was covering this guy for an entire year or more or something like that. I was also making a bunch of videos on him, and then I sort of pivoted to other stuff. But basically everybody was waiting on this guy's downfall, right? And there's a bunch of parallels to our boy Hassan, right? A bunch of people praying on his downfall. And I can't wait till Diddy Piker sees the inside of a prison cell. That meme needs to come true. Soy Cock Destiny and Cockroach Hassan in the same cell. Make it happen. You know, there's a law of the legendary series. Whatever is most cinema will happen. So it's only a matter of time. And to those of you losing faith, have patience, okay? Great things take time, you know? People responded 6 months isn't long enough. I think they can make it longer, like if the prosecutor appeals or something, I don't know. Justice for Johnny, give him the full 3 years. Literary behavior so unemployed he was sentenced to a job. Happy he was proved wrong when he claimed I won't spend 1 day in prison. But we are petitioning the Korean prosecutors to ask for more jail time. 6 months simply isn't enough, absolutely. A Korean here, there's no 6-month incarceration for first-time offenders, especially if foreigners are convicted. Johnny must have pissed off so many people, especially the judge. Yeah, he was talking shit to the judge and everybody. Work camp for him is pure torture because he never worked a day in his life. Also, he looks weak as fuck. Now click this video or you get a visit from DJ Daniel at 3 a.m. You don't want that. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
mental health condition.
21%.
The second leading cause of death for young adults today is suicide. Mr. President, antidepressants right now are the most prescribed class of medications in the country. Over 20% of women are on an antidepressant.
Is that good in terms of do they work?
There's highly problematic
Oh my God.
Research on the fact that over 20% of U.S. women are on these drugs that are prescribed for life.
Yeah.
We have a mental health crisis. And
Do they work?
No. They don't. Me, I'm on a couple of them. And
I would not have.
They don't.
I would not
I'm talking to Wade, like I said, I figured I'd be next, but no, it is definitely an issue for women.
Yeah. But Mr. President, what you and Secretary Kennedy unlocked is for the first time questioning this system, that where we spend 3 times more per capita than any other country in the world, and we are living 6-7 years less. We have the highest rates of suicide and depression in the developed world. The incentives of our system.
And by the way, autism, which we're really working hard on, right, Bob?
We have the highest rates.
And we're coming up with some pretty amazing findings.
Pediatric cancer is the highest rates in the world. We are struggling and paying more than any other country, and the power of this executive order is really representative and gives validation to the cries of Maha moms and the votes of Maha moms, because for the first time it's taking a therapy that's one time. This is a one time, not a lifetime drug that can change someone's life, and that's the power, and I think that's why the system.
So the antidepressants.
So there it is. I'm glad to see this. Still not addressing the root causes, to be honest. Well, I mean, you've got to do it like the way that you attack mental health like this is like through a multifaceted approach, right? You don't do it in one way. So this is Joe Rogan. Okay, here we go. Let's see it.
Tell everybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. I want to tell everybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously.
Yeah.
In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses.
Wow.
It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With 1 dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information.
That's a lot.
The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. It was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful, they're illegal.
Thank fucking God we have people like men of action in government. I wish you, can you just do that with everything? That's what we need to do with everything. Thank God. Yes, exactly. Holy fuck, man. This is finally happening. I know.
Because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of that now. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
W. Great. I mean, this is awesome. I'm happy. And yeah, there we go. And you know, like politicians, you're like businessmen. Well, you gotta look somebody that does a fucking job, right? I mean, there it is. And Trump, yeah, conservatives putting on leaders in the White House, lives for puppets in there. Well, I mean, I feel like you've got a lot of problems on both sides. It's not really that one-dimensional, but like in general, I'm very, very happy to see things like this improve. I'm tremendously happy, and this is, oh no, oh God. Okay, well, let me see if there's any more of this that are worth looking at. But overall, I'm very happy to see this. Trump made a great decision. And just in a very general sense, I think that overall being able to do this kind of stuff, it's a great thing. It's an amazing thing. And I'm very happy. And yeah, here we go.
My honor.
This is him signing it. The IRGC closes the strait again.
I wanted to work. See that, Joe? You think Biden can do that? He can't.
Do you think Biden could sign his name? Yeah, I didn't think so. Wow.
Do you have any questions of the folks? And I think we'll keep it on the subject pretty much. You'll have some questions. My honor.
Man, how about that? He's proud? Yeah, and I think it's a good thing. It's a great thing. Absolutely.
Thanks, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's a fantastic... where are you, Bob? Over here. He always makes it difficult for us. He's done a great job, too. And people love him. And more importantly, your wife is here.
I honestly think he's been great. I like getting, for example, like Red 40 and just replacing that with like, I don't know, like cantaloupes or something. Like, I feel like that's just, it's just better. Right? It's literally just better. Thank God.
Here someplace, Bobby? She's out there? Where are you? Where are you? The real boss in the family. Thanks, Secretary.
And RFK's been putting to work. Yeah, he has. I think it's great, man. It's amazing. I'm happy to see it. And what is this? And there's a little bit more of this. I can find everything else. And oh, here we go.
President Trump has delivered an epic victory for all humanity. I thank him for having the courage to make this happen. And my mission brother,
epic
Joe Rogan, for having the spine to make the ask.
Damn.
To our brothers and sisters in Gabon, you have our deepest gratitude for your stewardship of the sacred tree grown for the heat.
I mean, like, you gotta give this guy a cowboy hat or something, man. Like, I mean, really?
Of nations.
Like a bolo tie
I will
or
do
something?
my best
Come on.
to deliver the respect and honor you deserve.
Doug Dimmadome, yep.
This nation. It is my joy to deliver these good tidings unto the meek, which will hopefully bind up the brokenhearted, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to all who are bound. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you, brother.
Damn. Damn, he's a head cowboy and on a range coach. I'm not surprised at all, and so this is great, man, and I'm very happy. And yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say. This is
match the scale of the problem. I want to thank Joe Rogan for helping bring national attention to innovative, potentially life-saving treatments for veterans.
Joe Rogan, bro,
And
like,
others
there he
living
is.
with mental illness, and for pushing this conversation into the mainstream. I also want to thank Representative Morgan Luttrell from Texas and former Navy SEAL Marcus Luttrell for their leadership on this issue. I also want to thank...
I know you guys might not believe this, but anybody that's been paying attention, his voice has been getting better. It is. Like, it's a lot better than it was, like, whenever he was campaigning for president. Like, it's improved a pretty good amount.
CEO of Americans Thrive Again, Brian Hubbard, and the organization's
I think
ambassador, former Navy SEAL Henry Berkowitz.
Yeah, I got throat
and
cancer.
Former SEAL Team 6 Rob O'Neill. I want to thank a couple of people for getting this record time across the finish line. Callie Means and Dr. Heidi Overton. Thank you, Heidi, for your leadership and for your attention to detail, which is often matched this.
There it is. That's great, man. And use it. Yeah, fucking red 40 out of the system. I know, man. And there it is. So, yeah, there are going to be certain psychedelics designated to breakthrough as therapy drugs. Okay, this will be the last one. This will be the last one that, like, fully explains everything. And then I want to look at the Iran thing.
The executive order I'm signing, we're actually signing the executive order today, is really a moment. It directs the FDA to expedite their review of certain psychedelics already designated as breakthrough therapy drugs. They're very much being discussed. It's one of the hottest things I think you're talking about, Oz, right? It's nothing.
Yeah.
If these turn out to be as good as people are saying, it's going to have a tremendous impact on this country and other countries too.
Good.
These treatments are currently in the advanced stages of clinical trials to ensure that they're both safe and effective for the American patients. And the nice part is we're actually doing this early, but it has been going on. Research has been going on for quite some time. But you know, usually with things like this, nothing ever happens, no matter
Many
how the
such
research
cases.
ends up. But we're changing that. This order will clear away unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, improve data sharing among the FDA and the Department of Veterans Affairs, and facilitate fast rescheduling of any psychedelic drugs that become FDA approved. And we think many of them will go very quickly. And
hopefully,
I have to say the most favored nations pricing that I established, has been...
I feel like that's one of the things that Trump did that was just like a universal good thing nobody talks about. Like, this is kind of one of the problems is, like, people that don't like certain presidents are unwilling to acknowledge that the president ever does something good or bad. Like, for example, Biden pardoned a lot of people that were in jail for nonviolent weed charges. That was a good thing that Biden did. It was just straight up a good thing. Like, there's no reason these people should be in fucking jail. And, like, I feel like people would be better off if we just acknowledge that there are some good things that happen.
knocking the cost of drugs down by 50, 60, 70, 80%. And I also want to thank you and
Trump did
Bobby
that too,
for the
though?
great job.
Yeah, it was
you've
good,
done.
and Trump
It's
did it too.
incredible. And the press refuses to write about it. I think it's It's probably as big as what we're talking about today. The drug costs are going down and by the way, Trump RX, which is the way you go to get your very low cost drugs. But when you think in my first term, for 28 years, drug prices went up, and I got it down
Holy
one
shit.
quarter or 1/8%. I was so proud of myself. It's the only one that in 28 years got them down. And I had a news conference to explain how great I was. I said, I'm the greatest there ever was. I got it down 1/8%. Okay? I was very proud because it only went up. For 28 years, it went up. Now
Wow, there it is at a press conference for how great I am. Man, fucking based.
Previously on this channel, I went all across New Jersey and found the most abandoned and dead malls I could find, and I investigated them pretty thoroughly by going into the actual backrooms of them, which I probably shouldn't have done, and just assessing the state of them and seeing what stores were open and what stores were closed. And you guys seem to have loved that because thousands of you have messaged me since saying, Sam, you have to go to this mall in Delaware, and this mall in Maryland, and this mall in New York. Well, guess what? I'll be going to them all. This time it's going to be bigger and better, and a lot of these malls are a lot crazier than the first one. So I'm really excited to explore these, and I hope you are too, and we have a lot to get to. So without further ado, grab your popcorn and let's do this.
We're currently at the Marley Station Mall in Glen Burnie, Maryland, and this mall, out of every single abandoned mall I've ever been to, has the worst reviews online. I think it has a 3.7 out of 5 stars, and every single of the recent comments says dead mall, ghost mall, rats everywhere when you walk around the food court. So I'm thinking, what is going on in here? So of course I had to check it out. The story of this mall is that at one point this had 137 stores inside, and then once all the anchor stores went away, like Macy's, Sears, Boscov, which they actually ended up putting data centers inside, which is also interesting, we're gonna check out. The mall just completely collapsed. It had bad management, this, that, and the other. Now the place is a dump, and apparently there's literally nothing inside, so I'm excited to see this, so let's go inside. Literally, as we're about to enter this mall, the first thing we see is that the door is out of order. Please use another door. Thank you, mall management. Hopefully these are open. Every single door is, so this is the only door you could enter from. This property is monitored by security cameras. Maybe you should be monitoring the traffic into your store. It even has the flickering LED lights up top. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. I'm really excited about this one. You could hear the echoing of my voice. Definitely a little bit of action, so there's certainly some people here, but when you think of a dead abandoned mall, I mean, this is it. It's picturesque. So this is the center of the mall. It even has that old like 1990s rug, and then it even has an elevator too. An iconic elevator that I am positive isn't working, but I am going to try to go in it to see if it works. I was gonna do a gag where I just go up in the elevator, but as expected, sorry for the inconvenience, out of order. So just to be clear, we've walked maybe 100 steps. 5 of the 6 doors were out of order, and the elevator is out of order. And every single store is out of order, including the one directly behind us, which I don't even know what was here, but they do have a window that it looks like you could kind of sneak in and go inside, which I'm not gonna do because we're not gonna trespass, but dead, just so dead. They have some interesting stores here. So they have an I Got Next toys and game store where you can play retro games with your friends, which is fun. And then I doubt this is still open because I read online it's closed, but you see the Sears there, the department store. Usually an abandoned Sears like this doesn't really keep, especially the lights on the sign, but this one does, which is kind of magnificent. But if you do look inside, there's nothing there. I want to go right up to the Sears because that's kind of cool to see a Sears completely empty. So here's the Sears. Yeah, like the light is still on for the Sears. There's of course no Sears left in the world. They've all went bankrupt. I think as of 2021 was the last Sears. If you've never been inside of a Sears because you're too young, you weren't really missing out on too much. Kind of like a combination of maybe like a Lowe's, but then they also had like some department store Macy's-ish things to them. Honestly, they were pretty cool overall, but clearly nobody cares about them enough because nobody went and they ended up dying. Actually looks like the back rooms in there. So many lights are on though. They still have a children's play area too, so if you do want to walk the mall because you're going to one of the few stores that's open, there's the possibility for your children to play, which is nice, which is different than some other malls because this is very abandoned, but there are still some signs of life, I'd say, particularly in the play area, and then the abandoned stores still have their signage. Also behind me is an unattended jewelry store. Like if I were a thief, which I'm not, this is ripe for the taking. Just kidding, don't do that. All right, let's go up the stairs here because I don't see an escalator working, so I think it's just the stairs because it's the elevator or the stairs, right? There's 2 ways to go up and down. So we are going up. Top floor has nothing open. All right, we're gonna play a game. We're gonna see how long it takes to find a store that's open. Closed, 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 closed. On the other side, closed, 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 closed. I actually don't think there's a store that's open on this top floor. I thought the bottom floor was bad. The top floor has nothing. Oh, as I say that, what do we got here? Oh, it's closed. But it's not closed. It's just closed maybe for the day, or maybe they're ramping up to close. But Carnage Gaming and Kicks, you can technically go in if it were open. They have a TV playing even though nobody's in the store. What is a dead mall if it doesn't have, these massage chairs? They're always just incredibly uncomfortable. They're never just comfortable to sit in. And this one's sticky too, so let's not sit in this too long. This would be a great mall to just rent out and have just like an entire haunted attraction in which you just walk around and then there's maybe like zombies and stuff grabbing you, coming and emerging from the stores. You have like inmates like banging on the stores. So there are escalators, but it looks like only one of them is working. And then we have the exit right here. 2 doors, which way do I do? Authorized persons only or emergency exit? Surprise, they both lead to the same exact place. All right, we have once again emerged in the back rooms of the mall. So this is the Marley Station back rooms. We went here at the Livingston Mall. This is gonna be the same exact thing, only worse, because there's literally nothing here. I don't know what I'm expecting to see in here, but at least at the other mall's back rooms, there's some stuff that you can interact with. This is just empty. This mall has been dying for a very long time. Let's check out the janitorial closet. It's closed. Locked. It's starting to get dark back here. The lights start to go down a bit. This is a service elevator. All right, I want to find one door that we can open. Every door is locked though. Why? Just let me explore it, right? If it's been closed for 10 years, what's the harm? Nothing is open. We can't even like pop into a store. That's like the outside of the mall. This is the final door in the back rooms and you can't even get in. All right, I think we gotta get out of here. Okay, we found the exit, so let's go back into the mall. And this time I want to check out the food court and see if the movie theater is still up. Escalator's not working, so it's just gonna be stairs basically. So we're gonna go down because the food court is that way. It's actually quite peaceful here. Looks like an abandoned amusement park in here. Like an arcade, lots of different arcade games, a very small merry-go-round. So I think we've reached the food court, but there might just be a single restaurant called China Bowl. I feel like I gotta get something, right? The last remaining restaurant in a food court must mean it's good, right? If they're staying open, it means people are eating it. All right, so just got the food. A really sweet lady in there. Was able to get my sriracha garlic chicken and rice. This is what it looks like. Looking good. Behind me, you'll see some empty refreshments, no vending machines working there, and then closed stores, of course, so I went ahead and got a water here. Deer Park is like the worst water though, but it is what it is. So let's dive into this. Beforehand though, I do want to see my wonton, see what my fortune is. Stay open to new opportunities that come your way, which means if we see a door, I will be walking through it. All right, let's do this. I've never actually had bad Chinese mall food. It's always just pretty solid across the board. I see why they're staying open. It's just a safe bet. You go to the mall, you know you're gonna get some good greasy chicken, some solid fried rice, call it a day. So we just had an idea. I'm gonna go to the mall management office, and if somebody is in there, I'm going to ask them if I'm able to purchase the Sears signs. If I can get that, that would be legendary. So let's see if we can find somebody who maybe can facilitate this transaction. Are we able to get our hands on like some of the signs and stuff for stores that are not used? Maybe the Sears one would be like the ideal one.
Sears technically, they still own their portion of it.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. So apparently Sears still owns that building, which means that they don't want to actually give away anything that's part of it, which is weird they still have a lease on that considering they don't have an operating store. But nonetheless, I'll try to reach out. I'll see what the mall manager says. I don't think it's too likely, but hey, at least we got somewhere with it. So I found the data center. It's called AI.net, but it says this is protected property, so no trespassing. So I'm not going to attempt to go inside because they do have me stopped in my tracks here. There also might be some interesting data going on being processed in this data center. Who knows what? Maybe ChatGPT, OpenAI runs their entire servers through this spot. Remains to be seen, but we won't be seeing today. But it is cool that they have like a transformed data center where there used to be, I think, a Boscov's. All right, so that's Marley Station Mall. Extremely abandoned. I definitely trust those Google reviews. They were not lying when they said that place was a ghost town. Basically every single store was closed with the exception of like JCPenney and then like that one Chinese restaurant in the food court. Really wild in there. It's only gonna get crazier though, so let's move on to the next abandoned mall. All right guys, we are currently out of East Point Mall in Baltimore, Maryland, and this one might just have the funniest Google reviews yet. So it has 3.6 stars out of 5, and some stuff it says, these are some of the recent ones, rats are running around all over the mall, haunted place with 3 emojis there, and then this place has gone to There's also been a lot of videos online of this place being a complete dump on the inside, so I'm really excited to see this one. It might just have the worst reviews yet, so let's go inside. It's kind of like a fusion of a mall and a strip mall because right outside of it, you have all these random like Latin markets, jazz liquors, but then you also have just a classic mall when you go inside. And it just looks super run down. I mean, just look at the bollards here, look at some of the trash there. But the moment of truth, let's enter in here, let's see how dead it is, and let's see if we could find any rats. So this mall is conventionally dead, so there's just not a lot of people in here, I'd say is the big thing about this. I do think there's going to be rats. Actually, in fact, I won't leave here until I find a rat. It's one thing when the stores are closed, but when you have the kiosks closed as well, that's a sign that there's not a lot of good stuff happening here. We do have some people because it's a Sunday, so as expected. I mean, there's stores open, like there's a Foot Locker right here, but overall, I'd say about like 70% of stores are open, so there's still a good amount that aren't. So maybe here, there could be a rat. This looks like an old Annie Ann's. Oh, I actually see a mouse trap. So there's a couple of mouse traps that are active back there. So the reviews are true. So at the very least, we know that they are running around because otherwise, why would you have mouse traps? I have a good feeling about finding one in here. Looks like Squid Game in here. So there's some more rat traps, mouse traps. Doesn't look like any were caught though. But we do know there they're around here, because otherwise why would you have all those traps out? Oh my gosh, look how many mouse traps are here. They have a rock wall right here that you could climb, but nobody's monitoring it. And then this just seems like a waste of space down here. It's just like an open area. The mall is up there, there's 2 levels, but this is just some random basement, I think just where management is, and then I guess restrooms and stuff. Creepy hallway. All right, well, let's bring it up and take it to the level after this. We'll go to the 2nd level. They have these animal rides here. I already did them already, but these look significantly dirtier than the ones that I was on at the Woodbridge Mall, I believe. Leather's torn up, some dirt here. I will not be going on these. They are fun though. They're actually a really fun time. So outside of the mall, there is this one closet right here. I don't know what's going on with it, but it looks like there are some openings at the bottom. So potentially this is probably where the rat would be. This is probably my last attempt at finding one though. Otherwise we're gonna probably have to give up on the rat search and take it to the next mall. With that being said, let's see. Oh, there is a massive daddy long leg, but unfortunately no rat. Well, it was a good effort, but let's move on. So there is a massive daddy long leg, but unfortunately no rat. Well, it was a good effort, but let's move on. So outside of the mall, we have some more abandoned stores. I don't know what this one could be. So it says Tempur-Pedic, so this may be a very rare mattress firm that no longer exists, which you never really see. If anybody can make out what that sign is, it looks like a square and then 2 lines of text. Oh, actually, I think you could read it. The Value City Furniture. I'm gonna look up if Value City Furniture. That would be an insane pull if I got that. I can confirm that that was a Value City Furniture, a VCF, and now it is completely gone. But I think even cooler outside of this abandoned mall is an abandoned bowling alley. As you can see there, there's some pins and stuff. I don't know what the name of this was, but at this point, nobody can go inside. So Michael was able to get on the inside, a little look at what's happening in the abandoned bowling alley. Looks like there's just some room with nothing going on in there. There's a little bit of graffiti in there, and then there's some holes for rats, but it's basically what you'd expect in an abandoned bowling alley. Okay guys, we are currently outside of the Exton Square Mall. This mall is actually about to be demolitioned in about 2 or 3 weeks. There's a group called the Abrams Group. It's a realty group that bought this entire mall because it's completely abandoned now with just a few anchor stores like Boscov's to the left of me. But this mall is on its last legs. It's actually now a medical group. Half of the building has turned into a medical group. They're building apartments and stuff around here. But the rest of this mall, I mean, I'm not even sure we're able to enter it. We're gonna try our best because I saw some videos and this place looks actually like a complete ghost town with nobody inside. So let's go inside. This is the bridge to get there, but I'm already seeing a couple of signs on the door. Hopefully it doesn't say that they're closed or something. Otherwise, we're gonna have to find a different way to get inside. All right, the good news is it says doors open 10 a.m. and a door is actually open right here. So we're going inside. I mean, just from the first little section, it looks like completely empty. I don't even hear anybody. They do have the escalators running, but boy, they were right. There is nothing inside of here. Brandywine Robotics? They have a robotics store. It's like at some point they were trying to be like cutting edge and doing some cool stuff, but this obviously is closed now. I think we are legitimately the only people in this mall. This is really bad. There is nobody inside of here. When people said this mall was closed, I didn't realize just like everything is closed. Because usually a dead mall, you have about like 10% of the stores operating. There's not a sound, like I can't hear anything. If I had to guess, this was probably a Champs at some point, nothing anymore. Even the gumballs are running low. There's a couple of empty bubblegum gumball stuff. This must have been a while in the making. I hear somebody. There's actually some life. It's 2 people. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, there's an AT&T store. This might be like the only store that's actually open. That's probably the worst job, just working in a dead mall, knowing you're the only person in the mall for most of the time. But I think we found the only employee in the mall working at AT&T. Otherwise, I mean, this is actually open. There's a bunch of boxes. So maybe they're starting to pack up their stuff because their lease is over and they just want to get all their inventory out of there. Who knows? We're actually approaching the food court now though, which you'd expect to be a little bit lively. I see a Chick-fil-A in the distance, but actually it's Sunday, which means that's not open anyways. And neither is anything else, I think, because there is nobody in this food court. There is legit nobody in this food. I'm so surprised because usually in a dead mall, like I said, like you'll have like 100 people or something throughout the mall. Nobody there. There is just one restaurant that's open. I actually want to check them out. Maybe I'll buy something from them because I feel bad. I'm sure nobody has bought anything from them all day. So let's walk through this and maybe purchase something if they're open from there. So the only place open is a place called India Corner that serves only vegetarian Indian food. I got something called Pani Puri. I don't even know what it is. It looks like a samosa of some sort. So excited to get that. I can't believe how dead this mall is and how this is even 1% open. Pretty cool spot. Honestly, I recommend coming here if you actually want to see a true dead mall. This is by far the most dead mall that I've seen. And we've been to like 15 of them at this point. So here we have it. This is quite literally the last thing you can order to eat at this mall. So if you're starving and you need something very badly in your stomach, this is basically the only thing you can get. Yeah, it's good. I also like Indian spices, like the tamarind and stuff. I'm gonna finish this up, and then I'm gonna walk to the other side of the mall, because there's starting to be a little bit of activity. I see, I think, 3 total people now, including some roommates now next to us at the table. So let me finish this up, and we're gonna continue looking at this crazy mall. All right, continuing onward, and just the story of this mall is just the same everywhere. Nothing. They do have a mini melts machine, though. I'm curious if this is stocking any inventory. All right, let's give it a try. Let's see if it has anything in it. Please select a product. Let's go B2. Oh, they're in there. How does this device work? Does it just like suck it up? So it's like a claw machine. Are they gonna drop it from that height? Okay, cool. So even in a completely abandoned mall, you can get some ice cream from the mini melts machine. I'm actually impressed because a lot of the other vending machines, like the Coca-Cola machine, the gumball machine, all those things are typically always empty. But in this case, mini melts, good to go. I don't know if this used to be like an Auntie Anne's or some sort of stand for food, but this also is not only empty, but also accessible. Looks like you can just like flip around and do it, go into that employees only section. So I'm back here. If you work at one of these places in a mall, you know what this looks like back here. I've never been back here, so it's kind of cool to see. Am I able to see what's back here as well? No, that's locked. But there are a lot of mouse traps on the floor here. So I think that means that there's definitely some rats that are scurrying around. I mean, why wouldn't there be? This is a great place to exist. Let's move on. So the sign above says Macy's this way, but this Macy's is not this way. In fact, on the door here, it says this location's now closed. Find everything that we have at this new location. And you can actually peek inside of there and you could see that there's just nothing. Michael just realized, oh, I think that's it though. We could actually maybe get inside of this Macy's by just sneaking in there. Let's do a little bit of scan to see where people are at, and then we'll see if we're able to get in there. Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going. What is this? Oh, no video? Okay. All right, so that does it for the Exton Square Mall. That was one of my favorite abandoned malls I've ever been in, just because of how deserted it was throughout everywhere. There was a couple of things open, so we had the Indian food. I got to have my mini melts right here. We almost got into the Macy's, which would have been a lot of fun, but they had a security guard who was just walking. He said that we couldn't film or anything. Plus, the mall is actually closing pretty soon, so ultimately, I don't think we were able to get in, but very cool mall. If you live in the area, definitely cool to check out. Otherwise, let's move to the next one. We're currently in Baltimore, Maryland at Security Square Mall. This is one of the largest malls in the area, and at one point it was huge. It had anchor stores like Macy's and Sears, but now even the Macy's, because usually you see a lot of the Sears disappearing, even the Macy's and all the anchor stores are gone, which just leaves just a couple of stores on the inside. A lot of the reviews say that the stores inside of here aren't really popular brand names, so nothing like that would be a huge draw for somebody to kind of come in. Instead, it's a bunch of random mom and pop shops and stores that you've never heard of. I feel like I'll probably know a good amount of them, but that's the big hit on this place, so it's not dead conventionally because there is decent occupancy in this mall, but nobody basically has a clue of what the stores are. Let's go inside and fact check that. There's also not that many cars here. There's maybe like a cluster of like 40 total cars. The rest of the parking lot is just completely empty. So with that being said, let's go inside. Now the big hit on this place is that all the stores are no-name stores. There's not a lot of brand recognition, and when you walk in, that's pretty apparent. You see Party Razzle, Shoe Repair, and then the newsstand. So let's go in a little bit further and see. Here we have the closed Macy's here. Nice little seating area as well, in case you want to relax, come to this mall for whatever reason. Maybe you really have to go to Storm. Maybe it's your favorite store and you have to just pop in. You just wait outside and just sit here. Oh, they have a little carousel as well. Unfortunately, it's cash only, and it says children 12 and under allowed on rides. Unfortunately, means I can't get on this puppy or this horse. I've never seen a post office in a mall, but there is one here apparently. There are a lot of kiosks in this mall. All throughout the center, you'll see a ton. Outside of that though, just a good amount of store closures. Nothing too crazy. This isn't the most abandoned dead mall I've seen thus far, but I would not call this mall very active. This mall stinks. This might be, in terms of just like the quality of the average store, the worst. Because at least like if stores are closed, then it's like, all right, it is what it is. But if I was coming here with the expectation to shop and get some good stuff, I would be severely disappointed. I get that businesses have to run in certain places, but at a mall, you would expect to have some brand names here. Not a single one, outside of some of the fast food joints. I don't know what this is at the middle of the mall, but this wing of the mall is dead. I mean, just take a look, there's nobody here. But the story of this mall is definitely the stores that are here. So there's like games in the mall. It looks like there's money taped. Is that real money? It is. How is that legal? This is straight up gambling in the mall. It says it's only $1 to play. Ugh, I don't have $1. Do I? Let me check. I just got a 5. Oh, it accepts 5s. Okay. I know I'm wasting my money right now, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So I have to line it up with the red. Come on, baby.
Cut. Try again.
All right.
Cut. Try again.
Wait, I have to get it perfectly there? That's actually not possible. This is just a waste of money. All right, I'm gonna get this one. You ready? This is the round. This is the round. That's gonna be a little short. Short. Oh my gosh, it's arbitrary. There's no way this is legitimate. It's programmed. This is my last try though. Come on, come on. Bro. There's no, what are the odds I got that 3 times in a row? Game is a scam, of course it is. This mall sucks. That Security Station Mall, this place is an absolute dump. I couldn't name a single store that we were looking at. But let's get out of here and move on to the next mall.
Now, one of the most disappointing parts about going through these dead and abandoned malls is that you can't shop for anything. I mean, for instance, if you want to get your hands on a Nintendo Switch 2, where are you gonna get it? There's no store that's open. But luckily for you, I'll be giving away a Nintendo Switch 2 to one of you guys today, all thanks to this video sponsor, Whatnot. So to enter, you're gonna sign up for Whatnot using my link in the description or the pinned comment, and then spend some or all of the $15 credit that you get. To enter for free though, you can just comment your Whatnot username below, but why not just spend the $15 free credit that you get for signing up for Whatnot using the link in the description or the comment, and it will double your chance of winning the giveaway. And if you don't know what Whatnot is, it's an app where you can buy and sell literally anything. So for instance, I mean, personally, I'm a big fan of electronics and certain collectible items like Pokemon cards, but what's great is that Whatnot has those and then so much more, ranging from shoes to jewelry to designer bags to even toys, including Labubus and so much more. There's literally something for everybody. So for the Nintendo Switch 2, for instance, here you go. You can buy it now and just arrives obviously in perfect shape. But you can also bid an auction on certain items as well. So for instance, I mentioned Labubus, so we would click into this live right here. Oh, that's cool. Okay, and then there's the bidding. So I'm going to enter a custom bid here. Let's go up with like $15. And just like that, sold. So as you can see, I was the winner of that one. And then I mentioned Pokemon cards as well. So Insane Slab Heat. So slab 275. Let's just go ahead and bid on this. Looks like an active bid already. And I'm winning the bid, just like that. So everything I just purchased plus more, and then of course the Nintendo Switch 2 is available as part of this giveaway. Again, to enter, sign up for Whatnot using the link in my description or the pinned comment, and you have to spend some or all of your $15 credit that you get. To enter for free though, you can just comment your Whatnot username below, but again, why not spend the $15 free credit that you get as part of signing up for Whatnot using the links, and it also doubles your chance of winning the giveaway. And winners will be picked in a month. And on top of the already discounted prices on Whatnot, $15 off is huge. Thank you again to Whatnot for sponsoring this video and the giveaway, but let's get back to it.
The next mall we're going into is the Palmer Park Mall in Easton, Pennsylvania. This mall has just been on the decline for the past 50 years, just like the rest of the malls. This one though in particular has a lot of turnover with their anchor stores. They went from a Bon-Ton to a Boscov's to now a Decor Home. And now it just looks like they're just promoting Snipes and the Verizon store as their 2 main stores. This mall does not have a lot of traffic. People are citing it as one of the most dead malls in the region. So we're gonna go inside to investigate that right now. So the immediate reaction is that everything is here. It's actually very well lit, and there's a lot of stores that look to be operating, but they're not all open yet, which is a little bit weird. It is like 11 o'clock right now, so maybe they're all starting to open. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, there's not a lot of people in here for sure. And again, it's only been open, I think, for about an hour. It's definitely different than the other abandoned malls because it's dead, but it doesn't feel super dead. So let's look a little bit further. The main thing we're gonna be looking for is just closures, because a lot of these places are just not open, but I don't know if that necessarily means they're closed, at least on a permanent level. I mean, you'll see the occasional empty kiosk here and there, but in general, this is just dead because there's not a lot of people in it, but the stores are very much open and lively. It's got good lighting, like I said. There's music playing. They have an arcade right here as well, so you know the kids are coming here to hang out. They have some interesting games here. I've never seen this before. One clip the end, $1 to play. Okay, since this mall is otherwise pretty solid, maybe this could be the worst part about it. Let's see how responsive it is. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? Ooh, this keychain. Oh, it's that precise? And I only get one. What? There's no way the pressure.
So I have never seen something like this happen with an expose, where this guy gets exposed for talking to like 50 different girls. Then everybody finds out that, you know, it's like it was mostly consensual, it seemed, right? It was consensual. It's damage control. Well, let me go back. All right, we're going to watch this. So he's been getting a lot of hate for this. We're going to find out why.
All right, so first things first, this video is not monetized.
Immediately trying to, dude, immediately, instantaneously trying to set the stage that he's doing this for like legit. Oh, okay, here we go.
To pull a CC in the big 2026. I'm making this in regard to my last video about Sykkuno. I want to clarify how this video came to be, while also taking accountability and apologizing for the mistakes that I made.
Oh
At the
my
same
God.
time, I also want to clear up some misinformation spread about me over the last few days. This video was meant to come out a bit earlier, but I was told by someone in the know that Sykkuno might release a joint statement with his girlfriend, so I chose to wait for that first, just in
Okay.
case. I'll also be going through that later in the video.
Yeah.
So, how did this all begin? Well, for me, it was on April 7th when I was reached out to by Mal for the first time. I was told that a Google Doc was
So
releasing
she reached out to him to complain about it?
soon about a big content creator.
Mhm.
And this is when I was asked if I wanted access to it early to maybe make a video about it.
Uh-huh.
The document was going to publicly release
Which
on
is
the
exactly, by the way, just real quick, this is exactly what I predicted. This is exactly what I thought it was going to be.
10th anyway. This means that this wasn't some grand conspiracy, okay?
Yeah.
This document was going to release with or without me.
7 days
And while
after a
yes,
Patreon
rumors of Sykkuno's behavior
she do
have been
that?
floating around for a while now between certain content creator
She hot?
circles. None of this was gonna really convince me to make an early video. If you've watched my channel before, then you'd know that I'm someone who highly values both sides of the story. It's actually something that I always implore you to do before forming your own opinions. And while I do receive so many DMs about scoops or exclusive info about certain topics, I mostly never take them, always choosing to wait for things to unfold in public first before making my videos. What made this situation special, though, was the 17-minute video recording of the voice call between Mal and Sykkuno. My logic here was simple. It was me thinking that we already had the other side of the story, and it was Sykkuno admitting to his wrongdoings in the most raw and unfiltered way possible. So I figured that was enough. At the same time, I thought that since my channel had grown exponentially, don't ask me how or why because I have no idea, I could maybe use my platform for a good cause, spreading awareness about Sykkuno's behavior so that no one else gets tricked into being a homewrecker against their will, while in parallel, encouraging others who have been wronged by him to finally speak up. Additionally, seeing that the person speaking up was doing so from a small account, I figured I could help amplify that message to spread maximum awareness. Now,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with you making a video about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with him doing that. I think that people are always going to look at something like that as being kind of like a, it's going to be kind of like, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it. It's like, it's opportunistic. They will look at it as to be. There's an organization called for the Association of Fat Exceptions. They practice fat defiance. What is that, like not being able to fit in the seat?
supposed to do with my body and doing what I want.
Nobody ever said that you were supposed to not wear this. You can wear whatever you want. It's just unhealthy. Like, this is the thing that's very funny to me, is these fat people think everything's about them. It's not about you. It might be if we're trying to get around you, or you're at a Golden Corral or something like that. But in general, the world does not revolve around you. It could, but it doesn't. The reason why is because nobody gives a shit. You want to be fat? Be fat. That's fine. Be a fat ass. But holy shit. This isn't... You're not doing anything. You're not fighting anything. You're not pushing an agenda. You're not resisting anything.
Do with my body. And I know that's right. Fat joy. Lots of fat joy in 2026.
How much... let me finish the video.
It's all about community and fat joy.
Of fat joy.
Well, I'm a fat physician working in
I'm a fat physician?
inclusive care, and I'm the program director.
Weight inclusive care? What is that, where you tell other fat people that they're healthy? I think people like that should have their license taken away. I do. I think that not being able to, like, it's another frame reference indicator. Like, if you think that being fat is healthy, you shouldn't be a doctor, and they should just take your license away. It's that simple. Like, I mean, it's malpractice. Yeah, it's just, it's not even, like, it's not complicated, right? It's just malpractice. That means they have industrial scales? Yeah. It's like basically, you know, like her patients, they have to get an MRI at the zoo. Like, yeah, Karen, yeah, we've got the walrus. We've got the walrus ahead of you, and after the walrus is done, we can fit you in before we need to do the cow. Oh, you need an MRI? Yeah, okay. Google SeaWorld and call them up.
For ASIM, which is Association for Awareness and Inclusive Medicine, so that's the defiance that I'm doing. I'm increasing my fat community. I am loving on fat people. I am loving to get to know people like you and other fat, amazing people out there.
Fat, amazing people. There's like a new term. That's amazing. She's gonna be dead soon. Look at her hair's gray. Fat people don't live that long because they're fat.
Like existing and just being and knowing that I'm a bad bitch. Period.
I am living authentically. I am exploring fashion in different ways.
That's you exploring fashion? Really? That's it? Like, your neck's so fucking fat, this looks like a shock collar. You know, it's not supposed to be like that on you. Oh my god.
And taking up space. Physically.
I'm taking up, wait.
Emotionally, yeah.
That's great. I'm so glad and proud of you for taking up space. Great job. That's so brave of you. Maybe you can get in the way of somebody else tomorrow, too.
Here, letting it all hang out.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
I am donating to NAFA and FatCon. You too can practice your fat defiance by joining a NAFA pod for just $5 a month, however much you can. It is a...
Look at her hands. It's like whenever you take a surgical glove and you put air in it, you blow into it, and it's like all swollen up. Jesus, look at that. You know what I'm saying?
Huge act of fat defiance to put your money towards great causes where we are creating fat community and creating change in the world like these organizations are doing.
The fat community? What's it called? Yeah, I've got another word for fat community. It's called suicide cult.
I think it's just being more confident in myself and like being confident in taking up space and not apologizing for it. And that's both like...
Look at how absolutely selfish and obnoxious that is. You're confident in taking up space. So, again, this is... It's so... There's a reason why gluttony is one of the 7 sins, all right? Like, think about how just completely fucking self-centered and just bullshit that is. It's retarded. He is the skinniest one.
Physically and that's digitally and making
It's
sure
called
that people know
FatCon.
that this is normal.
This weekend has really made me feel even more of that.
Can you imagine how unpleasant, how much it would suck if you had a booth at FatCon and they put you on the 2nd floor? I mean, you basically paid for nothing.
Really made me feel even more of that.
Can you imagine how unpleasant, how much it would suck if you had a booth at FatCon and they put you on the 2nd floor? I mean, you basically paid for nothing. Yeah, nobody be able to see your booth. Jeez. I want my money back.
Everybody wearing what they want, doing what they want, and not worrying about what anyone thinks. I think letting go of perceptions and expectations from society or other people around you.
Listen, just buy a bigger size of shirt. It obviously doesn't fit around your stomach. It's not, it just looks bad. It's gross. Like, look at that. You need a 5. The 4X doesn't cut it anymore, Samantha. You need a 5.
And just doing what makes you feel good is really the most impactful to me and has helped me grow and gain confidence and
Gain
feel
confidence?
joy every day.
Is that what you call it now?
Love that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And how dare fat people be like, I look good, smell good,
feel good.
Everybody's telling me that I smell bad. Uh-huh. I bet.
Sex good.
All right. Period.
The fat acceptance movement is a psyop that's done primarily by fat women in order to normalize their size, their bad behaviors, and their gluttony, and to create a cultural change that accepts them, that men will be attracted to them. The overwhelming majority of people that are inside of the fat acceptance movement are women. That's what it's all about. It's a psyop to make men like them. That's it. Everybody knows. And the thing is that, why is it that the fat acceptance movement always has new icons every year? Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea. And also the thing is that I've got to respect the fatties nowadays. Because like back in the day, if you were fat, like you had to actually diet, you had to look out for your weight, you had to eat the right food in order to be skinny. Now you can just take Ozempic. So if you're still fat and you're still fat now and you're not taking Ozempic, you are in it for the love of the game. You are you're locked in. There's no excuse. Yeah, that's respect, man. Like, they want to be fat. This isn't a lifestyle that they, that happened to them. This is a lifestyle they chose. Or poor. Yeah, I heard Ozempic's kind of expensive. I don't know. What is this? Screaming in Arabic about killing Jews in the name of Islam? What? Why does he look like this? Why? Look at face. Oh my God. You gotta relax, man. Calm down. Jesus. I'm not even trying to watch that. That's nuts. And yeah, that's really about it. Returns to stream. Oh, right. That's me again. What a surprise. And I will look at some of the other ones too, because there's been a whole lot rest of it. Man, if someone's fat, they're not poor. Yeah, they're not. Well, like poor fat people. Like again, it's a whole different dynamic, right? Because like there are no hogs that are poor. They're only poor by American standards. Like, if you go to Africa, and you go to Indonesia, you go to Malaysia, you know what you're not going to see? No hogs. You know why? Because they can't afford food. When my mom, whenever she lost like 100 pounds, and you know why? Because we couldn't afford food. And she ate less food. And she lost. Why? Because whenever she lost like 100 pounds. And you know why? Because we couldn't afford food. And she ate less food. And she lost weight. That's right. Fat off of EBT. It's back like your teeth. Yeah, no hogs day. Yeah, if China's rich now with all their hogs. Yeah, they do. Also, fat shaming is the meta in Asian countries. I love seeing, the thing is that I find really funny is like every few months another girl group chat gets leaked, and it's some girl that's like 95 pounds calling another girl that's 130 pounds a fat, disgusting whale, pig, butter golem, fucking calorie crusader, pork beast, like piece of shit, sweaty, disgusting pig, like just going crazy. You guys like butter golem? I like that. I got a lot of a pork beast. Yeah. You know what? That's it. Door blocker, salad dodger. It's always so funny for me to see that. It is. I love watching those girl group chats gets exposed, man. Pudding pantser? Yeah, exactly. I got a lot more of them too. My dad said that he called, there was this one girl that like my dad's roommate in college was hooking up with, and he called this girl a fuck hog. I've never heard anything. Fuck hog, bro. Like, it's just like, that's a great insult. I know, it's so crass. I know, what a gentleman. Yeah.
What do you call a fruit afraid of commitment?
What? A fruit afraid of commitment? Probably.
What? My ex! Another thing you should know is that because I was moving to Tucson, my primary relationship was going to become long distance. Now, the good news is that as of today, there's no more long distance.
You broke up?
The bad news is there's also no more relationship. I know, very sad. It's okay though, he was kind of a weird guy. He had 9 pet snakes. 9! And I like to consider myself an understanding person, but that's like 6 snakes too many for one person to have. He also lives in a mold.
It would have been funnier if you said that's it. It should be more. Like, it's just, she's out of breath. Just they've got to make the table higher. The fact that she has to lean down to read her jokes, like, you can't do that.
Trailer in his parents' driveway, and it's just like, come on, dude. You're 28. Have some self-respect. Be like me and live inside your dad's house. Some of you might wonder how I'm a lesbian who's had a recent partner that uses he, him pronouns.
By the way, These are the people that are on Twitter that are telling you what's normal, okay? These are the people who are saying that, well, this is, you know what? This is not the way that we should do things. These are the ones that are saying this is the way everybody should act. That's crazy.
Well, the truth is I've just never been that good at math. No, the actual truth is that he was trans mask. Okay, no sure.
That's crazy.
Well, the truth is I've just never been that good at math. No, the actual truth is that he was trans mask. Okay, no cheering for the trans mask people, okay. Thank you, good for me, I know. Since my ex and I broke up, I lost like over 300 pounds.
What, because he was 300 pounds?
Who knew that all it took was cutting out a trans fat? Thank you.
You didn't lose 300 pounds. I don't believe you. I don't think that she could. Because if you were because you're already 300 pounds. Well, no, you're like, I think that, I mean, again, I think that this is like, okay, assuming that she's like average height, like let's say 5'3", 5'4", I would say that she's like 380 to 440 pounds. Croc? I would say that average height, like let's say 5'3", 5'4", I would say that she's like 380 to 440 pounds. Croc? You know what? Let me see what Grok says. Yeah, let me see. No, this is important. We gotta figure this out. Mm-hmm. I think it's 420 pounds. That's my guess. 420 pounds. Stretched arm. Oh my God. Gentlemen, I've seen a few hogs in my day. I told y'all I knew exactly what it was. I knew exactly what it was. See, that's the thing, is you don't need to ask AI, bro. Like the hog whisperer. Yeah, I just look at him, I know it. And I used to be 290. Yeah, I'm telling you guys. Very large abdomen. Thick arms, shoulders with tattoos. The body type plus mobility on stage. Like clearly. It watched the video, clearly winded from minimal movement. The gain 300 pounds just to set up joke. Yeah, there's no way, dude. That would have put her at 700 to 800 pounds. There's no way that she was 700 to 800 pounds because she'd have more loose skin. Like, trust me, I've seen this before. That's not how it is.
My girlfriend of 4 years has recently become obsessed with a male streamer, and I feel really uncomfortable about it.
Don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen.
A post made on the subreddit r/relationship advice around the end of 2020. What was particularly subreddit r/relationship advice around the end of 2020. What was particularly shocking here is that barely just a few days after making that initial post, he'd end up breaking up with his girlfriend. Her obsession with that streamer was that irrational.
Damn.
And during that time, she wasn't the only one who might have felt this way. That's because the male streamer in question here was none other than Sykkuno, a name and face that had become a core memory of the COVID-19 pandemic, more specifically when everyone was locked up in their homes. In the span of less than a year, he would go from having 1,000 average viewers on Twitch to 50,000, even having a stream where he peaked at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. What he'd be most known for was his gameplay of Among Us with his friends, who happened to be very big content creators as well. Not only would he get tens of thousands of concurrent viewers on Twitch, but he would get millions upon millions of views on his YouTube channel as well. And while his rise to fame is definitely incredibly impressive, what was truly unparalleled here is his extremely high ratio of female viewers.
So, to put this into perspective, my ratio of female viewers is like 5%. And besides the Johnny Depp trial era, this is the highest that it's ever been. We are actually peaking right now for female viewers. Because before, that used to be how many female viewers I had.
To having been higher than any of his other content creator friends. His handsome look, his anime-sounding voice, and his witty jokes made women go rabid. In fact, there was also a joke that he would turn male fans gay. But what made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent in an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him.
A boy failure? Is that right?
In a nutshell, he was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered. This made many of his fans want to be the one to finally fix him. But
Jesus Christ. This dirty dog, bro. Playing this game, and then he just has a fucking he has a roster, and it's just the Twitch top 200 streamer list. Jesus, man, what a guy. Who is this?
Make no mistake,
this is insane.
This was all a perfectly crafted image that he had made for himself.
Right.
He wanted you to think that he was innocent, naive, a boy failure, someone who's inexperienced in relationships and would never hurt a fly. Because in reality, behind this mirage, this illusion, there was a master manipulator, a serial cheater, and a predator. Someone who would make it a point.
I do think that the word predator is completely inappropriate. I do. I think that a serial cheater, man whore, fuckboy is not a predator. I think that we should reserve the term predator for whenever people don't respect consent and for whenever people are aggressive physically and they take advantage of people, like in a physical way. I think that we are downplaying and we are softening the word predator. Predator should be it should be for weirdos that are trying to meet up with underage girls. It should be for people that commit sexual assault. And it should be for people that are like, do not respect consent, period. I do not think that somebody just being a man whore fuckboy I don't think that it's not the right thing to do to categorize somebody like that as a predator. I think it's wrong. Personally.
Many years to target smaller content creators, take full advantage of the fact that he was one of the most
like Epstein and Diddy are predators. Saikuno is not a predator. Like, that's crazy.
Desirable men in the streaming world, all while making it seem like he had no experience with women and that it just might be romantic. Yeah. They just might be that special someone who can fix him. What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself.
Which one?
And on top of that, that same victim, who goes by the name of Hemamal VT, would choose to write a Google Doc that shows the entire timeline, her and Saikuno's DMs together, as well as the DMs of another victim.
I'm boarding now. See you soon. You have the hotel. Bro, he bought her a hotel. Oh my God. Dude, if you're a girl and a guy's flying you in and you're not staying at his house, you are a side piece. You are. The odds are is he has another girl on the hook, and that's what escorts do. Okay? And oh, by the way, that's the politically correct term. That's what hookers do.
They slept with Saikuno while being totally oblivious to the fact that he has been in a relationship since 2021. This might be one of the most impactful and longest running lies in content creation history. I want to thank the two victims in question for trusting me with this very heavy topic and for allowing me to make the first comprehensive video on it.
Yeah, bro, he dabbing her up with the money. Yeah, that's right.
Without further ado, let's get right into this mess. All right, so first off, who the hell is Saikuno?
Dude, you have to use this photo of him? Dude, why do you have... This is like the worst photo of the guy you can use. Come on.
Well, before starting his streaming career, he actually used to be a software engineer working in the Bay Area of California.
And now he's a social engineer.
Not in his office life would change forever, though, when he would meet Lily Pichu, a well-known content creator who actually started making content as far back as 2012. Yeah. However, when they met, she was far from being the very well-known content creator that we know today. It was back during the Season 3 World Championship for League of Legends during the year of 2013.
I love how everything in that friend group is like, it's around, like, I don't know, when Season 3 League, like, is that the way people feel like whenever I say, I don't remember what year it was, but it was during Cataclysm? Like, I don't know when the fuck this happened.
So barely a year into her content creator journey, Saikuno would be aware of her content. He'd reach out to her and would want to meet her, seeing that they're both at the same place. Okay. Lily Pichu agreed, thinking, oh, am I about to meet a fan? That's awesome. She'd be absolutely shocked when that fan would show up with a massive bouquet of flowers.
What a fucking G. Man. Damn. Damn, bro. He just... And the thing is that every other guy that does this is a loser. He's not a loser because it worked.
As she was about to thank him, he would run away back to his cousins. According to him, these were his only friends at the time. He was that lonely. He was simply too embarrassed to interact with her further. This interaction left a good impression on Lily Pichu, and they kept in touch for years to come. In fact, as she would start her streaming journey, she'd play with her friends, and one of those friends would be Saikuno. Her viewers would...
Dude. I gotta tell Cody about this. I do. Because, like, honestly, like, this is really impressive.
start to express interest in him, especially seeing that his voice sounded like an anime character. There was genuine demand in her community to know what he looked like. What they didn't know, though, was that Lily Pichu had already shown him. He was there with her when she went to Summoners Con 2015, and he was right there with her in her vlog. But most of her community were simply not aware of this. So seeing that there was growing demand to see what he looked like, they decided to do a face reveal live on Lily Pichu's stream around the year of 2019.
Yeah, you're such a... Oh, okay, here we go. Wait, you're actually so much braver than I thought.
Only because you're here.
Wow. Bro. This guy needs to do a course. He does. Love of the game, bro. This is a generational, like, this is insane. No notes, yeah, bro. Like, he just went in there and did it live. Immaculate.
All right, I'm ending stream.
And as you can see, the chat was definitely not disappointed. In fact, Lily Pichu had such an impact on Sykkuno that she would be, well, the main reason why he would start streaming. Wow. And you can hear him say that himself.
So what convinced you to start streaming?
Oh, Lily, actually.
And speaking of streaming, he would start doing so shortly after revealing his face on Lily Pichu's stream. He'd start in the beginning of 2019 with barely under 100 viewers, but as the months would go by, he would start to get very rapid growth. He would really start putting in serious hours by August 2019, and within just 1 year, by August 2020, he'd be sitting at 8,000 average viewers, reaching a peak of 15,000. Yeah. But how? Why? Well, during his streams, he would continue playing with Lily Pichu. And seeing that Lily Pichu has a lot of big content creators that she calls friends, she would introduce them to Sykkuno. It turned out that this guy was very easy to talk to. He was witty, he made jokes, and the communities of the many streamers actually enjoyed his company. All of these factors combined would be the perfect catalyst for when the quarantine season of COVID-19 would arrive. He would start to play the game Among Us with some of the biggest content creators on the planet, and within just 4 months, he would go from 8,000 average viewers all the way up to 50,000 average viewers.
And this happens for a lot of people. Is like you get to that critical mass and you pop off like crazy. Like if you look at a lot of people's graphs, this is very, very common.
At 100,000 viewers in one stream. He was gaining 500,000 followers every single month. In just the span of like a year and a half, he had gone from being a mid-tier streamer to one of the biggest on the entire platform. It wasn't just Twitch though. He would be getting millions upon millions of views
4 million
on his YouTube videos as well. He was killing it on every single platform he was on. And so by 2022, when YouTube was aggressively recruiting Twitch streamers to stream on their platforms instead, offering them multi-million-dollar deals, they targeted Sykkuno, seeing that he's extremely brand friendly, has a very loyal audience, and had become a household name in such a short time. So on May 2nd, 2022, he would announce to the world that he was moving to YouTube on a 2-year exclusive contract.
Yeah.
And as you can tell by the engagement, this post went viral. What I really want you to understand, though, is just how valuable he was seen by companies and platforms. Back when YouTube was aggressively recruiting talents that were on Twitch and their...
So he locked in... So, oh my God. Like, he just basically made, like, you know what this is like? This is like doing, like, his career is like doing a second playthrough of an RPG. It's like, you know, whenever Captain America went back in time to, like, get the thing, and he's like, yeah, Hail Hydra, and they're like, oh, fuck, right? He just knew exactly what thing to say, what thing to do. Oh, man. He knew. Yeah.
Confidence and hubris, seeing that they completely dominated
he was on New Game Plus, yeah.
Would never bother offering a counter offer. On the very rare occasion that they did, it was a very big deal. And guess what? They made an exception to Sykkuno. They gave him a counter offer higher than YouTube.
Wow.
Sykkuno would go back to YouTube and show them Twitch's new offer, and YouTube would offer to pay even more.
Jesus.
His contract alone is estimated to be around $5 million. Sykkuno...
That's it? There's no way it was only $5 million. What are you talking about, $5 million? Like, he should have gotten, like, they should have given him, like, 15. Like, I'd say, like 10. Like, if like, he was at 50K at that time, it should have been, like, 10 or 15 at least. For only 2 years? Yeah. I know these things.
though also had interests in other communities such as VTubers. In 2023, for an April Fool's joke, he would debut his first VTuber model, extending his reach to a new niche community. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because at some point he was invited to a call with the Senate.
Dude, look at Austin wearing, oh my God, wearing a fucking suit. It's like, okay, I've got to really move on past this Raj thing, okay? I'm going to wear a suit. We're going to talk to Bernie Sanders. I'm going to be a real guy now, all right? Yeah, I'm wearing a suit. Oh, jeez, with the turtleneck. I know.
Bernie Sanders alongside Valkyrie and Pokemon. And instead of showing his face, he chose to be
Bernie
a VTuber.
Sanders.
This was so ridiculous, and it went so viral that he inadvertently kind of became a spokesperson for VTubing in one stream. I mean, God, everyone wanted a piece of that guy.
Yeah.
You would see him everywhere, collabing with everyone. And this was partly due to his very loyal and almost rabid fan base. But it was, of course, all by design. You see, back in 2023, Pokemon would make the very interesting revelation that Sykkuno had the highest female demographic fan base compared to any other streamer, her included. She would compare his level of fame and the way his fans acted towards him to K-pop idols. He simply wasn't seen like the run-of-the-mill Twitch streamer. No, there was definitely more to this. And one of the main reasons why this worked out so well is because he was seen as a boy failure. No, not the kind of guy who's unemployed and lives in a dump and smells like shit. I'm talking about...
Yeah, I know, guys.
The ideal boy failure. The guy who's handsome, smells nice, doesn't live in a dump, but is instead just a hopeless romantic. Someone who turns...
The most important thing for girls with like this whole boy failure thing is the idea that he's not talking to like 10 other girls. Because that's the idea is that I'm seeing in this guy what nobody else is seeing, and he will become a better person. You have to keep in mind that, like, oh, geez, guys, okay, I'm gonna say it. Almost every single female romance fantasy is in one way or another basically an ego trip, right? Where it's like this guy is this like goofy, weird loser, but he's going to become this amazing, cool Giga Chad because I'm special, because I'm the important one and I'm different and I can fix him. And that's it. And it doesn't matter whether it's 50 Shades of Grey. Oh yeah, this multi-billionaire, super successful, really attractive guy. And I'm just this girl that works at a coffee shop, but he knows that I'm special. Basically, I'm special is somewhere. Every single time. Or milking a Minotaur. Well, yeah, but those Minotaurs are like rich or something, right? Or they have like a massive dick or something. There's something special that makes them special. That's the reason why.
All red when you want to initiate physical contact. The most innocent, naive soul imaginable. The appeal of a boy failure isn't necessarily that he's a failure. It's the fact that
the appeal of a boy failure is a lack of competition.
He's perfect, but just needs one person to fix him. And that's how a significant chunk of his fan base felt. If you've watched my channel before, then it's not too different from a girl failure that has a male audience that wants to fix her. It's the same parasocial mess. This can be very easily seen in some of the most viral fan-made videos of Sykkuno, like this one, for example, setting at over 3 million views. Sykkuno tells his trauma about girls. Sykkuno trusts his friend, Disguised Toast, more than the girls. So this guy had barely any romantic experience, and yet still, he had his heart...
It's projection. We just didn't know it.
Broken. He needs a woman that will fix him and tell him it'll be okay. And maybe she'll be one of his fans. If only he knew how handsome and amazingly desirable he was, though. Because he's another fan-made video. Everyone's simping for Sykkuno because who doesn't? I mean, God, if only he wasn't a boy failure and understood how smooth he was with women. But he's too naive. Because guess what? This video is sitting at over 4 minutes.
The title of the video is Sykkuno being smooth with girls for 14 minutes. I'm surprised it was only 14 minutes.
Sykkuno being smooth with girls for 14 minutes. I think you get the point by now, right?
Yeah.
This image of him that was so carefully crafted would attract a very large female audience. It would also allow him to be one of the only male streamers to constantly be able to hang out with a majoritarily female friend group without him or them getting in trouble with their fan bases due to jealousy. The guy was innocent, allergic to love, and he wouldn't hurt a single fly. This allowed him to do things that other male content creators could never do. Like, dude, this is him sniffing the armpit of Fuslie at some point during a podcast when they were talking about body odor. This is how much he was trusted around women. And even though his audience was very obsessed over him, they saw him as so awkward. So
okay, let's go to the next frame.
What love
let's
or
go to the next.
social
Can we please go to the next frame?
This was fine. They didn't mind.
I get it.
They were going to be the ones to
I
fix
understand
anyway.
it.
So it comes as no surprise that yes, some relationships literally ended over the girl's obsession over him.
Man,
hell, I wouldn't be surprised if some gay relationships ended because of the same reason too.
No, there's girls that get upset about that with guys, right? That like, oh, my boyfriend keeps donating to this streamer. Should I be worried? And then update, we broke up.
Was just that much of a sensation.
Of course.
And that crafted image he built around himself was just so believable and convincing. Yeah. And so he'd keep on doing what he's always done.
Sykkuno
and after his 2-year contract with YouTube would finally end during May 2024, he would make his grand comeback to Twitch, peaking at over 26,000 viewers. However, his viewer count would slowly begin to drift. And by April 20...
To be fair, it was already going down. It was already going down. Like, I mean, let's be honest, right? I mean, it was already flopping out. And again, a lot, like, the overwhelming majority, like, I can count on probably 2, if not 1 hand, the amount of streamers that have maintained relevance for more than, like, 5 years. It's almost impossible to do that. Like, almost nobody can do this. The break didn't help? Well, no, what I'm saying is that, like, you can see that, like, it was going down even whenever he was streaming regularly.
2026, he'd be sitting at 1,665 average viewers, a far cry from the peak of the pandemic back at 50,000. He'd also stopped collabing with larger content creators as much as he used to, mostly sticking to himself.
Yep, you guys know
But
it.
hell, I mean, 1,600 average viewers is still very easy to make a living off of. He had made his millions of dollars, had this incredibly obsessive fan base. As far as content creator careers go, this really wasn't so bad. The guy was a multimillionaire. What people weren't aware of, though, is that for many years, since becoming a viral sensation, he would use his status as Sykkuno, as the most desirable streamer imaginable, as this K-pop idol, to pursue relationships with smaller or up-and-coming content creators, whether they be cosplayers or VTubers, manipulating them into thinking that they were special, all in the hopes of hooking up with them and while being in a monogamous relationship. This is the real Sykkuno.
And this is the real Sykkuno. The software engineer changed into social engineer, farming these girls on a roster. This is insane. Yeah, and by the way, I hope that the guy that makes this video knows this. A lot of streamers do this. It's very common. It's not just him.
Now, we finally have proof. Hemamal VT, who I'll refer to as Mal from now on, is someone who has been making content for the last year. She occasionally streams from time to time, but also tends to post cosplays on her Twitter profile, some of them being revealing. Those revealing cosplays would catch Sykkuno's attention, and he'd follow her on Valentine's Day of 2026. Within barely a few days, he would start talking about how they should move in together into the same house.
Dude, so smart. Yep.
Having a girlfriend. When Mal would find out about the girlfriend, she would decide to write a Google document.
That's right.
The Google document would contain...
And keep in mind that, you know, again, like, maybe he did something wrong, I don't know, but she's mad that he didn't pick her, right? I mean, that's the reason why. Fishing where the fish are at, bro? Yeah, exactly.
Mal's side of the story, as well as Elfie Leah's side.
Why is he talking like she wasn't messaging Sykkuno first?
Of course, also posts cosplays from time to time, which is why Sykkuno was interested in her to begin with.
Yeah.
She also had no idea that Sykkuno had a girlfriend, and would meet up with him during December 2025 in Paris when he would travel for a convention. Unlike Mal, though, she would actually end up sleeping with Sykkuno, again, completely oblivious that he has a girlfriend. They would both share their stories and the DMs.
I mean, guys... Just let him live, man. Like, that's not a big deal. Like, I'm sorry, but like consensual sex between 2 adults and it's cheating, like that's on like the scale. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm desensitized from the Epstein files, okay? But when I hear that, I think, okay. How old? Yeah, how old? Yeah, she's an adult. Like, what are we doing?
Saikuno.
Let him
in the
fly
Google
free.
document.
Yeah.
This document would be 32 pages long, and it would detail.
You got side-pieced and you wrote a 32-page book about it? Really? Jeez.
Both of their experiences with Saikuno, leading up to the revelation of the fact that he has a girlfriend, as well as a link to
Now, I
the
ain't
full
gonna say
17-minute
it.
YouTube video in which Mal would confront Saikuno about cheating on his girlfriend with her. Here's how it would start off. On Valentine's Day of this year, I was followed on Twitter by Saikuno. I thought it was amazing that such a big content creator even knew I existed, let alone followed me on social media. He had been my role model and someone I looked up to for a long time, ever since my days in high school.
I hate this framing, because this framing like almost creates like an underage predator vibe. No, you're an adult, and I don't know if she's even a teenager. Like, maybe she is, maybe she's not, I have no idea. What are you doing saying this? Like, it's a little bit of stolen valor, right? I mean, there are people that are really, get 19. Okay, 19.
However,
still, I mean, you're not even 18, right? It's literally over a
learned
year.
about Saikuno after that day would make me regret my decision. Saikuno is not the kind, soft-spoken character you see on stream.
No way.
He is a serial cheater, liar, and
No
manipulator who uses his status to get what he wants from as many women as possible.
This is the best advertisement for streaming on Twitch as a guy that you could ever have.
Specifically, ones who are smaller or up-and-coming content creators, knowing that he can take advantage of them. After confiding in many others that have had similar experiences with Saikuno,
Crazy
I
advertisement.
realized that this was not an isolated incident. In fact, it was something that had been going on for multiple years.
Yeah.
He always
for him.
made sure to cover his tracks and never left a paper trail significant enough for someone to make this public. But now, this has all changed. These are serious allegations, and I fully understand that this should not be treated lightly. I urge all other content creators who have been personally affected by Saikuno's behavior to not remain silent, as I believe that there is strength in numbers. This document will not only include proof from me, but from
It's easier to count the amount of girls that he wasn't DMing. I think that number right now is 0.
another victim who has given me her consent as well. Below, you will find evidence that will expose this calculated pattern of love bombing and manipulation, as well as a recording of a voice call where he
I have to say that whenever I hear the word love bombing, and I hear that this is in page 1 of the accusation document, my oh no meter goes down.
explicitly admits to all his wrongdoings, everything. All right, so already this is one hell of an intro to the document, right? One thing I want to point out is the urging of all other content creators who have been personally affected by Saikuno to come out about this. As I had already mentioned, there are many people who were affected by his actions throughout the years. In fact, if Saikuno traveled to any expo or convention or event,
anywhere he traveled, just assume,
then you can bet a hefty sum of money that he always had someone there who he flew out, hoping that
That's
he could
right.
bring them to his hotel room.
Of course.
Anyway, the next section of the document would be titled, Our First Conversation. After Valentine's Day, I was so excited about him following me that I told a friend who then urged me to strike up a conversation. I finally worked up the courage to send him a DM, and he replied right away. So here we can see on the 15th of February, Mal would send, "Are you still looking for a Valentine's date, perhaps?" To which Saikuno would say, so innocently, "What? You can't just open up with something like that? And besides..."
So this girl DMs him.
Besides, Valentine's Day is almost over where I'm from already. To which she would reply with, "I mean, we can always do a Valentine's Day do-over, you know?" In the same first conversation, he brought up what kind of games he liked to play and invited me to play with him after a convention. On the left image, we can see them discussing sleep schedules, right? Understanding what time it is for her, what time it is for him. And on the right image, we can see him say, "What games do you like to play? I'm like a massive game player. That's usually how I meet people or make friends, to be honest." In the next couple of images, we can see Saikuno talk about the game he was playing, which was Outlast Trials, saying that maybe Mal could carry him. She would agree, give him her Discord, and then wonder, "Hey, are you done soon with your stream? Because I'm getting tired." She hadn't slept all night. She was pulling an all-nighter. He'd apologize for taking so long, and then he'd say that he has a convention to go to. So after making her wait for like a few hours, he would say, "Hey, listen, can we just play tomorrow? I have a convention to go to." And they would agree, "Okay, let's play after the convention." This is what...
Damn, bro. He had her, dude. So he was just, He got her on the hook. So the thing is that this guy is such an elite level fuckboy that I think it's possible that he knew he wasn't going to hang out with her that day, and he did that to make her feel like she had to work harder to get his attention. Like, he, on that level, like, this is something that, like, this is a low level, like, a low level person would never do this. But this guy is on that level that he would actually make a play that way. He would. I could see that happen.
Would lead us to the next
or
section.
Another girl that
Interest
night?
in where I
Yeah.
live. For context, this is still the same day as the first conversation.
Right.
Only moved to Discord in a few hours apart since I'm EU time zone and he's US time zone. So yeah, these DMs have the timestamp of 10 a.m. EU time. The last DMs we can see on Twitter were at 9 a.m. So this is barely an hour later after they added each other. Mal would continue by saying, things started out innocently enough with him inquiring about fun things to do near where I live, such as aquariums and conventions. TwitchCon EU specifically. I'd like to point out that I said we could go on a date to make up for
ABC, always be closing.
Valentine's. He not once expressed to me any discomfort or that he wasn't single. So yeah, this is how it goes. If someone expresses
Always
interest
be
in
closing,
you, right?
yep.
You typically tell them fairly quickly that you're already in a committed relationship. You don't just let things slide.
We could make it a date, you know, to make up for Valentine's Day. So she came on to him, and then he... Okay.
Right. Mal had no reason to think that Saikuno was already taken. Otherwise, he would have said something after
Because
she
he's
proposed the
cheating.
date.
Duh.
He asked, did they have an aquarium? I'm a big fan of aquariums.
I thought this
She'd
was
say,
established.
This artist in Amsterdam could make it a date, you know, to make up for Valentine's. He'd only reply with, a what? Lol? Continuing on with his innocent persona, but he'd never say, oh, no, actually, wait, like, I want to meet up as friends. I'm actually
Wait
in
a minute.
relationship."
Wait,
Not
where
one.
is this?
The next section will be titled, Following My Private Instagram.
Oh.
He would also follow my
in.
personal private Instagram that is only
jeez.
available to my IRL friends and family while using his official Saikuno account. So here we can see an image of Saikuno following her with her personal account name being hidden since it's personal. The next
Man.
section will be titled Making Plans to Meet Me in Person. So bear in mind, this was the next day, okay, the 16th of February. They had started talking on the 15th. He followed her on the 14th. The document would say, in this 2-hour Discord gaming call, the same day as our first conversation, Saikuno made plans to meet me IRL. It was set to be the same weekend as Dokumi 2026 since he was flying over anyway to attend TwitchCon EU. Going to the aquarium would be our first date. I also learned that there is a 15-year age gap between us. Right, so look,
Couldn't you just look that up on Google? Like, I mean, really, like, his age was very well known. I mean, what did she think he was, like, 25? Like, a 2-day closer? Yeah, bro, this guy locked in within, like, dude, a day and a half. Man.
Personally spoke to the victim about this. I asked, like,
She
would that
approached him. She
usually
did.
have been like a red flag or a
Yeah.
turnoff? She said yes. But the thing is,
I mean, a 15-year age gap. I think that it's going to be hard for you to have a lot in common with a girl that you're 15 years older than. But if you want to look at it from like a morality perspective, I couldn't give a fuck. She's an adult. You're an adult. I can be judgmental about it, and I will be. But I don't really care. I'm sorry. Like, I think it's a little bit weird, right? But both of them are consenting adults. That's it. I mean, you're so stupid girl logic. You're an adult. Yeah, exactly. Like, Cope, you're still into the same shit you were into 15 years ago. I am, and I think that. Listen, I still feel like I'm 17 until I talk to a 17-year-old, and then I realize, nope, you're 35.
this is Saikuno we're talking about here, right? So she made an exception. Because as you saw in the intro of this document, she used to watch him in high school. She genuinely looked up to him. To say that she was starstruck was an understatement, and that's exactly what he was counting on. Now, while keeping that 15-year age gap in mind, this next section definitely hits different.
Which there's nothing wrong with, by the way, at all. Nothing wrong with it.
It's titled, Making Plans to Move In Together. These messages would be on the 17th of February, 2 days after they started talking. It would say, with Saikuno, our relationship moved so incredibly fast it almost felt like a dream. It was like he could make anything I wanted happen. And as someone as prolific and successful as him, I had no reason to doubt anything he said to me. These screenshots show.
Again, playing into the 50 Shades of Grey. I'm just this random girl, and this super famous, really popular guy knows how special I am, and he wants to be with me. That's it. And again, how many people do you think he tried this with? How many hundreds of people do you think he tried this with?
That Saikuno and I were intending to adopt a cat and have me possibly move into his house. I told him we couldn't get a cat yet due to me not being a U.S. citizen and possibly having visa issues. Keep in mind, this conversation happened 2 days after the first conversation. So in this first image of these set of DMs, we can see them talking about pets in general, right? About how he might be allergic to certain pets, about how his current dog doesn't trigger his allergies. So they start discussing the prospect of getting a cat. Mal would say, I mean, if I'm there anyways, we'll have to think of a name, no? To which Saikuno would say, yeah, but I don't know if I can take care of it myself. Mal would say, or were you just going to name...
I don't know if I can take care of it, dude. He's got to do a course, man. This is good. What a champion, man. Man. It's a Riz. I know. Well, how old's the girl? She's like 19 or something like that. Yeah. It's like the Yagami of hooking up. Yeah, this is so good. A full breakdown. Yeah, and the thing is that, so this is the reason why he does that, right? And so this is a way that you can take advantage of this psychology, right? Is that you can say that to a girl and it like triggers and again, it sounds extremely misogynistic and sexist. Why is that? Because it is. So it triggers like the nurturing, like, oh, well, we're going to have a future together. And like, if you tell a girl that, oftentimes she will ignore or tell herself to ignore other red flags instead of that. And so it's like a fast track way of doing that. And then so implying that he can't do it by himself means that there's like a voluntary participation. It makes her feel special and needed as well. And not in a way that's imposing because it's a cat, right? So there's an entire psychology behind this.
It cat. He'd say you'll have to stay to help take care of it, lol, to which she'd say I'm okay with that. So I don't know how that would work.
Just tell you how it is.
I can't stay forever either, because I'm not an American citizen and I'll also probably have to go back as well. Because I mean, I hope at least that I can go back to studying end of this year. And like in general, everything is so expensive. Then he'd say, oh yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe we can get a cat together another time then. Besides, don't you already have a cat? Which she'd say, yeah, but they're my dad's. Also, did you finally order the food? And he'd say, oh, I see. So you wouldn't have to bring them if you just moved somewhere. To which she'd say, no, I guess not though. I'd miss them so much, so I definitely have to get new pets. So barely a couple days after speaking to each other, Saikuno's out here discussing getting a pet together, taking care of it, raising it together, and looking into the possibility of her maybe moving in together with him one day. This was as he was sharing a home with his girlfriend. The next section.
What, nobody ever had two houses before?
Will be titled Lying About Being Single and Dating History. In
this is probably pages like 3 to like 30.
Shot, Saikuno said he has only ever had one relationship his entire life. Of course. I would eventually find out that
apparently that seems to be true.
That was a lie, and that he had been dating and living in the same house as his girlfriend for years, and that I was not the only girl on the internet.
But it's the same girlfriend though. So it's true. He was only in one relationship. Yeah. I've only dated someone. Oh, and they broke up with me? Oh,
He spoke to on a daily basis. So here we can see DMs of them discussing this topic. Mal would say, I mean, you've been in relationships before. It's not like it's your first relationship. Referencing what they might potentially have going on. To which he'd reply with, I don't know, lol. I've only actually dated someone once and they broke up with me. So yeah, I think I'm just not very good. So it's probably just a me issue. To which he'd
This is a big risk. Like, what's crazy to me about this is that Saikuno embodies one thing that is just incredibly attractive in almost every single regard to everybody in most groups, is that it's the abundance mindset. He's never committed to making sure that he can lock in the relationship. He only puts the pieces out and the bait out for her to lock in the relationship. And this is something that you do if you're messaging 35 other girls. Because at this point, like, you can't individually pursue every single one of them and try to rizz them all up and do this. So you use this, and the anti-needy, exactly, right? And that's what he's doing. Watch the XQC clip. I haven't seen it. I have no idea. The ball's in her court. Yeah, exactly. This guy has that dog in him. What the fuck? I know.
Say, did you like never do anything for your ex, like at all? To which he'd say, I mean, I think I did. I don't think she thought I did. So yeah. But I mean, everyone has their own way of what they want. So it's important to be like, are you getting what you want? And if you're not, I totally understand. Mal, of course, would want to inquire as to
and the reason why this is risky, by the way, is that a lot of girls, if you say that your girlfriend broke up with you, what they do is then they figure out, they think that, oh, well, they probably broke up with you because you're a retard, right? Because women 5 times are more likely to statistically take the side of another woman to express what's called in psychology an own group bias. So what the risky thing with this is that, like, I would have this happen with me. Like, I'd complain about my ex-girlfriend to my mom, and my mom would agree with my ex-girlfriend. Like, what the fuck? How does this happen, right? And so only 5, well, that's the scientific amount, right? It's probably PC. It's probably like 20 times. But, and so that's the risky thing about this. Like, if I wouldn't have done this. I would have said something else.
He was saying, like, what do you mean you think you did? Like
that's
what?
Crazy.
But he'd never specify, and he'd always keep it vague, keeping up this persona that he crafted, the one that was allergic to love, that had no idea like what was going on with women. This would lead us right into the next section titled sexting. We texted every single day, and these interactions would be charged with flirting and suggestive topics. I would send him suggestive pictures and audios, and he would confirm that he'd touch himself to them. Additionally, he'd always act flustered and inexperienced, keeping up the illusion of his on-stream innocent persona.
There's nothing wrong with this. You're literally just embarrassing the man. Like, I mean, come on.
We'd also regularly talk about date ideas and things we'd like to do together in the future when we'd meet up IRL. Yeah. Topics that are usually discussed between 2 adults who are clearly romantically interested in each other. On top of texting, we also called almost every single day, even after he'd stream for over 8 hours. We'd talk and play games regularly. One thing I'd notice is that every time we called and when he spoke, he'd be whispering and never fully use his voice. His excuse was that it's because he was tired after a long stream, and I didn't really find that to be suspicious. Using your voice for 8 hours in a row does exhaust it afterward. Yeah. I now realize that he was quiet because his girlfriend lived with him and he didn't want her to hear.
Generational, bro. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I gotta whisper, I can't be too loud.
So in this first set of DMs, we can see them discussing things to watch together. Saikuna saying, let's watch something. Mal would say we should. He would say, let's watch a cooked Netflix dating show because those are funny, or both. And Mal would say we should. And do you also want to play games like Helldivers or Overwatch or etc.? In the next image, we can see them discussing the spicy audio that she sent him at some point.
Did you like the audio recording I sent you?
She would say, yeah, like in that audio recording I sent you, to which he would act flustered over and say, huh? Oh my God. Well, yes, you really sounded cute in that too. Which she would say, did you ever re-listen to it or only that once?
She was totally coming on to him the entire time. Like, it seems like the overwhelming majority of these DMs are her initiating and pushing a sexual relationship towards him.
Next screenshot, we can see them discussing going on a gym date. Mal expressed to him how much she enjoys going to work out at the gym, and so Saikuno would inquire about what a gym date looks like. This is when they discuss it more. In the next 2 set of DMs, we can see them talking about more spicy topics. Mal would say, you get flustered so easily. And then Saikuno would say, because I'm not. I've never done like this kind of thing before, lol. To which she would say, and? You don't like it? He'd continue saying, which is crazy because I'm older than you, but like I haven't really dated much, so. And then Mal would say, so? You have me now.
Oh, right.
With, my XP bar is low, but no, I do it.
Dude, generational fucking Riz. You have me now, my XP bar is low. Dude. Oh, God.
Never gotten something like this before. Yes, I like it. It's so good. I can't wait to use it later. As in, I can't wait to grill my sausage to it later, whatever she sent. To which she would...
What's wrong with that? I mean, there's plenty of people do that.
Would reply with, you know, I've kind of wondered if you've ever touched yourself while watching what I send you. To which he'd say, what? Why would you wonder that? She'd say, well, because they're spicy pictures and videos. Of course, I wonder if you put them to use.
I mean, why do you
say,
why
I'll
do you
definitely
post
put this one to use. She'd say, so
why
you never...
do you, bro, this is the thing, is like, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. How is it that it's never not true? Like, why are you even adding this in just to embarrass? You're literally just embarrassing the guy. That's it.
Done so before? And then
That's
he would
crazy.
say, maybe in all caps, with
Interrogating
a
him?
flustered sweating emoji. This is when she'd put her foot down and say, I want a yes or no. And then he would say, yes, of course I have. How could I not? Overall, these DMs were a balance of spicy and wholesome, just like what you'd expect when two people are romantically interested in each other, saying goodnight to each other, inquiring on their health. He'd compliment her on her appearance. She'd say, I love getting compliments from you. Good morning. Morning, handsome, what are you up to? But this romantic interest wouldn't just be expressed with words. No, for Saikuno, he'd make sure to express it financially, too. This is what would lead us to the next section, titled Sugar Daddy. Less than a month later, Saikuno would randomly ask for my
If you think somebody's a sugar daddy because they sent you $81, you need to raise your standards. As a woman, you need to rate $81? Are you kidding? You think you're worth $81? Jesus. Well, really? I mean, whales give so much more. They do. They do. There are tons of, like, I mean, everybody knows. There are girls that I know that do like stuff like this. Oh, they get paid way more money.
PayPal account in DMs. He'd then waste no time in sending me money unprompted.
What, you want to pepper her up with $80 and have her fly all the way out to see you? Yeah, bro, I'm sorry, but I'm going to give away the game. Girls should ask for way more money from a guy like Saikuno. They should. $81? This guy's a multi-fucking millionaire, and he's giving you $81, and you're losing your mind sending him nudes. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this is like, I thought we were in hoflation. This is like a whole Great Depression. Look at it.
Something that I'd later realize was simply a behavioral pattern that he'd employ with women he'd express interest in. I want to reiterate that I have never asked him for his money, and he did this of his own volition. He bought me both a gym jacket, linked below, and Resident Evil 9, because I had expressed interest in that
Did he get you the collector's edition or not?
Here we can see two
That's how you know if he really loves you.
On the 28th of February 2026, 81 euros, and the second one being 200 euros on the 5th of March 2026. The sender was the business, Saikuno. He'd innocently ask for a PayPal username on the 28th of February. He'd start off the conversation with, you still aren't asleep either? To which she'd say, I fell asleep, woke up again because I'm having trouble sleeping. He would then say, oh, well, good morning. And what's your PayPal so I can buy you games later? She'd say, huh? Straight to the point. Jesus, I need to update my email to my PayPal because it's my old name from before I rebranded. When he would send her money for a gym jacket, at some point she'd say, want me to send it back? To which he'd say, no, I wanted you to get a nice gym vest, lol. Especially because it seems like you're really passionate about working out, so I thought it'd be nice. And then you can remember.
That's, again, like, that's smart because he wants her to be hot. So you want to encourage her to keep going to the gym. Now you've created a psychological desire for her to continue going to the gym, and for her to now feel guilty for not going to the gym because you gave her the money to buy things. See, this is, yeah, see? It's an investment. He didn't give you money, he invested. You condition her. Exactly, you condition her.
Me when you're wearing it. I thought it was a cute idea. She'd buy one, she'd wear it, she'd send it to him, and she'd say,
see? There it is.
Say, I wore it with the green set because I know how much you like green. She'd also make a tweet on her account while wearing it, saying, this gym jacket is literally so comfy, the muscle mommy arc will be real. So up until this point, this was Mal's experience with Sykkuno. The next section is titled A Calculated Pattern of Love Bombing and Manipulation. And this is where we talk about Elphilia's side of the story. The document would say, after speaking to Elphilia a few days ago, we were able to corroborate our experiences with Sykkuno and learned that we were both victims of this. We had no idea that he was talking to both of us at the same time. Sykkuno is known to send hundreds of dollars to the girls he wants to get involved with. This screenshot is from when he took my friend Elphilia to Paris during the 2025 TFT tournament.
So this is the reason why he's not giving her a lot of money, is that he's got to space it out. That's smart.
Along with sending her 500 euros to help her move into her new apartment.
Yeah.
You can clearly see that this was sent from his business email's PayPal account. So unlike the other image that was supplied by Mal, here we can clearly see this is Sykkuno at hot.
I mean, this is like what? It's over a year. I mean, this is a guy, okay, this is a guy that has probably a net worth of over $5 million. He locked you in, he dabbed you up with $1,500? Like, I mean, really, what's going on with this? I mean, this is over a year? 3 months? Oh, fuck, 3 months. I mean, that's a lot more. I thought, no, I got it wrong.
Mail.com sending her all this money. A substantial amount, around 1,550 euros, all under his business email. Here are the DMs.
This is the reciprocity, right? And so this is like, I'm going to give this girl money, and that way she feels like she has to do something for me. This is very, very common. It's the same thing that the scammers in Paris do. It's the same thing that companies do. Like, this is something that it works on a business level. It works on a scamming level. It works on a relationship level. It works everywhere.
Which we can see that he offered to pay for her flight to TFT Paris, as well as all the food and hotel fees there.
I don't know about
Pretty much taking care of her financially during the entire trip.
Is that predatory?
So this starts off as far back as April 2025, with Sykkuno telling Elphilia, I'm probably going to Paris later this year for sure. I'm not sure on TwitchCon yet. I'm afraid I don't know enough people. He'd say, you should come to Paris when I go to it.
I don't know enough people. And then she's going to say, I'm going to go there and you're going to know me.
Is it close? To which she'd say, Paris is pretty easy to go to, yes, since it's in the European Union. He'd say, you better hang out then when I go there. She'd reply with, I'll have to see because I know nothing and no one there and it's expensive. To which he would say, I'll pay for it.
Don't worry. Whoa, really? You do that?
Don't worry. She'd say, whoa, really? You do that? And then he'd say, yeah, of course. And all the food. She'd, of course, be ecstatic about this and say, you'd have to deal with my annoying ass, though. And he would say, but you got to choose places to eat, like the restaurants. And she'd say, deal. One day later, he'd reiterate, you're fine. You never have to pay for anything. Don't worry, lol. How much is the flight usually from Netherlands to Paris and back? Because she lived in the Netherlands at the time. I think I'm going for like a TFT tournament or something like that. On the 10th of December, 2025, we can see her saying, I'm boarding now. See you soon. To which he would reply with, see you soon. You have the hotel info, right?
Okay. They were going to Paris together. All right. That's very different. I thought that he flew her to like where he lived and he had her in a hotel. Okay. That's way different.
Since they were going to share a room. This brings us to the next section titled Elphilia's Experience. Elphilia would talk to Sykkuno on and off for the span of 5 years. During that time, she had absolutely no idea that he had a girlfriend in the 5 years that she had known him.
Somebody says, brother, you are devaluing the level of Riz this man exudes. It lowers the cost. Stop disrespecting the game. The thing is that, like, I think that there's a lot, like, because this is, and I was talking to somebody about this, and they were like, well, why would he message 30 girls? And I said to them, I said, when you're a commercial fisherman, you have like 30 lines out because you know that you're always going to have 2 or 3 fish on the hook. And so you want to make sure you have 30 lines out so there's always a fish or 2 on the hook. There's always hedging his bets. Exactly, yes.
On and off flirted with him. Anytime she would bring up the topic of his love life, he would give the response of playing too many games and not going out enough to meet women to date. So bear in mind, she knew him since like 2021. back when he was like the most desired man on the entirety of Twitch or the streaming space. And even with all that flirting, he never once mentioned the relationship he's been in since 2021. So this was in the beginning of his relationship as well.
Yeah.
So in this next set of DMs, we can see Elphilia saying, also, I have a question for you. Why are you single? Like, how? To which he'd say, huh? That's a crazy question, lol. I think it's a combination of like playing too many games. To which you'd say, why crazy? Why is it crazy?
Playing too many games. Yeah, you are, but not. My favorite thing is that a lot of people like him, very manipulative people, will always like to tell you the truth, but make you believe that it's a lie or make you believe it's something else. Him saying, I'm playing too many games. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Question. The guy was desired by anyone, even after his viewership had fallen down.
I never said what
bit.
kind of games.
I
never said that.
It didn't make sense. The document would say, same calculated behavior and patterns, using his
I don't mean
boy
leak.
facade to lure women into a false narrative. In this next set of DMs, Elphilia would be saying, You're cute. You're this sweet to all girls, or am I just lucky? To which he'd say, wah, lol, only to the ones I think are cool. So as we can see, Elphilia is just starstruck. She can't believe this. She feels so lucky that Saikuno, the guy who's desired by everyone, is giving her attention out of anyone else in the world. This is the effect he had on people, and he knew this. And just like with Mal, he would follow her personal Instagram with his official Saikuno Instagram page. It's genuinely like a deja vu to what he did with Mal. Like, it's the same.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Same patterns. The guy had a playbook, and he knew how to put it to use.
Yeah.
The document would continue. Here is proof that Saikuno was in Paris for the TFT event around this time too, directly from his Twitter. So here you can see this was posted around the 13th of December 2025 when he was in Paris. In this first tweet on the left, we can see him taking an image of Lily Pichu, who was also there, as well as him retweeting
he was obviously
one of TFT's tweets saying,
I mean, I don't think we need to have a triangulation here, okay? Do I believe that Saikuno flew to Paris to hook up with this girl and also go to a networking event for his career? Yep, I believe it. I could believe that instantly. You don't need to convince me. I don't need to have it proven. I believe it.
Ultimate bragging rights have been secured at the TFT Paris Open. This is them announcing that Saikuno's team had won, confirming that he was indeed there. The next page of the document would show us a set of DMs between Saikuno and Elphilia. The date would be the 3rd of March, 2026. So this would be 3 months.
I was playing WoW and I saw this player and it reminded me of you. Oh, man. And then right after that, he's trying to hook up with it, dude.
They had met up and hooked up. And this would be as he was talking with Mal. He'd say, oh my god, I was playing World of Warcraft. I saw this player. It reminded me of you. That's because that player had a similar looking name. She'd say, oh, you got reminded of me? That's cute. To which he'd say, of course. Oh, I was going to ask, were you planning on going to like Offkai or anything like that? That's a VTuber Expo, right? To which she would say, I wish, but unfortunately I can't. My rent is now 800 euros per month and I'm living fully off of my savings, so I canceled all my travels for the year. The document would say, to add even more salt to the wound, after Elphilia's Paris trip, and 2 weeks after he had started talking to me, saying things like how he wants to move in with me and such, he would message Elphilia asking her if she'll be at Offkai. This is proof that he'd be talking to more than one woman at the same time. Planning a hookup for every event he went to. He was doing this while giving me the impression that he wanted something long-term, and all while also having a girlfriend since 2021. Yeah. Elphilia and I weren't friends until I found out that he was cheating on his girlfriend. This is when we both got in contact with each other and shared our stories.
Let's call ice on her? Bro!
The section would end with both Saikuno and Elphilia
talking
about random
No.
topics, and then at the end of this DM chain, we can see Saikuno saying, how was your day? To which she would reply with, awful. Spent the whole day crying. Crying right now. Why do some men cheat? I'll never understand.
Dude,
the document points out that this is ironic.
Why do some men cheat? I'll never understand. How was your day?
Seeing that Saikuno is a cheater himself. So as you can see, when these two women spoke to each other,
what did he say to that? I want to know what he said to that.
Shocked to know that they were being used so casually.
Please.
And shocked to know that this man was in a relationship.
What did he say?
But how is it that he did this for years with no consequences? How is it that there are many Elphilias and Mals out there with no one saying a thing? Well, they kind of did, which is what the next section is all about. It's titled Rumors and Broken Friendships. As I mentioned in the intro, no one made a public statement before because they never had sufficient evidence. Sykkuno would always talk about the most explicit and sensitive topics in voice calls or in person, never leaving a paper trail. This was all intentional.
The software engineer.
Rumors still managed to spread. Many content creators, both big and small, would vent to their friends about his behavior. Behind the scenes for many, he'd be known as a predator who regularly took advantage of smaller and or vulnerable content creators. The reason why Sykkuno would abruptly stop hanging out with certain people throughout the years is because of this predatory behavior. However, he'd managed to keep enough influential friends around him to legitimize his position in the space, especially seeing that many of those friends were women who would have normally stood in solidarity with any sort of victim, making it seem like he was safe enough to trust because they trusted him enough to be a friend. As Elfilia spoke with Sykkuno, she'd tell him about rumors that she had heard from someone else, about how Sykkuno had a roster of readily available women, and how they all coincidentally were smaller content creators who wouldn't dare touch him if something went wrong. Elfilia, of course, didn't believe this. After all, Sykkuno had a calculated pattern that worked perfectly in his favor.
Because every single one of them wants to think that they're special. Every single one of them wants to think that, yeah, he had a bad past, but he's turning it around just for me.
His innocent, naive demeanor wouldn't dare hurt a fly, so why would he hurt me? So here we can see DMs between Elfilia and Sykkuno. She would start this off with saying, I don't know, he said he dislikes you, referencing a friend of hers, and that you only go for girls that are small so you can manipulate them with your shy persona. Yet he is doing that to my friend right now. To which Sykkuno would say, oh yeah, I mean, I don't think that's true, but I guess people will say stuff randomly. I'm confused as to these people who think I'm going for them. I haven't really done that. But anyway, I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, like I said before, people who know me will know me, and I guess he just dislikes me, which is totally fine. She'd say, exactly. He did say the only reason you haven't gotten called out is because you go after small creators and they'll never expose you. If you ever need proof of anything, I have receipts, just in case he tries anything funny. Sykkuno would say, oh, I feel like the way VTubers are, they would love to try and expose bigger streamers. They love drama, lol. But it's not true.
True.
So I think it's fine. I don't need receipts or anything. It's fine. But I thought he was chill. I'm kind of sad he was so angry. Elfilia would say, I know, just making sure you stay safe no matter what, love. Sykkuno would continue saying, I mean, why is he bringing up so much anyway, though? To which she'd say, he's jealous of you. I'm just playing League with him, and he brought you up out of the blue. To which he'd say, I don't think there's much to be jealous of, lol. But hopefully he feels better soon. And Elfilia ends this by saying, he said you hurt 5 of his friends, apparently. So this was on the 22nd of December after they had met IRL, and Elfilia had no reason to doubt him, right? She still had no idea that he had a girlfriend since 2021. This is why she was still so readily siding with him. And speaking of cheating, this is what would lead us to the section, Sykkuno's girlfriend. The coincidence that would lead me to finding out the truth about Sykkuno happened last week. A popular male VTuber tried to slide into my DMs to presumably
why all the Z's? For her to imply that she's annoyed? That's the reason why?
My pants, and when I rejected him, he immediately started to mention nasty rumors about Bao. Out of concern for her, I reached out to Ahmad, who then connected me with Bao. The three of us struck up a conversation when I mentioned I was nervous about a date I was going on. They asked me who it was. When I said my date was with Sykkuno, they immediately told me not to go on the date for my own personal safety.
Dude.
Bao told me that at the end of March, Sykkuno...
3 more girls that were going to get a cat with Sykkuno. Nobody got the cat.
His girlfriend reached out to her regarding a controversial tweet Bao made last year in 2025. She asked Bao if it was true that the tweet was about Sykkuno. So this tweet in question, right, if you were on Twitter back in October 2025, you would have probably seen it. It went absolutely viral, and it simply just said, if you're an up-and-coming female content creator with a small but growing audience and a much larger and successful male content creator approaches you out of nowhere and showers you with attention on stream, in DMs, etc., don't walk, run.
Damn.
99% of people. This was Bao giving smaller content creators very well-needed advice. In reality, though, this was a subtweet directly referencing Sykkuno's behavior. Because the document would continue, they called, as in Bao and Sykkuno's girlfriend, and Bao explained to her that other women had confided in her about similar experiences with him. She described a pattern of behavior where he targeted small female content creators and pressured them into having sex with him. Bao then offered to connect her with these other victims so they could share their experiences with her directly, as she felt it was important to hear them firsthand. This was all discussed during
it all comes falling down.
And so here we can see a DM sent by Sykkuno's girlfriend on March 24, 2026 to Bao, saying, hey Bao, I'm sorry to bother you with this, but I heard something recently that was a bit
pressured is wrong. Also, like, I mean, I don't know if it's wrong or not. I wasn't there. I won't make any comments on that. How can I know?
concerning, and I thought I would just come ask you about it. I heard that there was possibly an instance of Saikuno trying to get VTuber girls up to his hotel room to drink with them, and that the tweet you made about being cautious of large male streamers showering you with gifts and attention was about him, in regards to him doing it to one of your friends? You know, before we get back to the document, this actually reminds me of this one tweet that was posted on Twitter back on October 21st, 2025, during TwitchCon North America, where an innocent fan came across Saikuno in the lobby of a hotel at 2 a.m. One can only wonder what he was doing there, but as you can see, rumors are very easy to spread once you spot someone in a hotel lobby at 2 a.m. The document would continue. Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, Saikuno and his girlfriend were trying to reconcile after Saikuno somehow managed to convince her that it was all a huge misunderstanding. She had no clue that I, as well as many other girls, still existed in Saikuno's romantic and sexual life.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me that he tried to get his girlfriend back even while he still had the roster? At the same time, he was addicted to the game. Bao and her mob would put me in a group chat with Saikuno's. They had a whole group chat against him. They premeditated this? Who cares if they premeditated it? He premeditated what he did. Who gives a shit? Yeah, they obviously conspired against him because they're mad. They're mad that they got played. And again, I think it's justifiable for them to get mad. It is manipulative. It is taking advantage of them. Absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with that. Of course they're mad.
Her mod would put me in a group chat with Saikuno's girlfriend.
If I was them, I'd be mad.
The screenshots you see above. She was rightfully horrified and left the group chat because she couldn't stomach reading them. This is where we can see DMs in the group chat from Saikuno's girlfriend saying, "I have lived with him for over 2 years. We have been together since 2021. And on top of that, everything he's planning with you are things we have planned together and talk about and have done. I'm sorry." At this point,
That's right. You have like it's like a test case.
Be able to imagine what I would feel if I was in Mal's shoes or anyone else's shoes that Saikuno had taken advantage of. In fact, I mean, I can't imagine being his girlfriend, hearing these rumors about someone I lived with in the same home and finding out about it this way. Even after he managed to convince me that him sleeping with someone back in December 2025 was a misunderstanding. It's horrifying. This would all lead us to the final section of this document, titled "To All of Saikuno's Victims." Ever since Saikuno's viral breakout during the pandemic lockdowns of 2020 when he played Among Us, he has always carefully curated every aspect of his behavior on stream and with friends.
Welcome to the fucking show. Big surprise, guys. People that act a certain way on stream aren't that way. Victims, I mean, I do think he took advantage of them. He did. He did take advantage of them. I think it's fair to say that they were victims of somebody who was manipulative. Somebody who was deceitful and manipulative. I think that's true. I don't think that he's a predator, but I think that he's manipulative. I just think that predator term is too heavily charged. That's it. So the thing is that, like, I mean, welcome to the show. I mean, a lot of streamers, the way they act on stream is not the way they act off stream. Like, duh, of course.
Innocent, romantically inexperienced boy failure who looks like an anime character and sounds like one too. This perfectly curated image would attract a large audience of women, with a lot of them openly professing how attracted they are to him. He soaked in the praise and never sought to limit the most extreme aspects of his community because it made him more desirable. He understood this and would use this curated image, as well as his legitimacy in the content creation space thanks to his followers and famous friends, to seek out any attractive cosplayers and or content creators that were
not any. All attractive cosplayers. Just down the list.
Small enough to be starstruck by his grand presence.
Yes.
It would work most of the time as he'd use the same calculated pattern that he used with me and Elphilia to lure them in and eventually fly them out to the next convention or event that he went to with the goal of hooking up. What these many women didn't know, though, is that he'd always lie about the fact that he's single. That behind the scenes, he had a neglected and depressed girlfriend that he'd been with since 2021 and who has lived with him since 2024 in the same house. I implore the many other victims to come out about their experiences with this predator. And I end this document with a recording of Saikuno in which he admits to everything, especially with how he cheated on his girlfriend with my friend and was intending to do that with me as well. For context, this was shortly after I had messaged his girlfriend about his cheating. 30 minutes later, he would ask if I was free for a call. As his girlfriend was crying downstairs, he somehow chose to prioritize someone that he barely met 2 months ago. She's referring to herself. I pointed this out.
Well, of course he would, because he's prioritizing you because he thinks that by having a communication with you, that it will lower the probability that you'll say something publicly that would negatively affect him. And he knows that his girlfriend, apparently we don't even know who his girlfriend is, so she's irrelevant. So she's not going to say anything about this. So that way, it's like basically you want to put out the fire that people can see. Right? And so that's smart for him to do that. Damage control? Yeah, exactly.
During the call,
it's completely
here's
logical.
The link. So the link isn't here right now, but obviously it will be by the time this video comes out. It's okay though, because I have the video. And if you're wondering why you should watch it here, well, it's because Saikuno's voice is so damn low. I mean, the guy was whispering as if someone was after him with a gun.
Ooh.
They could barely tell what he's saying.
Why?
I actually bothered
Nobody
to add
knows why.
subtitles. This whole recording is 17 minutes long.
Proper
and
aggro
as the
management?
document
Yeah,
stated,
exactly.
he pretty much admits to everything. Watch.
Okay.
Hello.
Thomas. Oh, God.
So?
Well,
cat's out of the bag.
pretty much know most of it.
Yeah? Like what?
Know what?
No, you
Tricky Thomas.
Well,
Tricky
I'm
Tom.
very honest
I wasn't very honest.
about things.
About
what? You have to speak up a little bit. Your mic's cutting out.
It's not cutting out. It's not cutting out, sweetie. He just has to make sure that his girlfriend can't overhear your conversation while he does damage control, okay? It's not cutting out.
This happens. About being single, and I just wanted to tell you how everything happened.
Uh-huh. You're still gonna have to speak up a little bit, by the way. You're still cutting out a lot.
Sorry. You know how I talk quietly.
Yeah, but you never talk this quietly.
She's in a closer room.
It's the actions of your... Well, it's the consequence of your own actions, I suppose.
I know.
Mm.
So basically, I was in a very happy relationship.
Doesn't sound like it, but...
Not any... I was. That's what he said was.
Finish.
Uh-huh, continue.
I was in a very happy relationship a long time ago.
Long time ago. What, like 2021?
I don't know the exact time, honestly, but long time.
Because it's more recent, but he doesn't want to say that. So you make the appeal to ambiguity, so the person assumes that the date that they originally gave you is accurate. Of course. Of course.
So then it got a lot less happy.
How so?
I don't fully know. She just stopped hanging out with me that much, and
she stopped hanging out with
me. Hanging out with you. She lives with you.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to speak up. I can't hear a single sentence that comes out of your mouth.
It's uncomfortable science. It's actually a lot longer, but I cut some out. Oh, God.
You there?
Yes, I'm here.
See, probably the girl came nearby, and so he had to put the phone down. And so that the reason, like, and he's playing it off as if like he's like embarrassed or sad about it, but he's like, oh, no, honey, I'm not talking to anyone. What do you mean? What do you mean you heard voices? Take your medication.
Okay, I'm just asking because you went quiet.
Anyway, so I was very, very happy.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, it wasn't so happy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly when, but like we stopped spending time together.
What? Oh. Reframing. We stopped spending time together.
We hadn't done it together for years.
Or what? I couldn't hear that part.
Mm-hmm.
I said we hadn't done anything together for like years.
This is such fuckboy behavior.
And I was just very sad and alone. Didn't feel wanted at all.
Mm-hmm. So
reframing it. So this is something I did when I was a kid. Is that like, so my mom caught me looking at porn. And so what I told her, I was like, I was in 6th grade. And I was like, I had to look at porn because everybody in school was bullying me, calling me gay. And so I had to look at porn because I didn't know if I was gay or not. And so it totally reframed it, and then she started feeling sorry for me. Meanwhile, nobody in school I was calling other people gay. What do you mean? Like, I was the one doing that. What are you talking about? So the fact is, like, and so now what he's doing is that he's going around and he's trying to reframe it like he's the victim and he's just looking for attention, so she'll feel sorry for him and not be outspoken about the negative stuff. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to sympathy farm.
Slept with Alfie in Paris.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you flirted with me.
Yeah.
And were telling me how you wanted me to come visit you in Vegas, and how you wanted to go on a date, and how you were serious about me, and how you really meant it, and how you wanted to go get a cat together.
That's a lot of cats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why? Why didn't you just break off the relationship then?
That's what I'm curious about, too. I'm actually curious about that. Why didn't you just break up with her? Because if you wanted to, like, hook up with all these different girls, why do you, like, obviously you're not really in love with her if you're hooking up with all these other girls. So, like, why didn't you do that? Like, it's very confusing to me.
Because a combination of remembering how it
always have a backup plan? Yeah.
Some part of me hoping it would go back to that. And
well, obviously it's not going to go back to that if you're actively cheating on her.
Mm-hmm.
It's only going to get worse. I think that's really on you, bud.
Yeah.
And I know you're smarter than that.
I'm not.
I mean, for fuck's sake, you're a 34-year-old man. Yes, you are.
34.
Stop acting like you're a child.
34. And he's still... Bro, the thing is that... I think that this kind of stuff, like, people say it's like you're getting older, right? No, I think guys do this when they're like 65. I think they do. I feel like it just happens more and more.
Don't think that's what I'm acting.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you
he's
say
70, yeah.
You're not smarter than that, but you are.
Mm-hmm.
You're a 34-year-old
They
man. You
do.
just chose to do it.
I know that. One of the things that I did when my dad was in the hospital is I called up all of the girls that he used to talk to that he would not maybe do this, but on some spectrum of this. And I had all of them come visit him when he was in the hospital. I did. Don't say it. I mean, that's fine, right? And so, yeah. And it improved things. He was in better mood.
You knew damn well in the back of your head that it wasn't going to end up well.
Yeah. At different times, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not. Cheating is just bad. She hasn't done
One at a
anything to
time.
ask for
Yeah,
to
one
be
at a
cheated
time.
on. It's pretty cut and dry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she relied on me to take care of a lot of things. And I still cared about her.
Okay, that doesn't mean that...
So he's trying to imply that he's taking care of her, and that's the reason why he's staying, to make himself look like, oh, well, I'm providing for her, and so that's the reason why I'm staying, even though I shouldn't.
You do that because you wanted to, not because you... Not because she was, like, holding it against you or forcing you to.
Mm-hmm. So rehearsed? Yeah, of course.
Exactly. So there's still no excuse for you to cheat on her.
Not saying there was one. Just explaining why it happened.
The only reason why it happened is because you just chose to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you decided to lie to me, because you know damn fucking well that lying especially is like a big thing I do not tolerate.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was fine about the Alfie thing, because I was like, okay, he didn't know me before that, right? But then I find out you've had a girlfriend this entire time. Do you realize how fucked up that is? Because not only were you... Because, sure, you didn't lead Alfie on. Alfie acknowledges that you didn't lead her on, right? Because I've talked to Alfie I'm friends with her. I've been friends with her before I even met you.
Okay.
Like, she acknowledges that you didn't lead her on. You led me on, though. You did lead me on, though.
Yeah.
You gave me all these fancy-ass promises about, oh, we're gonna go on a date when you come visit here. What, so you could cheat on your girlfriend again?
Yeah.
So you could sleep with me so you could cheat on your girlfriend again?
Yeah, that's, I mean... Duh. yeah, obviously.
That wasn't...
What were you intending with that?
Well, I thought it was going to, be over.
But what?
Like, I thought that was going to be the end of that.
He's using ambiguity so she can, this technique is very good, but it's not very good when the person's onto you, because what he's doing is he's adding in ambiguity so she can fill it in with what basically suits her ego. But I think that it's too late in the game to him to do that. This is an early game strat that you can't do on the last turn of the game. You can't, it's way too late for this.
The end of what?
My previous relationship.
You were gonna break up with so you could date me, or what?
Well, like I said,
I didn't
it's been a long time where, like, we hadn't spent time together. Hadn't done anything in years.
Mm-hmm.
And in my head, I
Toast would
thought
have made a better play. Toast would have 100%. Yeah.
At some point.
He would have survived this meeting for sure.
I couldn't hear you.
I said, I thought that meant that was going to be, like, the end of it.
So you were already moving on before you even broke up with her? Were you intending to break up with her, or were you just waiting for her to break up with you?
See, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Of course.
It's
So-
just a really weird
I just
mix of, like,
I just want to understand this. So what was your intention with me? Like, where was I in this whole thing? Like, were you intending to date me after her? Like, were you intending to just ditch to go date me?
I mean, I guess for me, it felt like it was already. Oh.
But that's not what I asked. I'm talking about me.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
You were thinking to just ditch her and then date me. What, were you gonna do the same thing to me? I'm sorry, but, like, you're not really selling this whole relationship thing really well. If this is the type of relationship you uphold.
Yeah.
Not trying to sell it.
I can tell.
Just trying to explain what's going on.
Yeah. The thing is, if I never reached out to Bao...
He's vague maxing so hard. He is, and the reason why, again, because he's hoping that by vague maxing, he can create sympathy by her creating a narrative. Because that's the way that he got these girls to get with him. And so, but it doesn't work in this, it doesn't work whenever the narrative is already predetermined, right? Because she already knows what's going on. So you can't use this strategy.
I reached out to Bao about you, right? I reached out to Bao about because he's lied behind my back
Just how
to
it
a
is.
bunch of people. And I was
As
not
much
okay with
working,
that.
though? I don't think it's working.
And then started lying about Bao. That's when I reached out
The
to Bao.
video's out.
I
It didn't
became
work.
friends with
It's recorded.
her
It didn't
roommate.
work.
And then I was talking with a little bit back and forth, and then you came up in the topic, and then she told me you had a girlfriend,
He's probably texting a new girl on the call.
and that your girlfriend has been venting to Bao this entire time. About how you gaslight her into staying. You make her feel bad anytime that she, like, wanted to leave because you cheated on her. And she knew that you cheated on her. She just didn't know who. Because you never told her that it was Elfie. You just told her that you cheated on her in Paris.
He's going to say yeah, isn't he?
I think. I don't know if you told her, but I knew she knew.
Come on.
Yeah, I did tell him.
Oh, he's being specific.
Why?
Wow.
Why go through all
Wow.
of this trouble?
That's a lot.
Didn't
expect
know how
that.
to
I mean, for God's sake, if the only thing why you even stayed with her is because she relied on me for a lot of things, you can afford to take care of her for a little bit before she gets back onto her feet. Like, at least don't put her through the trouble of telling her I'm still gonna be with you, telling her that you're still her boyfriend while actively cheating on her every single day.
See,
yeah, I mean,
if this was like me, I was in this situation, what I would do for damage control is I would start agreeing with her and talking about how I'm going to try to get help and fix myself because I know I did something wrong, even though I thought in my mind it was justified, because I think that's the next play that he should do. That's what I would do if I was him in this situation.
Right, I should have just said how I felt.
You could have just deadass. If the only thing that you were concerned about is the fact that she relied on you for things,
right?
You could have just supported her until she got back onto her feet, so she could support herself. You know?
The Diddy play? It's not a Diddy play.
And it wasn't just that.
Then what else?
Somehow hoping it would go back to how it used to be.
Well, I also already told you, cheating is not going to make it go back to how it used to be.
It's a lot easier to say that.
It's the truth. It's the harsh truth. Nothing is going to go back the same way that it was if you're going to cheat on someone actively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm going to change.
You're going to change what?
That's it. Everything.
What do you mean that's it?
Just gonna change that.
You're gonna stay with her?
You're right.
Because honest to God, I feel like the poor girl's been through enough. I don't think you should have to sit there and keep doing this to her.
Man.
Because I was in a group chat with her while you were on stream. And this girl's absolutely f***ing distraught because of the shit that you've done to her.
Yeah.
The shit that you've put her through. Genuinely. Do you know how much that fucks someone up?
I would say no, I don't.
You already cheated on her once,
I don't
she decided
understand.
to trust you still. She decided to stay with you, despite the fact that you already had cheated on her and admitted to it. And what do? You go onto Twitter and go find the next girl to flirt with. If anything, honest to God, I'm not even mad at it.
It's not true. I did it on Instagram.
At this point, I'm just disappointed. I'm really disappointed.
Say me too. Say me too. Please say me too.
That's fair.
Oh, no.
Because she's been crying to Bao about it. Bao's been sitting there, comforting this girl, trying to tell her, hey, maybe you should leave him. Because this isn't okay. This really isn't okay. You're putting this girl through mental strain. Every single day. That you continue to be with her. While you're sitting there having fun playing with your friends. Be so honest right now, Thomas.
Uncomfortable silence, part 2. Girlfriend probably walked back into the room.
So you think,
Tricky Thomas.
And you might be right.
Yeah.
Okay, now we see, this is a smart pivot. This is a great pivot because now she can feel vindicated. And now we're all right. So this is what I was saying, right? This is a good idea. Now you can hopefully get it to a manageable level.
Yeah. If it is money that she doesn't have, or if it's a job, or if it's family, or blah 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 blah.
Gave her a lot.
Yeah, well, there exactly. Just help her back on her feet until she can support herself, and then just leave the girl alone, because she deserves better than that. Because you cannot sit there and be like, I love her, but do all of this shit to her and continue to let her stay in that situation.
Well. Well, one part of that wasn't true.
One part of that wasn't true. Are you going to clarify? Of course you're not.
What?
I think the feelings faded.
Said the same. Yep, there it is.
Well, then
Same
you
thing
should
again.
just let her go.
So now he's probably happy because this is a tone shift, and so now there's the sympathy. Some of the sympathy baiting has started to work, and so now I think that you're going to hear him start talking more at this point because you've got the fish back on the hook. The fish was off the hook. Now it's back on the hook. Okay, let's see if he's going to talk more about this.
Instead of just sitting her there wasting her time.
Okay, well, anyway.
And also, why'd you get on a call with me when right now she's upset? I know she lives with you.
I already talked to her.
Yeah.
I
you
already
should
talked
be
to her,
there
bro. I already did that daily.
First.
You should be there to comfort her. She's the one that you cheated on.
No, I'm going to be doing that. I just wanted to settle this first.
This
He's
is not
talking
settled.
more.
I'm beyond upset with you. Like, genuinely beyond upset with you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
You should be.
that's fine.
Say
By
that.
settled, I mean, like, that's it. Like,
What's it?
probably never talking again.
You and me?
Yes.
What? Why?
Is that not why?
This is a crazy play. That is a wow. Wow. That dude. Oh my God. Like, I would have not even considered that. I would have, I like, crazy level. Like, I wouldn't even thought of doing that. Wow. Okay, all right. Now I'm going to start taking notes. Okay, now what?
What is why I'm so
All right.
upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay, all right. Now I'm going to start taking notes. Okay, now what?
What is why I'm so
All right.
upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me.
Mm-hmm.
You can still talk to me and be like,
See?
make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her. That's that.
Oh my God.
There are a lot of girls that are upset with you, by the way, because Alfie's not the only one that has hit me up.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like you've heard things.
Yeah, and you lied to me a lot about that too. A lot. Because
Mm-hmm.
how big was the roster again?
I don't think I ever had one of those.
I mean, maybe not at the same time, but you sure do hop around.
I don't think I had one of those. I didn't have one of those. What do you mean?
Yeah. All I care about right now is that he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Keep me updated on that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's a possibility.
You can keep me updated. Sure do hop around.
I don't think I had
About that too. That's that. Like,
See?
make up for your actions. Don't get.
Now what?
What is why I'm so
All right.
upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me.
Mm-hmm.
You can still talk to me and be like,
See?
make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her. That's that.
Oh my God.
There are a lot of girls that are upset with you, by the way, because Alfie's not the only one that has hit me up.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like you've heard things.
Yeah, and you lied to me a lot about that too. a lot. Because how big was the roster again?
I don't think I ever had one of those.
I mean, maybe not at the same time, but you sure do hop around.
I don't think I had one of those. I didn't have one of those. What do you mean?
Yeah. All I care about right now is that he's okay. All I care about right now is that he's okay. Keep me updated on that.
I don't know if that's a possibility.
You can keep me updated on how she's doing. You can keep me updated on when she moves out, because I don't think she should be living with you anymore.
Damn.
I don't think you need me to do that.
I mean, yeah, I care about her. Like,
Yeah, she can do that.
True. I'll just reach out to her then. But yeah, no.
I don't know why. The thing is, dude, why didn't you should have told her, because now you have, dude. This is the reason why I actually believe that that Hillary Clinton never met Jeffrey Epstein. Because why the fuck would you ever want to introduce your wife to the guy that gets you hooked up with other girls? Like, that would be the two farthest people away that you would want, right? Like, I would, if I was Bill Clinton, right? That would be the last person I would want my wife to meet, would be Jeffrey fucking Epstein. Because that is my boy, right? That is my boy. We're on the plane together. We're on the island together. We're getting it in together. So the last thing is for him to say, oh, well, did you talk to Samantha? And then Hillary to say, who's Samantha? Oh, no. So, like, really? It's going to get clipped? Look, guys. Of course. Oh, my God, Zach, stop. Everybody loves the out-of-context clips. Hey, they hate the in-context clips, too, right? Those are even worse.
You go talk to her. She needs you right now.
Yeah, okay. Oh, bye.
Bye, Thomas.
Jesus.
Shortly after the call, the last thing Mal would ever say to Sykkuno would be, I'm beyond disappointed in you. So look, according to Mal, there are countless other victims. It is completely up to them on whether they want to come out with their side of the story or not. For now, though, we can confirm at least 2 different people that were completely misled by him as he cheated on his girlfriend so comfortably. In those 2 instances, we can see him also using the same playbook, the same tactics. Sending them money, making them feel special, following their personal Instagram, wanting to meet ASAP, to hook up, everything. And I think one thing that personally struck me was how only 30 minutes after his girlfriend found out about his cheating and probably confronted him, he chose to run upstairs and prioritize Mal, someone he met 2 months ago. All while his girlfriend
social media damage control to prevent that she's not going to say anything negative about him. And so she doesn't talk to more people. So because it's a matter of priorities.
Lying downstairs, gutted, heartbroken. There's a reason people say with great power comes great responsibility. Because once you have this power that Sykkuno possessed, you can so easily take advantage of others. So as a content creator, you have a very clear choice. And unfortunately, Sykkuno decided to be the worst person possible. I wish all the victims in this travesty
you can do worse,
the
but yeah.
absolute best. And I also encourage them to speak.
I think that, like, there's definitely, like, I mean, what Sykkuno did was definitely, it was immoral, it was manipulative, it was bad faith, and it was mean. It was really bad. But it was not even on this, like, I mean, there are people that do things that are illegal. And I think that, like, I mean, really, like, that's the really bad. So, like, what he did is bad behavior. It's bad faith behavior. Absolutely, 100% it is. Everybody knows that. We all know this. But these are still willing participants, and consent was never withdrawn. It was never taken advantage of. And no one was ever aggressed on in a way that they didn't consent to. And I think that's very important to keep this in mind. It's extremely important to keep that in mind.
out. When it rains, it pours. And right now, the first drop has hit the ground. Saikuno and anyone else who seeks to take advantage of their position need to be held accountable. And for anyone who grew up watching him during quarantine, who looked up to him, I'm sorry to be the bearer
Check
of bad
your DMs.
news, ruining whatever ideal image you had of him in your head. In any case, if more victims decide to speak out, then I will most likely stream
Why are these one being called
reading
victims?
all of them.
I think that it's fair to say that they were victims. He did take advantage and lie to them and manipulate them and do all that. I think it definitely, like, he did victimize them. Absolutely. I actually think that part is fair.
Channel
It's my
later
opinion.
on. For the time being, though, please, if a larger content creator reaches out to you, even if you don't make content, please always be extremely skeptical and know that they probably don't see you as the most special person in the world. They've probably done this to many others already. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I really, really appreciate it. If you want a healthy alternative to an energy drink, then definitely use the code Nugent at GamerSubs for
Wait,
10% off. And if you want exclusive content like high quality art and exclusive yapping videos, then definitely check out stacked.com. It's like Patreon, but better. I love you so much. Platonically. Come on, platonically. I'm not going to be like Saikuno. And I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is. Mwah.
Thomas the Predator Engine. I think that it is, like, I love the video. The video is great. I'll link it to you guys. And, like, I don't really want to send, I don't want to hate on the guy, right? Mugen, I think he did a great job putting this together. I do think that it's inappropriate to label him as a predator, though. I do. I think that there is, like, again, everybody always wants to assign the most extreme label to something so that they can feel like they're morally ahead of it. But I do think that predator is too much. It's too much. But that being said, everything else is like, yeah, tagging in predators and saying, yeah, that's it. And Mugen's friends with the girl. Yeah, and I get that. I understand that. That's whatever. But, like, again, I think that, like, again, like, there are two spectrums, right? So what he did is not even on the spectrum of illegal. And I think that what's legal and illegal in terms of sexual, like, relations is actually very valid. Like, for example, it's completely legal to cheat with somebody that you are, you know, it's also an adult, right? Like, it's two adults consenting. Now, if he had done something or touched someone or forced someone or, you know, like, done something that was bad or given somebody something, like, or like even something like, you know, saying that you're going to wear a condom and then not wearing a condom, like, I think that just fundamentally is, like, infinitely worse than what he did, because the difference is that consent is never withdrawn. Consent is never not given. And if consent is given, I think that it's on the spectrum of bad, but it's very, very low on that spectrum. And I think that really, I mean, there's a million things that are worse than that, right? Like, that's like rape. Yeah, sure, right? Adultery laws still exist. I know that. And adultery is not a good thing. And what he did is bad. It is bad. It's definitely bad. It's for sure bad. But all of that being said, I think that it's fair to say that it's definitely, like, it's being sold as if this is, like, you know, like Diddy of Twitch or something like that. And again, like, maybe you guys aren't getting that vibe, but the way that this is framed and everything, this is like some kind of really, really bad action. Not married. Oh, right. They're not married, so there's no infidelity. But, like, I don't think that's what's happening here. I just think that this guy is obviously, he's a player. He's trying to hook up with a bunch of girls. He's basically just your stereotypical fuckboy, right? That's it. And I think that the problem is that, you know, he created an image for himself of being this innocent, you know, innocent e-boy, and he didn't do anything wrong. And, you know, like, he's shy and embarrassed and everything. But actually, he was using this to take advantage of people. Now, obviously, that's kind of bad. But I think that on the spectrum of that, it's very low, right? And so I think that we should reserve such, you know, descriptions for people that are way higher on that spectrum, right? But that's it. And Isisu claps some of the girls. Yeah, and that's about it. And that's the way I feel about it, at least. The girl clarified some stuff on Twitter. If you want to look at that, by the way, she got community noted. Well, I will look at one other thing about this, okay? I saw this when I went down to check the bathroom. Saikuno was spotted on a date with another girl just days after he was exposed for cheating on his girlfriend. The game never sleeps, boys! On to the next one. Yeah. There it is. it is, man. Yeah. It never stops. Check the bathroom. I guess so. For the love of the game. Can't help himself? Yeah. And damn, doesn't give a fuck? Yeah. And wow. That's crazy. Yeah, never stop closing. I guess so. These girls are not victims. One of my friends was a victim of rape. These girls are not victims. If you want to get caught up in the vocabulary with that, I don't view, like, you think it's victim, like, oh, you're victim of a crime. That's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that term. I do have a problem with predator. I mean, obviously, this is all circumstantial, and it's just my opinion, right? I'm giving you guys my opinion. It's not like this is written down in the law. It's just that, like, I mean, when I think of predator, I think of somebody who, like, is, like, messaging, 13-year-old girls or something like that, right? And trying to meet up with them. Like, that's what I think of, right? And so, I mean, that's what I think a lot of people think of. And so, like, that's the reason why I think there's a bit of a difference, right? At least the way that I see it. But it's my own internal definition of it. But what a crazy video. What an insane fucking video. I'll link it to you guys again. And very well put together, too. And I'll talk a little bit about it, but other than that, I want to call it a day. It's a little bit late for me, and so I wanted to make sure I did a longer stream back, because obviously I've been banned. And so I do feel fine. I think that, like, for, I mean, all intents and purposes, I'm probably going to be back on tomorrow, same time as always, as usual. But I can hang out and talk about this maybe a little bit more and, get into it then. But I will say that there's a lot of guys that are streamers that do stuff like this. It's very, very common. And I think actually not only is it very common, but it's one of the main reasons why guys want to become popular and well-known. I think that's the main reason, is that they want to take advantage of this opportunity, right? Because and the truth is that there are a lot of girls that if a guy is well known and popular, assuming that there's no, like, extreme circumstances beyond that, there are, girls that want to get with that. Like, I mean, status for women matters a lot, and it doesn't matter for all women, and obviously, but I think that in a general sense, it does matter. So, even you? Well, no. But, like, I'm saying, like, I mean, if you're, like, a normal person, right? If you're a normal person, he's a normal guy. Like, I've seen a lot of, like, I've seen a lot of my friends' DMs and stuff like that. Like, they get tons of girls that message them all the time. But, like, yeah, status is pussy. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Cloud is so insane whenever it comes to attractive women. Yeah, definitely. Girl streamers do it too, honestly. Well, I don't know about that. So, primal urges, does eating feel weirder with more teeth? Not really. It felt about the same. Does adult women choose to live in a fantasy? They were also manipulative, but he's a prick 100%. Yeah, no doubt. So lying about a cat is making a victim? I mean, you're intentionally misunderstanding the topic. There's no reason to even discuss it with you. So, Clive just said in an interview that he gets married women in his DMs weekly. Yeah. There's a lot of, like, I mean, if you're even slightly popular and you're even slightly well-known, you will have, and like, you're, I would say, even average looking, right? Even average, and especially if you're above average, I mean, obviously. But if you're like a high-status guy, you're going to have girls that are throwing themselves at you. They're going to be messaging you like crazy. And so you have the opportunity to do this. And by the way, that's the reason why a lot of guys want to be famous. That's the reason why. That's the main reason. Like, if you ask a 19-year-old guy, why do you want to be rich and famous? That's probably the reason why. That's how it is. Watch SGC on this. I'll look at that probably tomorrow. I'm not going to look at it right now. Ringo's talking about you. No, I don't really have that happen or anything, but like I would say that I'm definitely like a large level outlier, right? And for obvious reasons. But like in general, I think it's true. Like I've talked to other people too. Funny how Eric Swalwell turned the tables on. Yeah, it was funny. Apparently he suspended his campaign too. I'll talk about that tomorrow. I'm a degenerate. Yeah, exactly, right? So, you gonna fish right now in Crimson Desert? Absolutely fucking not. So, yeah. Glad to have you back, man. Congrats on a new thief. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Check the comments on the video. Well, shit. Just goes to show you a golden retriever is still a dog. That's clever. I like that. Malgro's like, fuck you for cheating on your wife. You can still talk to me, though. Yeah, because I mean, welcome to clout. Like, I mean, these girls will do anything to be with guys that are high status. They will. And they will debase themselves, degrade themselves, and have literally no sense of self-esteem to be with a guy that's high status. And not all girls, not all the time, not all guys, but in a lot of cases, it's true. What's the next on-stream game for you? Windrose. It's not going to be tomorrow, but it's the other day. Is it wrong to hate clout chasers? I think it's wrong to...
When you hear the word cybersecurity,
being opportunistic. I think that the problem is that you framed it in a way that, you know, you call the guy a predator, right? I mean, like, that's a crazy word to use for an adult male who has consensual sex with adult females. Like, that's a crazy word to use for that situation.
Yes, some people could definitely argue that I was desperate for a topic to bring in views, but to me it didn't matter because I was already lucky enough to be able to cover niche topics I enjoy and still somehow reach over 1 million views on them.
Yeah,
Again, don't ask me how because I don't know, but that was just the reality. Here's the thing though. Releasing the video around the same time as the document meant that I was taking a substantial risk by putting my channel's reputation on the line. I knew this, even at the time.
I don't like this framing. Because it seems to me like what you're saying is that you take a risk. Well, why is it a risk? Because the public sentiment could be different? Well, why would the public sentiment matter? If you think that what you're saying is accurate, then it shouldn't matter what the people think. Like, I make videos after it becomes public and people know. Like, I think that there's a lot of people that there are so many slaves to consensus that we have where, like, you come out and you take a firm stance on something that you think was wrong, and then the public sentiment is slightly different, and now there's a problem. Like, you should stand by it. If you think that's what it is, then that's what it is. Like, you shouldn't go and act like, well, I didn't really think that or whatever. I mean, I think that there's a lot of these commentary creators. This is, like, really common. And I'm not going to call it anybody by name, right? I don't think it's like any one person. I think it's just like a general sentiment where a lot of times when like a complex issue comes out, a lot of people are afraid to touch it. And they're not afraid to touch it because they don't think something about it. They're afraid to touch it because they don't know what other people think about it. And so much of commentary YouTube, I think, is built around reinforcing existing biases and basically telling people what they want to hear. And I understand, I mean, it's entertainment and it's media, etc. But you know, whenever you're giving your opinions on things, saying whether something's good or bad, I think that the value of that gets tremendously diminished when it seems like what you're really waiting for when you make videos is for people to make that decision for you and then for you to tell them what they've already said. And I think there's a lot of examples of that. It's a big problem. And there are very few people that are willing to come out right in front of something and then have an opinion on it, unless it's something that's like super obvious, right? Like, I don't know, like the doc thing or something else, right? So yeah. It's just corny. It was just horny and desperate. Well, I'm just saying, like, that's what it was.
But it was a risk,
and, like,
I was willing
this is like a creator criticism, right? Like, this isn't a criticism about, like, you know, like what the video was. I think this is like a meta level problem where commentary accounts are a lot of times afraid to express themselves because they're worried they can put themselves at odds with what the public consensus is.
If it meant that I was doing the right thing. Unfortunately, though, it didn't really work out as I had hoped, and I ended up making mistakes that I need to take accountability for, which is why we're here today. The first mistake can be found in the intro of the video, and it's me using the word predator. Oh. Yes, it was my idea, and the logic behind it was me trying to encompass everything, like the serial cheating, lying, and deliberate targeting of smaller content creators into one word. Using it, I even made sure to double check its definition in multiple dictionaries, which said things like a person or an organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage, or one who injures or exploits others for personal gain or profit. Due to this, I had to come to the conclusion that, yeah, this word fits. I'd find out.
This is an intentional oversimplification, I think. And I think it's a dishonest, intentional oversimplification. We all know that words carry different context and pretexts inside of a conversation. And I think that when you use that, it's confirmed the girl opened a Patreon 10 days before the expose was dropped. This is starting post. The rest is kind of NSFW. Well, oh my God. So this was 10 days before she put out the twit longer about Saikuno. Thank you for being my little organ donor. It makes me so happy to see you here. I hope we can have many fun moments and I can comfort you when you feel down. I've been shy to finally make a Patreon, but I finally did. It's something I'll have to get used to, so please understand and bear with me as I learn how to make you guys the happiest I can. I'll be posting a lot of pictures of cosplays that I don't post on Twitter, and I'll be making ASMR for the first time as well. Oh my God. I mean, this is a little bit, it's contextual, not definitional. Yeah, because like the thing is that, I mean, for example, like, I don't know. I think that, like, for example, the way that people use the word pedophile, I think that they overuse that term in a lot of cases in order to establish a moral high ground that can't be questioned. And I think that predator, to a greater extent, is misappropriated on a regular basis. In my opinion, a person is not a predator when they respect, like, consent has to be violated for somebody to be a predator.
Quickly afterwards, though, that for many people, that word is only reserved to describe pedophiles or sexual predators, which made a substantial amount of people feel misled after watching the intro of my video. It made it seem like a hit piece, exaggerating things, and it also made it seem like Saikuno had committed very serious crimes, enough to land him in a high-security prison or something. When that clearly wasn't the case. That was not my intention at all, and I'm sorry for that. From now on, I'll only use that word to refer to pedophiles or sexual predators. That's it, no exceptions. I'd also like to say that yes, the video was rushed. It simply didn't meet the quality standard that you'd expect of me, and that's without even mentioning that it was clearly biased and didn't attempt to see different viewpoints. There's a reason I don't typically reach out to people involved in public incidents, because it's very easy to form bias after you communicate directly with them. It's just human. So yeah,
He's right.
What Mal said at the end of her call with Saikuno was off-putting, and it wouldn't have hurt for me to point that out. I get that. I was instead more focused on Saikuno's admittance of guilt. I'm sorry for letting you guys
You mean
down
her still wanting to be friends with him? Yeah, of course.
in that regard. You trust me with a certain quality standard, and I just couldn't deliver it this time. And that's on me. I also want to apologize to Saikuno's girlfriend. In the 17-minute video of the voice recording, there was one frame, which represents 1/60th of a second that wasn't blurred. And it leaked to the group chat she was in when she found out that Saikuno had been cheating on her with multiple people. This frame was enough for certain individuals to confirm her username, and it impeded on her privacy. I was not the one who handled blurring it, but I still included the entire thing in my own video and completely missed that detail. So I take full responsibility for that. I'm sorry. Now look, with all that being said, apologies are great, but there's no use presenting them if there's no attempt to act on them.
My bad.
And that's exactly what I intend to do. But first, I want to go through some misinfo that was spread about me in recent days and set the record straight.
Let's see it.
When the video first released, XQC reacted to it almost immediately and would spend his time defending Saikuno while trying to undermine the things he's done to people. He would also comment on my video. In that comment, he'd make it seem like my problem with Saikuno's behavior had to do with the lack of clout of the women he reached out to. In any case, what would happen...
I would say that's a fair criticism, and I think that you did frame Saikuno as using a perceived power imbalance inside of the industry in order to leverage that to have a relationship with these girls. I think that that was indicated in the video. I think that's accurate.
Next is a narrative that would form saying that I deleted his comment because I couldn't handle his unparalleled wisdom. As you can see, that's false. It's still right here, along with all the wonderful comments left by his community too. I really don't know why he and some other content creators tried so hard to defend Saikuno's behavior, as if he was their long-lost brother or something.
Here's the reason why, and I can speak as somebody else who, like, I didn't really even entirely defend him. I criticize a lot of things, but, like, I think here's the reason why people were critical of it. The reason why is because he didn't do anything that was non-consensual, and the things that happened between him and these girls were private, and I don't think that a lot of people want to have their sexual history and their sexual misgivings be broadcast to the public unless they're inside of the spectrum of illegal activity. And I think that the moment that you do that with especially a famous person or somebody who's well known, I think that it makes a lot of other people uncomfortable because they're worried that now you're creating an ecosystem and a culture around exposing people's sexuality and like their sexual history and other types of private information and private, experiences to the whole world, and you're creating a reward structure and ecosystem around doing it in a way that is not illegal, and it is not even borderline on illegal. And that's another very big difference, right? It's not like any of this was like, oh, it was kind of bad, but it was gray. None of this was even gray. It was purely black and white, and none of it was bad. So in terms of like a legal perspective, right? So that's the reason why people were so defensive about it, because they don't want to have videos made about themselves when some ex-girlfriend frames things in a way, and then they have some YouTuber making a video that gets 1 million views that calls them a predator. Like, that's the reason why. It's purely like people, and this is the thing, they put themselves in that situation and they say, how would I feel if this happened to me? And, I did this, and that would be crazy. That's the reason why.
All I know is that cheating has been shunned by humanity for thousands of years, regardless of gender. Maybe normalizing it now.
Well, so is, I think this is true, definitely. Well, actually, let me just, it's not even a relevant point.
It's probably a bad idea, but hey, you're free to form your own opinion.
Yeah.
Go for it. Next, some people tried to claim that I changed my video's title because I was scared of a defamation lawsuit from Sykkuno.
No.
Sure, a random lawyer from Fiverr might claim that, but it's false. Here's a neat trick. You can go to a website like viewstats.com, go to any channel. We'll pick, Mr. Beast, click on a video, and you'll actually be able to see any thumbnail or title changes since upload. Pretty cool, right? Now, if you were to do that with my video, you'd see that there were no thumbnail or title changes whatsoever since upload. So that's false. And look, defamation...
Let me go back and look at this here. There's only 4 or 5 5 data points in each day. I mean, this doesn't actually even like, I don't even think this matters, but like, if you want to get down into the weeds about this, this actually doesn't disprove that argument. It doesn't disprove that argument because there's not enough data points that track changes at all. And so there could have been a title change that wasn't being tracked by this website. I think a change forces a data point. Oh, well, if a change forces a data point, then I would be wrong. I just don't know the answer to that.
Look, defamation is about knowingly lying about someone in order to ruin their reputation. I had no intention.
That's not true. Defamation can also be doing it with a reckless disregard for the truth. You can look that up. I'll do it myself. So here it is. I can read it right here. Reckless disregard for the truth is a key component in actual malice and libel law, requiring the publisher acted with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false or entertained serious doubts about the truth. So actually, at a certain point, it's just a factually not true statement. But yeah. Anyway, so he's intentionally lying. Well, he's probably not lying. He just doesn't know that. I mean, a lot of people, why would somebody know that? A lot of people don't know that.
Of lying in my video about Saikuno. And if I did want to lie, then wouldn't I have just simply removed the last 2 minutes of Mal and Saikuno's voice call so that she looks way better and he looks way worse? It just doesn't make sense. I never make any video with the intention of lying.
That's a fair, like that's the first good defense I think that he's had so far, is that he didn't reframe it. And so the not reframing it in a way that makes it more sympathetic to him implies that he wasn't trying to craft a narrative. That this is the first good actual defense.
Period. And finally, when it comes to misinfo, there's also something else that honestly doesn't deserve attention at all, but I'll still mention it. And it's this weird rumor or fan fiction that some people made up saying that I only made this video to try and get with the women that were affected by Saikuno's action.
Oh, God. Right. Okay, sure.
Anyone who knows me or has ever spoken with me in the content creation sphere knows that I never even attempt to flirt. I keep things strictly professional. I take my platform very seriously and would never seek to use it in that way. It's simply not who I am. It's obviously also very disrespectful to anyone who was hurt by Saikuno's actions, but it's not like the people peddling these rumors cared about them to begin with. All right, so next up we have
was anybody that was like a legitimate person saying that, or were there just Twitter accounts saying that?
Joint statement that was posted by Saikuno and
who was
his
actually
girlfriend.
saying this?
The first half would be written by Saikuno. In it, he'd reiterate that he lied to people about being single and that he has been unfaithful to his girlfriend.
Yeah, sure.
He'd apologize and say that he'd be taking a break from streaming in order to better himself.
Wow.
He'd also call out anyone trying to frame him with false accusations.
Wow.
So yeah, as you can see, not much has changed. He's already admitted to these things in the voice call with Mal. When it comes to false accusations though, yes, there are stories that have circulated for years among some VTubers that accuse Saikuno of doing worse than cheating. At this point though, it is not up to me to say whether it's true or not, just pointing out what he might be referring to. He could also be referring to the word predator, which I already apologized for. Now, the second half of this statement...
Also, that one girl that came out and told that story that was framed in a way that I would never sleep with somebody who wasn't... Like, I mean, she framed it in a way that would lead people to believe that something happened that was non-consensual. I think that's a fair analysis.
It would be written by his girlfriend. She'd express how hard this has all been on her and how hurt she felt over not having a choice on whether this went public or not, saying that she understands that many people were hurt, but that her feelings felt like they weren't really considered.
This whole story is lame. One girl got cheated on and a bunch of hoes got played. That's all this is. Based?
At all. She'd call out people who sought to use this incident for profit and would say that even prior to this going public, she was already trying to work through things with Saikuno in order to repair their relationship together. She'd end her statement by saying that even with everything that has come out, she doesn't consider Saikuno's actions irredeemable. She's going to stay with him and try to fix their relationship in spite of everything. Listen, I can't imagine what she's been through in just these last few weeks. Finding out that your boyfriend has been cheating on you for years, that he slept with someone as
So is this accurate that the way that people found out that Saikuno's girlfriend was this girl was through this dude's video? Is that the only point on the graph that shows that she's the person? So he actually caused this to happen. Oops. you can't win them all, right? Mistakes happen. You win some, you lose some, shit happens. It is what it is.
As December 2025 behind your back, and that he was still trying to arrange a meetup with someone else as you were already trying to fix your relationship after what had happened in December. I mean, seriously, it's just insane. But I do think this needs to be said. The fact that this went public is unfortunate, but people were genuinely hurt by Saikuno lying to them that he was single. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion at this point. Let me know if you think it is, but if someone lied to me about being single, and I later found out that us having sex directly hurt their partner, made them depressed, and ruined or at least endangered a 5-year-long relationship, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. That's simply not what I would have signed up for. And seeing that he's a public figure who used this public standing to get with these
it didn't endanger the relationship, it seems. It seems like the relationship's just fine.
Women after lying to them, it felt like this going public was going to be inevitable. But that doesn't mean that her feelings are not valid, because they are. When it comes to me, I did have a hand in spreading this to the public by releasing my video so quickly, and I simply had no right to do so. And for that, I am sorry. Now,
I disagree with that. I think you should be able to do whatever you want. You want to make a video about it? It's totally fine. Stick by it. Don't why are you breaking frame? Why are you allowing somebody else to create a narrative for you? You thought this guy was a manipulative, cheating abuser that lied to women and took advantage of them? Just own it. Say what you think. Like, why are we playing this double language? And the thing is that, like, he was like, and you're right. He manipulated them. He lied to them. He did things to them under false pretenses. No gentleman would do that, and it was awful that he did that. So why are we playing games about this? Why is it that so many people are unable to come to any sort of a moral conclusion without waiting for everybody else to allow them to feel that way? That's the truth. That's the way it is. Like, yeah, you can say that it was, not super bad, but it wasn't super good either. Like, I mean, this is it. He's doing damage control. Yeah. I mean, what are we doing here? Just tell the truth. Just fuck, man. Like, I hate to see people break frame over nothing, man. It's crazy.
Seen some people's reactions to this announcement, and yeah, as you might expect, it's not sunshine and roses. This whole topic has been extremely polarizing on the internet to begin with, and the girlfriend in particular is getting hate thrown her way, with people calling her things like gold digger or Stockholm Syndrome victim for not leaving him. Here's the thing, though. What matters here is that Saikuno stops his serial cheating streak, and that he stops lying to women about him being single while turning them into homewreckers against their will. That's it. If she wants to stay, that's her choice. She doesn't deserve to get nasty things said about her, though. I wish her the best, and I again would like to apologize if I directly contributed to any harm that she might have gone through. That was not my intention. Look, ultimately, my favorite YouTuber growing up was PewDiePie. Yeah, I enjoyed his sense of humor. The fact that for the longest time, he was
that bridge clip was funny. Same.
Sole runner of his channel, which gave him so much authenticity. But most of all, what I really liked about him was that he was not ashamed of being human. He would make mistakes, but when he would, he'd also sincerely apologize and work to learn from them. It's no secret that today, as a content creator, if you were to make a mistake, it would be so much easier to wait for it to die down in a week and then continue business as usual, as if nothing had happened. I was even advised by some to do exactly that and not...
Yeah, I think that it would have been a better idea for him to just make a statement about it, and that's it. Making a video like this, I think, looks really bad. And the reason why it looks really bad is that you're basically you're losing on both sides, because like you've already lost the people that think that Saikuno is some manipulative abuser, because now you're trying to soften your criticism for him, and from their perspective you are now basically making allowances for a predator because they agree with that terminology. I don't agree with that, but they do. And so you're losing the audience that you're trying to get by doing that, and then you're also losing the audience. Like, you're not going to have the based red pill viewers watch this and think to themselves, "Oh, he understood what he did wrong." Like 99 times out of 100, addressing and apologizing for something is really just a mistake. And whenever it's not a mistake, the more words you use, the more wrong you are. If you just say, yeah, I was a bit too much and I'll try to tone it down, it is what it is, right? Moving on. That would have been 1,000 times better than explaining yourself and trying to say, well, it wasn't me that edited the video and it was one frame. Why would it matter if it was one frame? Like, that's like saying I shot somebody, but I only pulled the trigger for, you know, like half of a second, and it was in the entire day. So why don't we talk about the rest of the day rather than a point in time where I shot somebody? Like, if you make a mistake and the mistake is not measured by its frequency, it's measured by its effect. So it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it's a weird way of downplaying something, and I don't know why you would say that. Muujin attacked Powder for coming out and giving her experience with Sykkuno. I don't know what happened. I that's like a second fucking drama thing. I don't know. But my point is that, and like, I think that, I mean, again, like, I mean, she was right. I mean, for saying what she wanted to say, I think she was fine. But it's like just drama. And anything after is bullshit. Just say sorry. Yeah.
Release this video. And I understand why. It unfortunately works. But to me, it's simply the right thing to do, even if it leads to more scrutiny and people disliking me. I screwed up, I'm going to say sorry, and I will improve. So what am I going to change exactly? Well, to start, I'll never give another exception to a scoop or exclusive info. I will do what I've always done on this channel and talk about things that have already played out in public. I don't care if a 5-star general gives me info about World War III starting tomorrow. I will make the video after the nukes drop. I also realize now just how much you guys value my objectivity. I understand that I'm not perfect at it, and I probably never will be, but I'll always...
I think one way to really measure whether somebody is authentic or not is how often they go against their own audience. And I think that if somebody never goes against their own audience, the odds are that, like, I mean, waiting for things to be public, I think, is like a double-edged sword. Like, this is just my perspective as another kind of creator inside of the same space, is that a lot of people wait for that consensus because they don't want to be on the wrong conclusion. You, as well as that. I mean, I'm against my audience all the time on stuff. I say that constantly, right? You're waiting for the crowd. Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, and I react to things as they happen on the first day. And like, you know, like there have been a lot of times where, like, for example, like the Renee Good, like that girl that got shot by ICE, I said rip bozo the morning she was shot. Now, I think that over time, you know, I've been proven to be right, rip bozo. But at the same time, you know, a lot of people were angry at me for that. Too bad. That's the first one that can come out of my mind, right? And I'm sure there's other examples too.
Strive to present information to you in the most balanced way possible so that you can, in the end, form your own opinion. And finally, no matter how much this channel grows, I'll always ask you to be honest with me, and I promise to take accountability when needed, just like how I'm doing right now. So look, if the last video was a deal breaker for you and you want to unsubscribe, then I completely understand. But I won't let you leave without thanking you first. Take care, and may our paths cross again someday. On the other hand, if you're planning to stick around for future content, then I'd like to thank you so much for allowing me to make a mistake and grow from it. I say this all the time when I stream, but not a day goes by where I take any of this for granted. And the fact that so many of you watch me, whether you're driving home, chilling at work, doing chores, knitting, or just eating, I'm so honored to be able to make your day a bit less mundane with my videos. It's truly a blessing. Thank you. I also would like to thank my Discord mods, my friends, and my viewers who reached out during this time. It meant a lot, and I really appreciate it. The Sykkuno video was live for a week, so I'll keep this video live for a week as well. However, I do plan to private the original video as soon as this video gets uploaded. I hope to be back sooner rather than later, continuing to make videos that you enjoy at the level of quality that you expect of me. As always, thank you so much for watching until the end, and I'll be sure to see you in the next video, whenever that is.
Jesus Christ. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh man, what are we gonna do with something about that? I think if I was gonna rate this apology video, I would rate it like I would give it like a 3 or a 4. I would. I think it's a very, very low quality apology video. It wasn't that good. It could have been a lot better. You basically saying he's not a predator. Like, the using the dictionary definition, like this video seemed like you were trying to get people to stop being mad at you. It's not about you explaining yourself or your point of view or, you know, like, because the only thing that he really did wrong, in my opinion, was leak the girl's name. Everything else that he did was totally fine. Like, I mean, if you want to call the guy a predator, I mean, like, technically, I'm sure that you can stretch that definition. And I think culturally, you shouldn't say that about somebody. But at the same time, people are going to have whatever they want. But, like, that was the only real mistake that you made. Other than that, I mean, oh, I'm going to wait for this to go public so then I can wait to see what other people say and then say the same thing. I don't get that, man. I really don't. I think it's weird, and that's really it. Another Sykkuno Google Doc dropped. I'm sure it is passive-aggressively retaliating still. Yeah, and we're so close to Mugen Doc. What is your, you know it's bad when the monotone voice comes out? Oh, boy, right? And what is this? Please maintain this video. It's important for transparency. Well, I mean, you know, that's why we're reacting to it, right? And so my experience with Mugen and Powder made a 1.5 out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Jesus.
So that James did it from a place of...
Oh, man. They're farming this out for a bit, right? And so anyway, new doc, he was talking to a minor. No, he wasn't. He talked to a minor in a completely platonic way. And then literally 5 years later, not the day she turned 18, not even the year she turned 18, she wasn't even a teenager. And then he was sexual with her later on after that. I'm sorry, guys, but like, if you're trying to make that the same as people that groom girls out of high school, this is obviously a very, very different thing. So I don't think that's it. It's all content. Yeah, exactly. Just timestamp on the comments. So I don't know what it is. But anyway, would you consider the Indians who scam the elderly as predators? I would, but I would also say that those are people that are abusing consent and breaking the law. So that would actually go in line with what my definition of predator is, right? Is a person who willfully and deliberately ignores consent and takes advantage of people without or against their consent. So yeah, absolutely, I would. So yeah, time to take hands. I'm saying they're opportunist predators. Yeah, they are. He wasn't spawn camping, but she was on his watch list. I mean, 5 years later, I would say 5 years later isn't really that crazy. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's definitely kind of weird, etc. And as a creator, like, my advice to any other like content creator is just don't talk to anybody who's underage of the opposite gender. Just don't do it. And if you want to expand that to saying even of the same gender, that's fine too. Like, in my opinion, like, we've always had, Pope Leo clarified there's no drama with Trump, basically saying people need to stop clip shimping. Pope Leo said to stop clip shimping. Finally. And they're fishing now. Yeah, exactly. Never talk to girls. Yeah, definitely. It's nothing weird. She was 19. He was 27. I mean, that's fine. Like, I mean, that's a pretty big age difference, but like, it's still fine. So this is him talking again about Donald Trump. Oh boy. It's weird for someone in their late 20s to be talking to a 17-year-old. Yeah, but I mean, like, if somebody reaches out that's like a fan and you have like a cordial, polite, 10-minute conversation with them privately and they talk to you like one other time after that, I don't view that as like I don't know the extent of the conversations or what they were. All I'm saying is that I don't think that people should look at interactions with minors as like just automatically sus. I don't think so, because I think that that's like, again, that's like porn brain, like fucking like pedo, like, oh my God, news media scaring me about everything. Like, I don't think that's really accurate, but at the same time, like, it's weird. I don't really think it's weird. Like, I mean, if you talk to somebody who's like 16, like, that doesn't mean that you're trying to sexually groom them, man. Like why would that be the first thing that you think of? Why would you think of that? Why would that be the first thing you come to the conclusion to, right? And so XQC said he'll never talk to or do anything with any underage person ever. I don't blame him. I mean, I really don't. I mean, like, to me, I don't, I mean, like, all my audience is like way older. I don't even have, it's not even a thing that would happen. Like, I don't know, like, I mean, if somebody told me they were 17, they asked me, like, I don't know, what camera do you use? I'd say this is the camera that I use, right? But, like, I don't know. I think it goes without saying that you shouldn't have sexual conversations with minors. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is all, if you need this explained to you, you need to go in a box, okay? Like, that's my opinion. It's so obvious. Everybody knows it. If you don't know it, you need to go to therapy. That's it. Anyway, let's see here. Come on. Yeah, it's so fucking weird, man. People are so fucking weird nowadays.
Not gonna lie, it's not a good time to be a
$1,000 from me, but I'm going to disappoint him with the oldest excuse in the book. My dog ate it. Now this is a scam that I haven't seen before, and it's very interesting because it doesn't start off with a text or an email. It starts with you receiving an actual letter in the mail. This actually wasn't sent to me, it was sent to one of you. I had a viewer from this channel share it with me, and it was sent to his sister, and apparently it was from the Curran and Fielding law firm in Canada. And it has everything to make it look official, including the sister's actual name and address. It starts, "I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Robert Fielding, and I am a partner at the Curran and Fielding law firm, a distinguished law firm based in Canada. Please accept my apologies for the unexpected nature of this correspondence. I understand there has not been prior communication between us. I am reaching out to discuss a sensitive and significant matter concerning an unclaimed permanent life insurance policy from one of our clients, late Mrs. Maria Gerbrandt, who unfortunately passed away approximately 4 years ago due to COVID-19 complications. Mrs. Gerbrandt, a respected stockbroker and retired CPA, left behind a payable on death savings account valued at approximately $10,800,020 United States dollars. Now, of course, the person who received this letter had never heard of Maria Gerbrandt, so you can imagine her shock when she read the next paragraph. I propose an opportunity for you to be recognized as the beneficiary of this policy. It then lists some contact information for the lawyer in order to get the process started. Wow, what a surprise. I know that we've all secretly dreamed that one day we'd get a call from a lawyer saying that we just randomly inherited a multi-million-dollar life insurance policy. But in the real world, this is probably a scam. And I have a hunch that they didn't just send out one of these letters. So for fun, I wrote to the lawyer who sent this letter with a completely made-up name, Eileen Dover. I said, "Mr. Fielding, I received your letter in the mail this month. Could you help me understand more about this policy that I am supposedly listed in?" Would they look me up and realize that they don't have me in their records? Or would they be so blinded by greed that they just roll along with their script? I think you know the answer. The lawyer Robert responded to me, and he attached a document to fill out in order to claim the estate from my dead relative. You've got to be kidding me. Did he even read my name? I replied and said, "Mr. Fielding, thank you for the response. Do you happen to have the first name of the deceased individual? This is the first I'm hearing about the claim." And Robert responded and said, "Funerals were not really performed during the peak of COVID-19 in 2020, but attached herein is the death certificate and insurance policy certificate if that helps in any way." So he actually sends a death certificate, which I open and I can see it is for Maria Dover. Another Maria? What are the odds? He said, "You were contacted because you qualify for this claim and you are a possible relative of my client. But I do not know anything about your family history. Allowing the government to confiscate the funds as unclaimed when we can actually claim it is not an option. That is why I reached out to you." Now, just to be sure that I was dealing with a scammer, I did a search for this law firm and I was surprised to see that it is an actual law firm in Canada. And the website that he lists as his definitely does not belong to the actual firm. They were the easiest to impersonate. This might be a good reminder that if you don't take ownership of your online presence, somebody else will. So I figured I would call up the real law firm and see what they know.
Good morning, Colonel Fielding. Nikki speaking.
Hi. I was wondering if Robert Fielding is in. Is he one of your employees?
Are you calling about an insurance letter you got?
I do have a letter in front of me, yes.
Yeah, it's fraudulent. You can just throw it away.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, does this happen a lot?
Oh, we're getting like 400 calls a day.
Oh, really?
Apparently this happens so much and their Yelp reviews are just getting destroyed by countless people saying they got this same letter. Here's a guy named Fred who apparently lost over $41,000. It seems like what is happening is that these scammers have found a small law firm in Canada to impersonate, and they are sending hundreds or thousands of letters to random individuals around the United States, notifying them by name that they are the beneficiaries of some long-lost relative's life insurance policy. And then there's a whole nother story about where they're finding these people's names and addresses to mail letters to in the first place. And it's probably easier than you would think because most of us have our personal details uploaded to people search sites and we don't even realize it. Part of being digitally responsible in 2026 is cleaning up your digital footprint, and it's overwhelming to try to do that on your own. There are hundreds of data broker sites out there selling your info, and each one has its own weird process for removing it. That's why it's worth considering a service that helps you scrub your details from these sites. I personally use Incogni, and they're the sponsor of this video. What they do is automatically contact data brokers on your behalf and request that your personal information be removed so you don't have to spend hours tracking them all down yourself. And since I've been using Incogni, it's completed 820 removal requests and saved me over 615 hours of time, because it continually monitors these lists and sends repeated requests to get my data removed. And they even have a custom removal tool to use if you do happen to find yourself on a certain site and you need a little help getting your info removed. The less of your information floating around out there, the fewer opportunities these scammers have to target you. So if you want to take back a little control over your personal data, you can check out incogni.com/pleasantgreen and use code pleasantgreen, and you can get 60% off one of their plans. The link is in the description below. I hope you check it out. So now let's talk about how these scammers steal money from their victims. And to do this, I figured I would let them do it to me. So I wrote back to Robert and I made up a bunch of personal details about myself. I said I was an administrative assistant and that I was 51 years old. He said, "Thank you for sharing the requested information. It was great to connect and add a personal touch to our communication. I truly appreciate the trust that you've placed in me by accepting my business proposal. In today's world where trust can sometimes feel rare, your confidence in working with me on such a significant transaction is commendable." Wow, would you get a load of this guy? "I kindly ask that you maintain the confidentiality of this transaction at all times. The involvement of a third party could put our efforts at risk, so I kindly request that you seek my approval before involving anyone else." Ah yes, the most legitimate opportunities always come with a "don't tell anyone" clause. He then says that he will take it upon himself to notify the court and tell the bank to disperse the funds, and he even pays their procurement fee of $10,000. And this gets me really excited because he shows me this totally authentic looking receipt. Everything is going swimmingly, and then he sends me another email saying, "Following up on my earlier email to inform you that I have now obtained court authorization to act on your behalf. I accept full responsibility for any legal implications, including penalties for perjury, in the unlikely event of complications. It is crucial that we maintain strict confidentiality regarding this matter." Alright, I know that lawyers have a reputation of being shady, but all this talk of secrecy is really starting to creep me out. But he tries to earn my trust with another document from the Canadian courts that says Eileen Dover is now granted to be the beneficiary and next of kin for Maria. And of course he doesn't want me to tell anyone about this because they'll probably smell the bullshit. But you've got to hand it to this scammer. He's built quite the process of creating document after document to convince me that I've actually been authorized by the Canadian government to receive Maria's inheritance. He says, "As long as you follow my directives, this business will be a success and hitch-free. I've also drafted a short message that you would send to the bank." Now, this is the most important step. He wants me to contact the bank and request that they disperse the funds. And apparently they're at Prospera Credit Union and I need to contact a guy named Les Lindout. He's even kind enough to draft an email that I'm supposed to send him. But apparently I also need to send along a picture ID. So here's my first major hurdle, convincing this scammer that I actually am who I say I am, a 51-year-old administrative assistant named Eileen Dover. So I dust off my Photoshop skills and I grab a random AI-generated image from thispersondoesnotexist.com. I enter in her birthday and address and then I place it in such a way that it looks like I've scanned it in. And then I put together an email to Les Lindout and I say, "At the directive of my attorney, Mr. Robert Fielding from Saskatchewan, Canada, I'm sending you an authorization to proceed with account claims for my late relative's estate with your bank. Attached is a copy of my photo ID as required. Please feel free to kindly contact me directly through the details below." And then Les writes back, "Thank you for sending your claim application to us. Kindly see attached for your perusal." And then he sends me even more documents to fill out. Also, look what else he's done to convince me. He's given me the username and password for Maria Dover's bank account at Prospera Credit Union where I can log in and see the actual balance just sitting there. But if you look closely, this website is not the official Prospera Credit Union website, which is actually myprospera.com. And it turns out ProsperaCan.com was actually just created a week ago. Les writes me and says right now your funds are still in the name of Maria Dover, so you do not even have access to it. The change of ownership process must be initiated immediately to conclude this process. And the change of ownership fee is going to be $8,550 US. That's kind of a lot, but I mean, that's pocket change compared to the $12 million coming my way. So surely I can pull together that money. And here's what's going to happen next according to Les. Walk into any branch of your bank around you. Ask the teller cashier that you need a cashier's check. Get the cashier's check in the name of Major LLC. The memo reference on the cashier's check would be from Eileen Dover. After that, take a picture of the cashier's check and then proceed to the nearest Bank of America branch around you. Deposit the cashier's check into this Chase Bank account. Take a picture of the Bank of America deposit confirmation. Send the picture of the cashier's check from your bank alongside the Bank of America deposit confirmation via email. Okay, so these scammers, or someone working for the scammers, has set up a fraudulent bank account to collect the money, and it's registered with Chase Bank under the name Major LLC. This needs to be reported immediately, but first I want to talk to Les and see who I'm really dealing with, so I just call him up. No answer, so I decide to call Robert.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. This is Robert?
Yeah, this is Randy calling from the Fielding Law Office in Canada.
You said Randy?
Yes, Randy. I'm an assistant to Mr. Robert Fielding.
Okay, well, I just wanted to see if you wanted a cashier's check or a regular check.
Yeah, he's in court right now, and he said I should inform you that it's a cashier check.
Okay, so Randy, or whoever this is, wants me to get a cashier's check rather than a typical check because when that check is issued to me, the money is immediately drawn from my account, which means the scammer is going to get it much easier when it's deposited into his account. Cashier's checks also look much more official than typical checks, so I'm really going to need to step up my game and make him believe that I actually got one. And after spending a few minutes in Pixelmator, I'm able to create what I think is a pretty good looking cashier's check. I then print it off, I sign my name, and then I do as I'm told and I send a picture to him. Robert responds and says, visit the nearest Chase Bank branch to deposit the cashier's check. Endeavor to send a copy of the deposit receipt. He's so close to getting his money, or so he thinks. But now's the time to take the wind out of his sails. Because while cashier's checks can get processed a little quicker because they're guaranteed, they can really put you in a bind, especially if they get lost or damaged. Anyway, I soon get a phone call.
Hi, Leslie, not on the line. You asked that I call you.
Oh, Les, you sound a lot like Randy. Anyway, there's been a little bit of an issue with that check.
Okay, may I help you?
I had a little bit of an accident. I went home for lunch and I was making myself a peanut butter and a jelly sandwich and I got out that Kirkland Costco peanut butter and you know how runny that is. Well, I dripped a little bit of it onto my check and as I stepped away for just 2 minutes, my dog got a whiff of that and jumped up on the counter and by the time I could get it out of her mouth, half the check was gone. I don't know if that's going to be an issue when I try to, take it to the bank.
Yeah, that's not an issue. Just all we need is you send a picture of the check, you make sure you deposit the check in the Bank of America account that was sent to you, and send the confirmation of the deposit. That's all.
I think you might feel differently once I send you the picture.
We don't have a business with your peanut butter and the bank and the dog damage. We just need a picture of we're serious people here. We need a picture of the check, and then we need you to make a deposit and then send the confirmation of the deposit for us to proceed.
Okay, well, can you take a look at the picture I just sent you and let me know?
All right. Thank you. Have a nice day.
We'll just take a look at it and let me know what you think.
We would appreciate if you only contact us if you are serious.
Oh, I'm serious. I wouldn't be driving all over town if I wasn't serious.
Listen to me.
No, Leslie, don't you raise your voice to me. I'm an elderly woman who just needs a little bit of help with this legal mumbo jumbo. And to make matters worse, my dog just ate half my check.
I think you should take the check back to your bank and then complain to them.
Les, what are they going to do with half a check? You think they're going to cash half a check? Even I know they're not going to do that.
They would be able to do that because a cashier's check can be voided after 90 days.
This is just confusing. This isn't one of those scams that they're always warning us about, is it?
How would you say I'm trying to scam you? You see the reason why I am saying you should only proceed if you are serious. You are an unserious person and you're just here playing around.
I'm not playing around. I am serious. But I may have lost $8,000 though. Hello?
Believe it or not, Les emailed me again 3 days later asking about the payment. And I just sent him these pictures of my dog eating the check, and I asked if I should wait for the other half to come out before returning it to the bank. And he did not respond after that. I just can't imagine how much time it must have taken this scammer to create all these documents, a website, and mail out countless letters every week. It must certainly be paying off. What's most likely happening is these are overseas scammers using mules to mail these letters and collect the money. And so I've passed this account information along to the authorities, and I'm sure it will be shut down soon if it isn't already. Also, here's the credit union website if any of you want to try and transfer the funds to yourself. I'm sure the scammers will love all the extra traffic. So anyway, if someone reaches out to you about a multi-million-dollar life insurance policy that you're entitled to, I would think twice, especially if they tell you to keep it a secret. Hey, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Chat, how much do you guys make?
Really just thought about it, and I was like, you have your rent, and then you have your utilities, and then you have your phone bill, and then you have your car payment, and then you have your car insurance, and then you have your renter's insurance, and then you have your Wi-Fi, and then you have your, then after all that, you have to get laundry detergent, you have to get your laundry pads thing, you have to get dishwater, you get paper towels, you have to get your makeup, then after
It looks like she was drawn with a typewriter. Shots fired! Face is giving weird.
that's run out, you have to get your skincare, you have to get your feminine products, you have to get dog food, you have to get your dog insurance, you have to get... That's crazy. And this is my invitation. I want to give up my independence. I don't want to be an independent business girly.
I always say the feminism leaves their body when the bill arrives.
I don't.
Funny how they're all...
They don't ever want it, dude. They don't want it. When that bill comes, they're like, you know what? I don't want to be independent anymore. I'd much rather have a man pay all my bills.
It is to be a woman in today's day and age. Start with my tier 1 of products that I use every single morning, but this totals to about $650 in product. Next is my nighttime routine.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is what I hate about these women. This is $650 worth of product. Yeah, but you use like a quarter of a frickin' smidgen of a milliliter of each one of those. So you're using like a couple bucks a day. And honestly, all you really need is soap and water, dude. People have asked me, Levi, what's your skincare routine? Soap and water. That's it. I've just recently started using beef tallow. I use sunscreen every once in a while, but you don't need this elaborate skincare routine. You really don't.
These products total about $610. So products alone, I'm gonna...
It sounds like you're just getting scammed. It sounds like you're stupid enough to buy all these things you really don't need.
They're around $200 to $300, and then there's the actual tools. This blow dryer alone costs $300.
How you gonna pay $300 for a blow dryer and your hair looks like a unkempt broom? You look like Hermione Granger in the first Harry Potter movie. You know what I mean? Is that a gnat? Did you actually see a gnat? These gnats are killing me right now.
Let me just point out that I did get that on sale, but still. So if we're talking the total of the tools, that's probably another $500 to $600 right there. Of course, it's important to keep in mind that lots of these are one-time purchases. And most of the products last between 3 to 4 months, but these are still things that we have to pay for that you don't. It's hard for me to total all that up, but ballpark, and this is me being on the conservative end.
Workout classes, $200 a month. Workout classes. Laser hair removal. Filler. Botox. Dude, I'm gonna smack that gnat here in a second. Mani-pedis. These are things that men aren't asking for. Workout classes, you know how much I pay for a month on workout? Classes? None. Well, I pay $10 a month to go to Planet Fitness. That's all I do. That's it. That's all you need. You don't need something crazy. You know what else is crazy? Is that you guys haven't downloaded Free Cash yet. This is literally an app where you can go and you can play mobile games and you can get paid. You can get paid to play mobile games. Stuff like Candy Crush. Stuff like Monopoly Go. You can click the link in the description as well. Let's look up some Free Cash reviews on Trustpilot. I always like looking up the most recent ones just so you guys can see what's cracking. I've actually used Free Cash and cashed out, so I can say it's legit from my experience. I was able to earn money by doing offers and cash out without any issues. To be honest, I didn't think it would work when I started playing, and I actually started making money. When you first start going, it starts slow, and you start to make more. I wish it would have given me probably better games to let me watch TikTok or something. Yeah, I think they used to let you watch like social media. So I was seriously skeptical about this, but since there's some bad reviews, but I tried it anyway, and I'm totally shocked that actually did pay me $133 in my PayPal. I'm disappointed with Free Cash support. They've been waiting for over 2 weeks. She has $28 locked. I think sometimes when they lock your funds, it does take a little bit, but scan the QR code, click the link in the description, and you can go play mobile games and get straight up paid. Let's get into some of the comments on the older video. I like doing this portion for you guys because I love you guys, man. All right, this is from the one about the spring break stuff. Somebody said that's not a cold sore, it's Antarctica. Sounds like spring break out, not spring break. California has been shipping homeless people to Pensacola, which is 9 miles from where I live, and they're currently setting up constantly on every corner. Wow, that's insane. Oh, cheers, Levi. I'm sat here eating cereal and mentioned sour milk smell. Breakfast went in the bin. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm here for the Loki cuteness overload. Also, a great video. Go to a white doctor in a white neighborhood, not a clinic. Why does Loki always get a treat? Where's my treat, Mr. Levi? Okay, I'll give you one. Who's this federal Corvette lover? Here you go. There's the frickin' sweet potato. Why are they dumbing down? It's herpes simplex. People are in denial. Awesome hair day. Very cool. I try to have better hair for you guys. I just got a haircut. Cherokee hair tampons. Sharia, it's time for the Crusades 2.0. Been a while since I was in the Middle East to say it's like riding a bike. Fun fact, stinky feet is likely an iron deficiency. My kids' feet were horrible and I supplemented iron. So happy I figured that out. I love this dog. What a cutie. He's so well behaved. Isn't he? Free. Shake. Good boy. Free. All I did was I just took Hassan Piker's dog training class. That's all it is. You want your dog to act that good, dude? Just take Hassan Piker's dog training class. That's all it is. That's all it is, Chad. It's the easiest class ever, bro. But the thing is, dude, this is stuff that men don't ask for. We don't ask for this crap.
Of things, I'd say it's about $1,000 worth of product.
Makeup?
There's a lot of pressure to be hairless, tan, poreless.
Tan, you're whiter than me. You're porcelain white. You're almost blending in with that freaking cabinet behind you.
Beautiful people. And you know who put those beauty standards in place? Men. You know who owns lots of those beauty companies and fashion companies and famous lingerie brands? Men. So if you're gonna tell me what I should wear and how I should look, the least you can do is buy me a drink.
Oh, stop it. I'd need to buy you a drink just to want to be able to think you're attractive.
Let's talk about how expensive it really is being a girl in today's day and age. I know it's like getting your
Bro, but the thing is, men never asked y'all to do this.
hair done, getting your nails done, getting your eyelashes done. I want to talk about the shower expenses that girls face. I had to exfoliate my body, and why did I have to exfoliate my body?
No, you don't. Soap and water.
Because I needed to prep my skin for self-tanning. I know guys can do this too, but I think girls do this more often. Hair care, if you did dye your hair, the shampoos, the conditioners, the hair masks, everything is so much more expensive as a girl. Shaving as well is so expensive. Laser is like $1,000. If I don't do these things, I just feel like
Dude, drop laser and just get a razor.
I don't feel amazing. Let me know.
Women have been saying...
This is insane to me that they think that it's men's fault. They want to complain about the patriarchy, but then go do these things. Like, if you want to really stand up against the patriarchy, you know, stop doing all these things that men own and lingerie. Like, it's so dumb.
As a single 29-year-old woman, I just...
am full of Botox in my lips. Seriously, they look like pool floaties. It looks like two slugs fighting.
I have 3 jobs.
Get a 4th one.
And I'm still struggling. And I'm just getting myself farther and farther into credit card debt because I don't have enough.
You have bad spending habits. I've watched enough of Caleb Hammer. A lot of this stuff is self-inflicted. A lot of it is. Live under your means.
After the first of the month. To avoid using it. Full-time job.
Working at a daycare center. You're a hostess at TGI Fridays, wondering why you can't, like, this is what I say, dude. You can work a full-time job and still not get paid enough. The people at TJ Maxx don't get paid the same as the guys who are working at the oil rig. There's a reason for that. It's because the TJ Maxx gig is really not that needed, but the guys on the oil rigs is very much so needed. Find a job that'll pay you more. For me, what I did is I chose sales. It was merit-based work. I knew that if I worked harder, I sold more, I made more money. I knew I didn't want to be a school teacher because I didn't want to be in poverty. I didn't want to make $45,000 a year living in Austin, Texas. I didn't want that. So I got into sales, and then I made $110,000 my first year in sales. But I had to work my butt off. A lot of these women get these jobs that are cushy, that are behind a desk, that are under fluorescent light bulbs in the AC, and they really don't have to provide a ton of value. A lot of them are social media marketing managers and blah, blah, blah. Like, these jobs a lot of times are meaningless, but they think they should get 6 figures for them.
Not doing it. Got a second job. It's barely doing it. The third job. Hit or miss. If I even get paid on time. I feel like I'm drowning, and I don't know what to do. Okay, do I just find a boyfriend so I can split everything with him?
You can't just outsource.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. A lot of people get in relationships and their financial status does get a lot better. But don't think we're trying to save you, honey. None of us wear capes. Let me turn around. Am I wearing a cape? That's what I thought, chat. You see that pecan peanut head? That's why I can never go bald, bro. My head is too small, brother.
Hard planning for the future when so many variables of your life are like uncertain. I'm like, will I have a +1? I have no idea. Will I have the money to afford a flight? I have no idea. And while I have hope and excitement that, you know, my income will be replenished and I will eventually meet my future husband, not knowing when is definitely the most frustrating part. And I would constantly tell my friends that I'm also just sick of traveling. I just want to stay at home and like have my routine. But as I was like reflecting further, I think a big part of why I don't want to travel is that I'm just like tired of doing everything on my own, booking the flights, carrying my bags, figuring out transportation and accommodation. Like I just have seen, obviously, through my sister and her fiance and my mom and my dad, like what it's like to just be a team. Like when you're on a relationship, you don't have to do, when you're in a relationship, you don't have to do everything on your own, you know?
Sounds like the best thing you can do is suck it up and stop traveling alone if it's that.
Bro, here's my thing. If you can't afford to travel, don't travel. You know what I did when I was in college and I couldn't afford to travel? I didn't travel. Was I going on trips? No. Was I booking flights? No. I could barely afford lunch. Here's what I told the guy the other day. He called in and he goes, Levi, I was having trouble saving up money, having trouble, you know, building enough wealth where I can actually live a more comfortable life. And I just started asking him, where do you live? How much do you pay? What are the things that you do? And the problem is a lot of people with money is they think the things that they do are like non-negotiables and like have to happen. Like, oh, I have to go out to eat every day, or I have to go travel, or I have to go out to do this. I have to go to the bar. You don't have to buy alcohol. You don't have to buy weed. The only thing you really need is food, shelter, and water. That's really it. If you could, and I think Jim Carrey has a quote, it's like, if you can't suffer for 5 years to reap the benefits for 10 years later, then it's gonna be hard for a long time. I said this to him. I said, it's easy choices, hard life, easy choices. Let me give you guys an example, and I'll use myself. I was living in Dallas, Texas, around a lot of my friends. A lot of my friends live in Dallas. I had friends in multiple directions, 20, 30 minutes away. We were hanging out. We were going out to get drinks. We were having a great time, going to brunch, doing like brunches of like all my college buddies and their girlfriends were like 10 or 12 deep, having a blast playing games. It was amazing. The year and a half I was there, I absolutely loved it. But then I made the decision. I said, hey, every weekend I'm going out drinking. I'm going out having fun. I'm spending time with friends that I love, which is great. But I was like, I'm not getting as far ahead as I want to get. So I'm going to have to sacrifice something. And I said, I talked to Cass and I was like, why don't we move to a small town where I know no one? We buy a small house that's I live in a house that's $200,000. It's a three bed, 2 bath, small little house. Nothing crazy. This is just one of the bedrooms. This isn't I don't live in a big, massive crib. And I was like, why don't we just lock in for a couple of years and see if I can't get a few years ahead? I locked in, started doing YouTube full time, started doing Instagram full time, started posting every single day. Nothing was going to stop me. And now look where I'm at. I do YouTube full time. It's my full-time income. I do social media full time. But if I wouldn't have sacrificed those past 2 years that I've been in this small town and I would have stayed in Dallas, I don't think I'd be where I'm at. You've got to be willing to begin with the end in mind and sacrifice a couple years right now. And dude, I was 33 when I started YouTube. A lot of guys are like, well, I'm kind of old, Levi. I don't know if I... Dude, start now. You're 35, you're 40, who cares? In 2 years, you can be so much further ahead if you just like lock in on what you want to do. And just lock in for a couple years, dude. You'll be so many years ahead. So many years ahead. That's the problem, though. So many people don't want to deflate their lifestyle. They want to inflate their lifestyle as they make more money. They want to live in the big city. They want to go and do these things, and it just drains your bank account. How do people manage to enjoy life while working full time?
Why is it that I have to work 40 hours a week just so I can have a place to live? 40 hours a week makes me $2,000 a month, and my rent is $1,660.
Sounds like you need a roommate, dude.
Stupid. 40 hours a week makes me $2,000 a month, and my rent is $1,660.
Sounds like you need a roommate, dude.
Stupid. So I work 40 hours a week so I can have a 2-bedroom apartment.
Once again, why do you need to see when the details start unfolding, you realize how stupid these people are. Why do you need a 2-bedroom apartment?
And an extra $300 a month. Like, doesn't cover my phone, internet, food, you know? So not only do I not have any extra money, but just working makes me so exhausted that I don't have time either. Like, I get off work at 5:30, come home, and I'm just so tired.
If you're living alone...
Sucks, dude. I did it. I would be at work early and leave at 5, and I would work a 9 to 5 and come home and work a 5 to 9. as men, I think we understand this. Like, dude, there's really is my lamp not on? What the fart, Keisha? Or did it go out? Oh, is there no water in it? Oh, snap. That's why I keep the Ozarka. All right, let's go ahead and refill. Are you out of water? What the fart? A lot of you guys saying in the comments, Levi, I thought you were 5'8". How dare you? How dare you guys say that you thought I was short? Is that better? Oh, now look at it. And then that changed that, and I gotta go change this. Like these freaking LEDs, dude. All right. I had to show you all the full body. You guys think I wear real pants? Nope. Pajama pants. Don't wear real pants. Don't like them. If you saw my feet, I got the toes out. But you gotta pay for that. You know what I mean? What was I saying? I don't remember.
Exhaustion of single child-free people. Let's talk about it. Clearly, I am the poster
And beat to bits.
child of this today. And not one person on this green earth is meant to do any of this shit alone and by themselves. We are not meant to do the executive functioning and the tasks of 12 people. And yet here we are, doing exactly that. Break down your life into like specific categories, right? Like you have your home, you have your work, you have your social, you have your health, and you have just like all of these pieces of your life pie. And each one of those little pieces of the pie needs to be nurtured and cared for. And there are only 24 hours in the day. And maybe you want to sleep too, you know what I mean? And one person to take on all these tasks. How I'm going to show up in a specific place when I have already taken different energies out of my life to do these specific tasks. It's that. That is what exhausts the mother out of me, is having to it's multiple jobs. Like I'm doing a million jobs that require a different skill set, and it's goddamn exhausting.
At least she realizes how beneficial.
Okay, good lord. I see a bunch of cats in your future, honey. I really do. I really, really do. As a single person, God.
Single person, I have to pay my bond completely out of my own salary. I've got to pay my Wi-Fi out of my salary. I've got to pay the entire electricity bill by myself. I've got to pay my entire rates and taxes.
You know what's so funny to me is that these women really want to be like celebrated, and they want men clapping. They want everybody just straight cheering them from the rooftops for being just a basic functioning adult. Like the things they want us clapping for them for are things that they expect every man to do, like bare minimum. It's a bare minimum for men to do all this stuff, but for them it's like, oh my God, she's incredible.
By myself. I have to buy all my groceries myself. And it seems that every time I go grocery shopping, my groceries have gone up.
This is why I say women grow old, they never grow up. And why I also say women are children. I tell my mom this, I tell Cass this. Women are children, bro.
Significantly. How are we surviving? How?
Oh no,
You live on less than you make, dude. Here's what you do. As soon as you start making more money, live on the same amount you were living on before you made more money. It's really not rocket surgery. Like, this stuff is easy.
Girl, in this economy is hard. Either you go on the dating apps or you meet someone in the wild. But every time I go into the wild, I'm spending at least like $150 to leave my house. And the time I spend in the wild,
$150 to leave your house, you got a problem.
the whole time I'm just thinking about how much I want to go back home. Yeah, that cost me $150, like every single time. I was telling my friends, I was like, I am about to start calling these bars, and I'm like, can you put my picture on like a big screen? And then like, if any man at the bar is interested in getting to know me, they can like, how about no? Be like, hi.
I think this girl's fat too.
Big back, big
I think she's covered this in previous videos where she's a big back and she's like, why don't guys want me? Because you're not fit. You're fat.
Hi, I am. And then the bar can let me know, like, you have 5 contenders here. And I just go to the bar and then I meet them and then I come home. Wouldn't that be so simple? Wouldn't that make my life so much easier?
Sorry to burst.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I'm not surprised a woman wanting life to be even easier than it already is. Women already have it so easy. Women already have it so easy. If you're single, okay, single tax. What do we got?
Single, it comes with a hidden price tag. The singles tax, and you're paying for it in every aspect of life. Let's do the math. Housing. In this economy, the median rent for a one-bedroom apartment in the United States is $1,876 a month, not including utilities. Sure, you can get a roommate who eats all your food and never cleans up after themselves, but at that point, you may as well just be in a soul-sucking relationship and pay half the rent. So that's not an option. Food! Yes, we purchase less groceries, but Big Grocery does not proportion their goods for those of us living the bachelor lifestyle. If I want fresh Brussels sprouts, I can't just buy a few Brussels sprouts. I have to buy like 30 Brussels sprouts. But I don't need 30 Brussels sprouts, so either you end up with wasted food and wasted money, or I have to eat Brussels sprout all week, much to the dismay of my digestive system. Leisure. If the group chat is going on vacation, either you have to buy a whole hotel room or you've got to split it with the other token single on the trip because the singles have to be quarantined in one room because being single is contagious. Now add all that together, minusing the 0 tax breaks we get, and it equals too much.
That's a lot of work.
It's just a lot of whining and complaining, dude. Just get over it, dude. It sucks. I guess the reason I don't feel bad for these people is because I've been so poor, dude. I have been... Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever been broke. Dude, I have been so broke. I remember back in my day, when I was in college, I thought $60 was a lot of money. I was like, $60? You got $60 in cash on you? Bro, I never carried cash. I barely even carried a balance in my freaking checking account, let alone carry cash. I didn't have no money. I'd make $60 last a month. Cash used to do it too. She's like, I used to have $100 that would have to last me 2 weeks. It's possible. I just buy protein-dense food. Like, do you have to have, crazy different foods all the time? No, you don't. You could eat, this sucks and it's bad for you. You could eat ramen. Simple. You could eat bags of tuna. You could put the bags of tuna in the ramen if you really want to get creative. But, there's so many ways that you can do it. I'm going to challenge you guys to this. Chad, I want you to try the next couple days to try to live, think about how much it costs you outside of, rent, utilities, stuff like that. Think about how much you've spent on a daily basis. See if you can go through the day and spend less than $20. It's actually quite difficult. Did you go out to eat? Did you do this? If I can go the entire day without spending money, I'm like, this is a huge win. Eating the groceries I have in the fridge, not buying a soda at the gas station. Now if I'm driving, cool, I've already bought the gas, but really be mindful of how much you're spending while you're out and about. I almost bet you it'll change your perspective. Me, myself, and I
feel like I'm being punished for being single. Living on my own and paying for rent myself is one thing, but adding unemployment on top of that.
Okay, well, first of all, what is that? And you live in a high-rise apartment. It's going to be expensive.
It's been incredibly stressful. It's not just the financial pressure, it's the emotional weight of...
And you got to, okay, there's a MacBook, okay.
Carrying everything myself. There's no one to split the rent with, no one to tag in on the bills when things get tight, and no one to reassure me when my savings drop lower than I'd like to admit. And it hits the hardest at night, when I'm lying there wondering how I'm gonna piece it all together again. And it's just me and my overthinking brain all night long.
It's gotta be tough.
The overthinking part, I think a lot of people suffer from, but I think people overthink because they haven't worked hard enough. My opinion. I don't really overthink that much because I work my butt to the bone. I'm always constantly focused on work, whether it's going to the gym, whether it's running, whether it's taking care of Loke, spending time with baby Nick, spending time with Cass, working on YouTube stuff. If you're working, you don't feel like you're overthinking. POV, you had a boyfriend in a home at 8 a.m. and now you're single without a home at 8 p.m.
My whole little boring life, my cute little clothes, my OOTD clothes. My favorite.
I've never seen somebody's eyeball bigger than their mouth.
The peas is all packed up in my little Mazda. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere.
I know where you're going. The streets.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Is these women right here that it's self-inflicted? They do it to themselves and then they're mad that it happened? I broke up with my boyfriend that we shared a place with, and now I'm mad that I'm alone.
2 times when you don't want to be living alone. 2 times you don't want to be living alone is when rent is due.
Yep.
That every single month I go through that. I should get a boyfriend. Then I can split rent. 2nd time is when you're sick. I would die right now for someone to bring me chicken noodle soup and a Gatorade.
See, they start to realize when their back is up against the wall how nice it would be to be in a relationship. But the thing is, they don't realize it when the going's good. When they're going good and they're up. This is why, and then chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with this. When men go out there and gain resources and money, we go, great, now we can have a family. This is amazing. I have enough money and resources I can share with my family. But when women get enough money, they go, awesome, now I can be an independent boss babe and I don't need a man. So women, when they're successful, they isolate. That freaking gnat. When women are successful, they isolate. But when men are successful, we cultivate. Shipping and I should have bought a Honda, put it on a freaking t-shirt. We cultivate. We try to grow. We try to provide for more. We try to nourish, water the family, let everyone grow. Women just isolate. That's the problem. And that's probably partly because of feminism, and they think that they're better off alone just because they have money.
Don't know, but I've been homeless for the past year after I broke up with my ex. I was living with my mom. I had my bed there, so I'm so grateful for that. But I had all my stuff in a storage unit.
All my stuff here.
Bro, this looks like one of the back rooms, bro. This looks like a prison.
Clothes, shoes, purses, stuff, more stuff, more stuff. Even a TV, little duende, suitcases, everything.
It makes me a little emotional, of course, seeing all of these, because that means that I trusted a man, and of course, I end up like this. I'm not doing that no more.
Maybe I'm missing something.
I need some context here, Rosie. I need some context.
Being single is so expensive. This is not what I signed up for. I really got to go buy outfits just to go out, just to try to impress these fools. And then on top of that, when I do go out, I got to at least buy myself an initial, beginner drink. So whatever that price may be. Sometimes I even got to pay to get into places by myself. I'm just so disgusted.
I wonder if she knows.
Bro, the entitlement's crazy. These women really think that men should just pay the way. That's the problem, is the entitlement. I don't think men necessarily mind paying. I think it's a chivalrous act. I don't mind paying. I paid for Cass's meals when we were... Well, actually, she paid for our first date. I lied. I'm lying. Cass did pay for our first date. I asked her out and she paid. I just didn't have it, chat. We had pho. I just did not fucking have it. You know what I mean? I didn't have it. I want a provider man, and I'm a feminist.
Provider man, and I'm feminist. I quite often talk that I would like to have man who is more financially responsible in our family, who pays for dates, who pays for rent, etc. Aside from myself, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to earn money because I love it and I enjoy it. But I want man who pays the rent and who is kind of having provider.
You can't get that while you look like a frog. Shots fired! Frog women don't get high provider males. High value and provider men. They don't get them.
Energy.
This woman's face is forgettable on all fronts.
But still wants to be a partner with me. Why I want it? Because I saw it in my family.
Good luck with that.
Because I saw it in my family. What with the hot women? Donde está the hot woman? Because I'm not seeing her. Like, honey, you're mid at best.
Looks like being single currently is the
having atrocious bangs.
Worst thing you can be in 2024 from the financial standpoint. I've just seen a data stating that the average single person spends over £800 a month more on housing, bills, and food in comparison to people who are in relationships. Definitely way more comfortable and way more realistic for you to rent the apartment or even the house with your significant other than by yourself. I've thought about it multiple times. How much money...
But God forbid you bring a man a plate of food. God forbid you bring him a plate of food. Let's go to the Twitter. I can't understand it. Like, they want to complain about all this stuff, but then the second a guy's like, hey, can you like cook for me? And she's like, no, I don't want to cook for you. Like, it's unreal. All right, Millie Bobby Brown, chick from Stranger Things, going viral right now.
And I knew his favorite color, favorite food, all the things before I met him. And then when I met him, I walked through the airport, and usually this is a huge ick for me. Men picking me up from an airport make me...
Dude, men picking you up from an airport's an ick? What?
Feel sick. I can't, I refuse. It's just I've had bad experiences where they get me flowers and I'm like, I cannot interact with you ever again. It just freaks me out. I just think it's weird. He picked me up and I was in love. I was oh my god, you've broken the cycle. How have you broken the cycle?
That's because he's a Chad, bro. That, like I said, they break the rules for Chad and they make the rules for Thad. Shibin and I should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt. They break the rules for Chad and they make the rules for Thad. I'm telling y'all, man. It's just what it is, dude. It's sad, but it's true. Oh my god, bro! I saw this on this pop balloon. Dude, this clip is hilarious, bro. Look at her. What is she doing?
Welcome in. What's your name?
My name.
Doing too much, bro. Doing too much. What is she doing? Everybody popped. My name. Oh my god, this is crazy. All right, here we go. How to ask a girl out in 1989.
With a real live female can seem intimidating. But when you put yourself out there, the worst she can say is no. You can start by breaking the ice. Try opening with something like this.
How's your book? Is it good?
It sure is. Or this.
Plenty of cute dogs out. Do you like dogs?
I
Do you like dogs?
Or
I like
this.
caravans more.
Say, did you hear about the genocide on the news?
I sure did. Once you've broken the ice, introduce yourself and start chatting.
I'm Melvin.
Polly.
Melvin?
Do you like coming to this park?
I sure do.
Me too.
Cool. If the conversation feels stiff, ditch the small talk and bring in some playful humor.
To Kill a Mockingbird, huh? Is that book about dinosaurs?
It's actually a book about creepy guys on park benches. Relax, I'm just messing with you.
Oh.
Teasing is a good sign.
Wow.
Teasing is a good sign.
Wow. You're funny.
I guess I'm the funniest one on this bench.
But just don't go too far with it. Like this.
More like the dumbest bitch on this bench.
Or like this.
I guess I'm the funniest one on this bench.
Guess I'm the creepiest.
Yikes. Just play it cool and don't come on too strong.
I don't know. My dinosaur joke was pretty good.
I guess it could use a couple more dinosaurs in here.
If the conversation is flowing and it feels like she likes you,
Bro, that dude's name looks like it's Chet, you betcha.
try asking for her phone number.
You know, maybe I could,
Okay, let's. I want to fast forward and see if it's like anything. Oh, it's all 1989. Like, that's crazy. I don't know if that's actually somebody tagged me in that, so thank you. Who was that? That was Israel Cruz for Pennsylvania. Okay, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you. What is this? Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I know we got some other clips in here, brother. Oh, okay. I keep seeing, like, I don't know who posts these, but I love these. Just kind of going through, like, this is what you guys are swiping through in Toronto for 2 to 3 weeks. That's a runner activity. I only exist in the mirror. Okay. Wait, we go back. I like seeing some of the interests. Sushi, binge watching TV shows, cafe. This is why I say women are so boring. Like wine, brunch, and horror movies, that's not a hobby. Michaela, looking for a genuine relationship, someone who's ready to settle down, no hookups, no friends with benefits. Cat Mama 4. I love cooking, cleaning, doing art, and enjoy playing Fortnite. If you're looking for a housewife, I'm here. I want kids, so if you had kids, that's not an issue. Problem is, Michaela,
Big bag, big bag.
you're big. Elizabeth, art, reading, yoga, tattoos. Tattoos, it's a no. Elizabeth, a little crap dog. What is up with these little rat dogs in the septum rings? What is this? More of them. Good Lord. Thicker than a Snickers. My love language is direct deposit. 32. Stop lying.
You're a liar.
42 on your best days, ma'am. What the? She looks like Poison Ivy. Have committed tax fraud, have not committed arson. Maybe we'll commit to you. No promises, though.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
This is what guys are dealing with. Looking for an adventure buddy. There's a wholesome girl there. I build big trucks. That's enough for me. I bet her face is beat to bits. Bonjour, Emily, 39. Can't read French. Oh my God. What did it say? Fluent in Big Bag? Fluent in bad science puns. Puzzle solving and stealing your heart one freshly baked treat at a time. I mean, and it checks out with the freshly baked treats. Good Lord. I just can't. I can't. The dating market's so bad for you guys, bro. Ain't that right, Lugs?
Won't they do?
But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It's always good to have you guys out, man. Until next time, peace.
This is my video on Twitch streamer calls the cops for getting killed in a...
Should video game publishers be allowed to disable games for you that you bought? European Parliament hearing. This right here. So we all know Accursed Farms, right? Scott, like this is the guy. This dude has been out trying to push this for Stop Killing Games for literally, when was the first video he did about this? I just want y'all to see where it's at. So where did it go? Longest, I think maybe this is really the first one, is that right here, 2 years ago, 2 years ago, he invested lot of time and energy into this. And now, 2 years later, over 1 million signatures later, here he is in the European fucking Parliament. That's right.
I am the founder of the Stop Killing Games consumer movement, which has many shared goals with the initiative. I'd like to clarify what it means to destroy a video game. The second slide. When we say a game has been destroyed, what we mean is a publisher has permanently disabled all copies of it that have been sold so no one can ever play them again. It would be like removing every single copy of a book or film in existence, effectively erasing it from the culture. The way this practice works is first a publisher sells a copy of a video game. However, it has been designed so that it must connect to the publisher in order to function.
True.
This acts as a potential kill switch. A publisher sells a copy of a video game. However, it has been designed so that it must connect to the publisher in order to function.
True.
This acts as a potential kill switch. The customer is also given no information when the game will stop working, even though the publisher has decided to assume that responsibility. Then, after an undisclosed length of time, the customer is also given no information when the game will stop working, even though the publisher has decided to assume that responsibility. Then, after an undisclosed length of time, the publisher disables all existing copies of the game, but keeps the customer's money.
Yep.
Decided to assume is also given no information when the game will stop working, even though the publisher has decided to assume that responsibility. Then, after an undisclosed length of time, the publisher disables all existing copies of the game, but keeps the customer's money.
Yep.
The publisher also enacts countermeasures to ensure repairing the game. To ensure repairing the game is almost impossible, even for experienced software professionals. From this point onward, no customer can ever run the purchase again.
I think that's a really good point, right? Is that it's not enough that they simply stop providing support. They also actively inhibit support.
Besides destroying the game, this practice is also subverting customer expectations. Most video games can work indefinitely, which has been the customer standard for half a century, including ones that connect to the internet. Alternately, a small number of video games operate as subscription services, but those inform the customer exactly when their access ends at the time of payment. The games we're referring to do no such thing.
Yep.
It's a bit of miscommunication. They almost always contain terms stating they can end at any time for any reason. What this means is customers have no real protections when they buy games like these.
Exactly.
They are unable to keep them, and they are not informed when they will end. This behavior would be outrageous in other industries. If you bought a book in a store, the publisher cannot come into your home and take back your book at will.
True.
If you bought an insurance policy, you would be informed when that policy ends, not that the seller could end it at any time for any reason but still keep your money.
Exactly.
The games being sold this way are operating similar to scams. Publishers know customers expect video games to last, so they sell these in the same way as ones that can work forever, as a one-time purchase with no expiry date, then price them the same. Publishers know that if customers were informed exactly when they plan to disable their games, that would reduce sales, since the longevity of a game affects how much customers are willing to pay.
It's actually a very good point, too. That, like, the fact that they're withholding this information is basically correlated to them getting more sales. So it's basically like it's another example of a seller withholding information from a buyer that would give the buyer a more educated understanding about their purchase. It's like another, it's another form of like just malicious, like bad faith behavior. It's a very good point. I didn't think of that.
The industry is trying to have it both ways, finding ways to say they're selling you a game that they're not selling you.
Yeah.
This creates confusion for everyone involved, and is part of why it's taking customers so long to get exposure on this practice. The legality is also unsettled. Earlier, members of Parliament assisted us in asking questions to the EU Commission about how legal the terms and game license agreements were, especially being able to terminate them at any time for any reason. The Commission stated Directive 9313 EEC prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations to the detriment of consumers. The Commission also recommended consumers file complaints with businesses across member states through the European Consumer Centers Network. In 2024, we had volunteers across the majority of EU countries submitting complaints against the French company Ubisoft for disabling the game The Crew.
Yeah, remember that?
The responses we received from the ECC network were extremely inconsistent. Some officials said there was nothing they could do. Others said the company was required to run the game indefinitely, which is unrealistic. But the majority stated there was no clear regulation on this practice.
Nobody knows.
We were independently able to get thousands of complaints submitted to consumer agencies in France and Germany, but there still has been no decision on them on the legality either. To the best of our knowledge, no one in the EU has ever been compensated for this and hundreds of other titles.
Never.
In short, government there still has been no decision on them on the legality either. To the best of our knowledge, no one in the EU has ever been compensated for this and hundreds of other titles.
Never.
In short, governments in EU countries are not sure how to handle this situation, and customers are overwhelmingly not being compensated for the loss of their purchases. It is an ideal
I hope that this is the beginning of the end for these malicious online video games. Like these games that basically scam you in like 10 different ways with like different currencies and shit like this. Like I think this needs to be like way, way more regulated. Because, and this is the reason why I think it needs to be regulated, is because it's being done deliberately to mislead the user. And I think that when you're in a commercial transaction and you do things that are meant to mislead the other party, you are engaging in bad faith behavior, and that's not something that you can do ethically. So they're engaging in bad faith, unethical behaviors in order to get more money out of people by, for example, reframing all of the ways that they look at monetization as like crystals or coins or tokens or, you know, like primo gems or something like that. And meanwhile, you know, people don't actually know how much money they're spending. There's no reason for that. It's not even games. This washes over to all digital goods. You're right. And this is the problem, is that because the digital goods marketplace is evolving so fast, that the legal marketplace and the legal ramifications of that are not keeping up. And the result is a bunch of completely unfair, broken, badly designed, and consumer unfriendly practices that aren't regulated because the industry is moving so fast.
Situation for clear regulation. This is not a new practice. It started approximately 2005 and began negatively impacting customers for them around 2010 onward.
Online back then?
However, it often affects a minority of customers whose complaints can get lost in the system. It wasn't until a large case affecting millions that any attempts to get government attention were possible, and there still is no answer. The EU Commission says this must be handled on a case-by-case basis, but this practice is extremely widespread. Future slides. We have formed an amateur study examining over 1,100 video games that require a connection to the publisher. The majority of these have been deliberately disabled by the publisher,
That's right.
with many of the rest still at risk of being destroyed. Under the strictest interpretation of what it means to disable a game, the study found that out of over 400 titles, publishers disable a customer's purchase 93.5% of the time when ending support.
Wow.
This business practice is responsible for more destruction to the medium than anything else by an enormous margin. There is also a strong correlation between this practice and the size of the publisher, as most small studios do not engage in it, as it requires far more resources, work, and liability than they can handle. So even though this impacts a minority of games, it disproportionately affects customers due to the scale of the largest offenders. From sales figures, it impacts tens of millions of customers, minimum in the EU. This impacts developers as well. This may seem obvious, but based on interviews and feedback, we found the majority of game developers do not support having games they've worked on destroyed.
Yep.
They can spend years of their lives creating them, but they are often not the ones making these business decisions, and sometimes even sign non-disclosure agreements so they cannot voice their opinion on the matter.
Yep, or
The
non-disparagement.
main point I hope that does not get lost in this hearing is this initiative welcomes any solution that will solve the problem of video games being destroyed on this scale. We want this to be as easy and as practical as possible for all parties involved, and are very open to how that is achieved. We are not even asking publishers to change their business or monetization models, only that once they end support, they do so in a responsible way.
I think that if you're not providing an alternative yourself, then somebody should be able to do it for you. That's my outlook on it, is that if you're not doing it yourself and then the game gets shut down, somebody else wants to make a private server, you shouldn't be able to shut down the private server. Like that's literally it. Like, I don't think that you need to require them to run the servers. You don't have to make them give up the code. If somebody wants to recreate the game and do that, then I think that it's totally fine. Like City of Heroes, yeah, one of many, or WildStar.
Our only goal is to prohibit this destructive practice and thus obtain basic protections for consumers and the medium as a whole.
Yep.
I'd like to add a little bit on the economic aspect. Again, when planned for from the beginning, the cost can be very small. It's mostly about when it's undoing that's more of a cost related.
Yeah.
Earlier the game Concord was mentioned. That's actually an
That's when he raised his eyebrows.
More of a cost related.
Yeah.
Earlier the game Concord was mentioned. That's actually an
That's when he.
Earlier the game Concord was mentioned. That's actually an
That's when he raised his eyebrows. He read Concord.
Look. Earlier the game Concord was mentioned. That's actually an excellent example because it's publicly stated that at least 370 million euros were spent developing that game, and it did not include an end-of-life plan like what we're seeking. Most of the cost for developing games tends to come from other areas like art assets or marketing. This is just one element out of hundreds that already go into making a game. The other thing is sometimes industry costs or estimates of how much this would cost can be faulty because they're expecting the game they're asking for to have every last feature it did while it was being supported. And many of those can be retired and don't even make sense for a game that's no longer being supported, like administration or anti-cheat measures or account management or things like that.
Yep, like
so that can drastically, there could be hundreds or known as microservices associated with these that can be disabled.
Gamers will win. It's not a matter of if gamers will win, it's a matter of when gamers will win. It's inevitable because there are more of us every single day. Every day, every year, there are more gamers.
Customer still has the core game, so that should be taken into account when figuring out the potential cost. And it might have been mentioned earlier, but we also want to emphasize the companies have been paid already once for the working game, so that should be factored into the budgeting. There were some other points mentioned on the right to repair, whether we need it and how long a product should work. With right to repair, that's a little bit different issue. Well, that's certainly welcome, having the right to that. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are deliberate countermeasures to prevent repair. That it's almost a small miracle when it does happen from extremely experienced software professionals for resurrecting a game. However, if there were repair instructions, that would be very welcome. I think we would even consider that a viable alternative to what we're asking if it was practical to resurrect the game that way.
Yeah, of course.
And for how long it should work, it's kind of again, the customer standard is indefinitely, as long as they keep the game in good working order on their end. And we're not trying to hold any publishers responsible for updates that break things that wasn't their doing. So how long they choose to support it, we're completely open to. I mean, I think there's already existing EU regulations on that, but I mean, as far as we're concerned, they could end support.
Does this theoretically mean that Concord would have to stay open for like 5 years? It's like, imagine your game dies in a month. Your game is never alive. Your game dies in a week, and then like you have 5 more years of paying for the servers.
The next day, but as long as the game isn't destroyed, we would find that acceptable. And the last point on the for doing this through the existing, just doing this through the courts, through the legal action.
Yeah.
That still doesn't get to the heart of the matter of the game itself being destroyed. We're not really refunds and compensation. Those are a secondary measure that when the game itself can't be reinstated, we just want the game preserved. So doing it through the existing framework doesn't quite get us there necessarily.
It's kind of crazy for us to imagine the fact that Concord and Highguard are now into the void. we can't play them ever again. They're gone. That world that we used to live in has moved on beyond us, and now we're living in a different universe beyond Concord, beyond Highguard. And that's it. And not missed? Oh, I agree. But I think that you should be able to go back. Like, wouldn't it be a good thing if in gaming schools you were able to play Concord the same as you can play like E.T. on Atari and see, oh, that's why it was bad. I get it. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, we need to have that listed out there so everybody knows what the hell they're doing wrong. It's a cautionary tale. Exactly. So that's what I think they need to do. But, you know, like, again, I'm a big advocate of this. I've supported Ross through this entire thing. I completely support this as well. I linked you guys the video. Give it a like, give it a sub. I want to see more of this happen. I do. And, you know, again, the Stop Killing Games movement is something that I've agreed with for a very, very long time. So, yeah, that's really how I think it. Can't sweep the skeletons into the closet? I know. Bro, you're teasing Contard creators with more players after the game's been dead for months. Well, look, man, it would be funny if people were able to do that. Not acceptable to make the cost for that fall on the company. Well, the reality, the game's been dead for months. Well, look, man, it would be funny if people were able to do that. Not acceptable to make the cost for that fall on the company. Well, the reality is that when you spend money on something, you should expect to get what you paid for. And the problem that a lot of these studios have is that they don't actually deliver that. That's the main issue, is that they're not delivering the thing that they said they were going to deliver. And if the game shuts down very soon after, you're not really getting your money's worth, are you? And so, don't sell it then? Exactly, yes. And the entire idea, this is another component, is that we know that these video games are designed, like, they don't have to make the games this way. They make the games this way on purpose so they can control more aspects of the way that you play them than what they should. And so what I think the problem is that they have a monopoly legally through that control. If they didn't have that control, you wouldn't have this problem. The problem is derived from the control. It's like car manufacturers straight up producing no replacement parts and blocking third-party production of parts. Exactly. Yeah, like a car manufacturer should not have to make replacement parts forever. But at the same time, we could